This happened to me about 5 years ago, and even now, I still get chills thinking about it. I was renting a small house in a quiet neighborhood at the time. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was cozy, affordable, and had lots of character. The only thing I didn't love was the crawl space under the house. The access door to it was in the laundry room, a square wooden hatch flush with the floor. It was locked from the outside, and I never had any reason to open it. I just figured it was pipes, cobwebs, and the usual creepy crawl space stuff. One evening, I came home late from work. It had been a stressful day, and all I wanted to do was shower and collapse into my bed. As I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. My laundry room light was on. I was sure I had turned it off in the morning, but I chalked it up to me being absent-minded in the rush and just turned it off again. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a faint noise. At first, I just thought it was the wind, but as I laid there, I realized it was coming from the laundry room. A soft, rhythmic thumping sound. My heart started to race. I debated whether to get up and check or just stay in bed and hope it stopped. Curiosity got the better of me, so I grabbed my phone for light and tiptoed to the laundry room. When I opened the door, everything was quiet, but then I saw it. The hatch to the crawl space was slightly ajar. My stomach dropped. I distinctly remember it being locked, and there's no way I could have opened it accidentally. Trying to stay calm, I convinced myself it might be an animal that somehow had gotten in. I shut the hatch tightly and placed a heavy box of detergent on top of it before going back to bed. The next day, I called the landlord to ask if there was any pest issues that I need to know about. He seemed surprised and said no one had reported anything like that before. Still, he promised to send someone over to check it out. That night, I double-checked the hatch and even put a chair on top of it for good measure. I didn't hear any noises, and I started to feel a little silly for being so freaked out. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My bedroom door doesn't creak unless you push it open slowly, and I knew it had been closed before. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing, as I heard soft footsteps shuffle into my room. My phone was on the nightstand, just out of reach. The footsteps stopped right next to my bed. I could feel someone's presence, their quiet breathing in the dark. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and swung it towards the intruder. There was a man crouched on the floor, his face pale, his eyes wide, unblinking. He looked just as startled as I was. I screamed and bolted out of the room, running outside to my neighbor's house. I banged on the door until they let me in, and they called the police. When the officers arrived, they found the man still in my house, hiding in the crawl space. He had a small mattress, some food wrappers, and a collection of random items he must have taken from my house. The lock on the hatch had been tampered with, and from the looks of it, he had been living under my house for at least a few days, maybe longer. The scariest part? The police said they found a notebook with detailed notes about me. He had written down my daily routine, when I left for work, when I came home, even what I wore. There was also a list of plans, though they wouldn't tell me what was on it. I moved out the next week and stayed with friends until I found a new place. To this day, I have no idea how he got in or how long he had been watching me before I noticed something was wrong. So to the man in the crawl space, let's not meet, ever. This happened over a decade ago, when I was 12 years old. I live in a small town in Oklahoma, and in my neighborhood, the houses are fairly spaced apart, separated by woods. It was a school day, so my grandma picked me up from school and brought me home. This was the first year that I got dropped off at my house alone. Before this, I would go to my grandma's house after school. I would get dropped off at around 3 p.m. and my parents would be home around 4:30. Not that big of a deal. That day, for some reason, my dad wasn't getting home until around 7 p.m., and my mom, a teacher, wouldn't be home until around 8 p.m. because she had parent-teacher conferences at school. This happened in early fall, so it wouldn't get dark until about 8 p.m. I did what I usually did when I got home. I ran upstairs, got on my Xbox 360, and played Minecraft with my friends. It was just me and my friend Seth. I was playing for about 2 hours when I heard a car door shut in my driveway. No one should be there until about 7 p.m. My house is set up to where my upstairs has windows that look over the driveway. So with my mic on and controller in hand, I went to the window to see who it was. Maybe my dad got off earlier than expected. I looked outside. It was a red truck. No one I know drives a red truck. The person pulled into the middle of the driveway, sideways, like he owned the place. When I looked out the window, I saw a man with a hat, wearing a big camo hoodie and jeans. It was September, so no one should be wearing a big hoodie with jeans in Oklahoma. By the time I looked out, he was already almost out of view, going up the walkway to my front door. I thought maybe it was one of my dad's friends or someone my dad hired to do something, but he would usually tell me if someone was going to come over. Soon after, I hear a knock at the door, then another. I go to my other window that has a better view of the walk up to my front door. I see the guy walking back down the walkway. I switch and go back to looking through the other window, overlooking the driveway. I tell Seth that he's walking back to his truck now. Instead, he walks past his truck and tries to open my garage side door. At this point, my heart sinks. I tell Seth that this guy tried to get into my house. Mind you, it's literally broad daylight, like 5 p.m. Luckily, the door was locked because sometimes we forget to lock it. After he tried the door, he starts walking to my back patio. I drop my headset and quietly run down the stairs to see what he's doing. I get downstairs and stand by the wall so I'm not visible from the back door or living room windows. I just listen. I hear him try to open the door, then I hear a thud. It sounded like he dropped a brick on the ground or something. At this point, I'm more scared than I've ever been. I wanted to call my parents or grandma, but I didn't have a cell phone yet. The only phone in this house was in the kitchen. I would have to cross the living room to get there, and he would be able to see me. A few seconds after the thud, I peek around the corner, and he was gone. I run back upstairs and put my headset on, telling Seth that he just tried to open the back door as well. As I'm telling him, I hear the car door shut. This time, when I look out the window, he had finally got into his truck. I look at the truck closer, and I notice the only thing he has in the bed of his truck was a crowbar and shovel. He sat in his truck for what felt like a few minutes. During this time, Seth told me get my iPod and take a picture of his license plate, but he was parked where I couldn't see it. Then he drove backwards out of my driveway and down the road. A few minutes after he was confirmed gone, I went downstairs to see what the thud could have been. I get to the back door and see that the doormat was moved. Both big potted plants have been moved as well. He was looking for a key. Holy fuck, we have a hidden key back there too. The key to the back door was under one of the smaller plant pots on the ledge next to the door, not the bigger ones that he had checked under. I then went to the front porch, and all the pots looked like they had been moved too. I don't know what he would have done if he was able to find the key, or if he just broke in. After he left, I called my dad and told him what happened. When my dad got home, we had a cop come over, and I told him what happened and gave them a description. Luckily, the guy never came back. About 2 nights ago, I went to go see the new Wicked movie with my family who was in town for Thanksgiving. I arrived back to my house around midnight. I live alone in a shared but divided house with 2 other tenants living inside. One is upstairs, and one splits the downstairs with me, so there's 3 apartments total. My place is in back of the house and has a porch that you can go through after walking up the whole driveway. When I got home, I sat in my bedroom and did about 20 to 30 minutes of work on my computer. During this time, the house was very quiet and I kept hearing a man's voice constantly talking. Now keep in mind, the tenant above me is a man, and I know that his bedroom is right above mine because I previously lived up there. It sounded like he was talking on the phone, just because of how long and continuous the talking went on. I tried to listen and figure out where the voice was coming from, and I couldn't exactly pinpoint it, but it was either coming through the ceiling or on the other side of my room. Now, it must be noted that my bedroom connects to the porch with a door that I blocked with my dresser. There's a main door inside the porch that you can use to get into the house, but there's also a strange door connecting to my room. I couldn't make out the words, but because of how firm and continuous the voice was going on, I just figured that it had to be coming from my housemate upstairs. It's the only thing that would make logical sense. I just kept thinking though, I never heard a single voice coming from the ceiling before. It's not that thin. Whatever, I'm worrying about nothing. After about 20 to 30 minutes of computer work, I got up and brushed my teeth, fed my fish, and got ready for bed. I come back into my room, turn off the lights, and get into bed. Keep in mind, it's been about 45 to 60 minutes since I first heard the voice, and I can still hear it. Damn, I thought. My housemate is chatting up a storm on the phone up there. Oh, how wrong I was. After about 3 minutes of laying in bed, I all of a sudden heard my porch door creaking along the talking man's voice. It was a very distinct sound, and I knew immediately it was my porch door. I crept across my room and put my ear to the dresser, covering the door that connects to the porch. Sure enough, the talking was coming from inside the porch, and I could hear the door moving and shuffling inside my porch along with it. My heart absolutely dropped. All the lights were off in my house at this point, so I had sort of a sneaky advantage to creep around the house to get a view of what was going on. I crept down my hallway and peered into the kitchen, which the porch leads into. Across the kitchen, through the door, and in a streak of moonlight, I see a man with long, scraggly hair sitting curled up in the corner of my porch with his back to me, muttering out loud to himself and rocking back and forth. My fight or flight kicked in, and I immediately ripped open the door and started screaming for him to get out, trying to intimidate him. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have made myself vulnerable without a weapon handy, but like I said, it was just fight or flight. I can't explain my actions in the moment, other than reacting out of fear and determination to scare him off. Anyways, the dude didn't even react to me whipping open the door and screaming at him. Not even a flinch. He simply turned his head to the side very slowly and said, "My name is Evan." This freaked me out so much for some reason, especially because he still hadn't turned around to show his face. I said I don't care and kept cussing at him to leave. He slowly rose up his hands and said, I know, I'm hiding." He wasn't saying it in a pleading way though. He said it with almost a childlike, playful tone, and it absolutely freaked me the fuck out. The fact that he kept trying to reason with me and act so mysterious while still not even turning around to show his face just pissed me off, honestly. Who do you think you are, bro? I ran him out of the porch and was just threatening him. Now I assumed that he was just a homeless man who was under the influence of something, as I live in the inner city and it's common to see homeless people near my street. But I don't know, man. The sight of seeing him on my porch and knowing that he was there for an hour beforehand while I was sitting right there just freaked me the fuck out. I was in full-blown defense mode by the time I opened the door, and I wasn't willing to waste any time to do a character dive on this guy. No imaginable situation would permit anyone to be on my porch like that for an hour. Needless to say, I'll be double-checking my porch lock every night from now on. It's funny having a room connected to the porch. I've always had this horrific intrusive thought that I hear someone out there at night. Looks like it came true. So please, Evan, let's never ever meet again, you creepy bastard. You hear stories about people unknowingly squatting in other people's homes, but you never think it would actually happen to you. It happened to me. I'm a 31-year-old female. About 10 years ago, I was living in a two-family house on the second floor with my then toddler. For the story to make sense, I need to try to explain the layout and the backstory. My brother's close friend at the time lived on the first floor and is the one that referred me to the landlord. We had a private front entrance, but shared the back entrance with a staircase that ran from the basement all the way up to the second floor. I would frequently leave the back door unlocked because I had a habit of locking my keys in the house, and my downstairs neighbor could let me in the back door. The downstairs neighbor had a friend who was kind of down and out. He had a history of substance abuse, but was supposedly clean at this time. He was a relatively nice guy, and our neighbor had been letting him stay on his couch for a while. The neighbor had a 4-year-old daughter, and having someone sleeping on the couch without any plans of finding a permanent living situation was becoming disruptive to their everyday lives. The neighbor finally tells him he needs to go. It was summertime, so the friend decides he's going to sleep on the couch or on our covered porch. We tell him that's not acceptable, and when we asked him to leave, we meant the property in general. It also became abundantly clear that he was using again, and his behaviors had become somewhat erratic. He was also making a lot of unsolicited advances on me, which had become increasingly uncomfortable. He wasn't happy, but it wasn't our problem. He stopped coming around, and we no longer saw him around town. Fast forward a month or two, and I noticed things going missing. Jewelry, small amounts of money left around the house, lighters, inconsequential items I had written off as lost. This house was old, with paper-thin walls. The back door in question was right next to the bathroom along one side of the shower. It also made a very distinct noise when opened. One day, my car was at the mechanic, so it probably appeared that I wasn't home. I'm showering and I swear I hear the back door open. I freeze, practically stop breathing, but after a few minutes when nobody murdered me in American Psycho style, I wrote it off again. I'm a notorious wimp and had a history since childhood of thinking every strange noise was a potential murderer. This was a long time ago, so I don't remember exactly the length of time. Possibly a few weeks. The basement was really big and shared, and the landlord also stored some stuff down there. It was very packed with some very dark corners. We rarely went down there. The landlord comes by one day and goes down to the basement. He hears a strange noise, grabs a baseball bat, and finds a man in our basement. The man pushes the landlord down, runs out of the house and down the street. We call the police, who find him hiding in a trash can around the corner. Can't make this shit up. Upon further investigation, we find the basement window had been ever so slightly propped open. In the back corner behind some boxes was a nest of blankets filled with our missing items and some drug paraphernalia. He had also left his phone in the chaos, where we found a lot of pictures of me sleeping. This man had been high on crack, living in our basement, and regularly entering my apartment both when I wasn't home and when I was sleeping, for months. While he seemed like a nice guy, he was regularly high on drugs, and that changes people. I still get chills knowing that he could have done anything to me and my child, and I would have never seen it coming. The worst part is, the charges somehow got dropped, and they never even consulted us, and they never gave us options as a victim. This was not even close to his first criminal offense. My state is notoriously soft on nonviolent criminals, regardless of whether it was a victimless crime or not. My local police department is also notorious for making deals in exchange for information on even small-time dealers. We don't get any justice. Luckily, this didn't have much of a lasting effect on my mental health, just more of a what the fuck. Can't believe this really happened. It feels like a fever dream. Jason, Let's not meet. This all happened when I was in college. As I've said in some of my previous stories, this was a period in my life where just a lot of creepy shit happened to me. I don't really know what I was doing to attract so much weirdos at that time of my life, but I probably should have been evaluating my life choices a little more closely. But anyway, on to the story. During college, I worked as a tutor at school, but on the weekends, I would sometimes babysit for family friends. One of the kids was actually old enough that he didn't really need a babysitter, but he wasn't old enough to watch the younger kid. We'll call him Kevin. Thus, my presence on that night would prove to be honestly terrifying as fuck. I don't know, maybe you won't think it's as bad as I felt it was. We'll see. So anyway, I was babysitting for this family one Saturday night. The parents didn't usually stay out late, getting home at like 10 p.m. or earlier even most nights when I babysat for their monthly date night. But this particular night was a special situation. I can't remember the circumstances of it now, but I mean, I was 19. I could stay out past 10 p.m. They figured that they'll be home by 1 a.m., and they said I'm welcome to spend the night. But I already decided that would not be happening. That house honestly had a super weird vibe. It was kind of isolated, and they had all these old buildings on the property. Maybe I watched too many horror movies, but all I could think was that there's so many places for people to hide in those buildings. Plus, the house was really old too, and always freaked me out a bit. Because, you know, ghost. So I would not be spending the night, that was for sure. So I was babysitting the kids, and Kevin wanted me to go help him find something in the basement. He had all these costumes he used to like to dress up in. Once he even scared the absolute shit out of me when he came up behind me in the dark, wearing an ultra-realistic soldier costume, carrying a replica musket that I would have sworn was real, but it turned out it wasn't. I nearly lost my shit that night. The basement was the second creepiest part of the house. The creepiest part was the attic, because attics are terrifying, so if he would have asked me to go up there, it would have been a hard no. The basement wasn't fully finished, and was really big with lots of corners and turns, including hallways and shit, with a bunch of different rooms. It was actually my first time going beyond the stairway, and I kept thinking that if I had been aware of just how scary this basement was, there's no way in hell I'd be babysitting in this house. But of course, I didn't want to look like a wimp in front of a child. So I went down with Kevin to his costume area, which was kind of deep into the basement, because of course it was. As we were looking for the costume, well, Kevin was looking, I was questioning my life choices that led me to this moment. We heard noises that could only be described as footstep-like upstairs. At first, I just said it must be Chris, but then Chris was suddenly in the doorway, scaring the fucking hell out of me. Seriously, no idea where the fuck he came from, and he was like, "That's not me." I remember this moment vividly. The three of us standing near the closet filled with various costumes of varying creepiness in this teeny room in a sketchy basement, listening to what we thought were footsteps upstairs. Well, this is how we die, I thought, weirdly kind of immediately at peace with it. That only lasted a second before I thought, fuck that shit, and I looked around for a weapon. This is where watching too many horror movies actually came in handy. Of course, there was nothing, because I was in a child's playroom, and the rest of the basement had little within it, apart from a washer and dryer, which would make a poor weapon unless I could somehow push it onto someone, which seemed unlikely in this particular situation. In the end, I settled on this random crowbar. For real, it was just laying on the floor, and neither kid knew why. I can't express how creepy this basement was. I prepared to meet our fate while considering how much of a risk I would be willing to take to keep these kids safe. It was at that moment I realized something. The dog wasn't barking. The family had this golden retriever named Lily who would bark at fucking everything. and she wasn't barking. So I rationalized the sounds as just noises an old house would make. Plus I realized when we heard the noises, we weren't actually under the house itself based on the layout of the basement. We were under the porch. So even if there was someone, it wasn't someone in the actual home. It could have been anyone, a delivery driver being the most likely explanation. I felt a little better, but you bet your ass I kept the crowbar. Again I say, horror movies, they seriously prepared me for this type of situation. The kids and I went upstairs where we found Lily knocked the fuck out. Not like someone knocked her out, she was just zonked. Like she jolted awake when I touched her because she was sleeping so soundly. I actually thought she was dead at first because that was the way the night was going. Once upstairs, I went to the porch and very cautiously opened the door to look outside for a possible package. It was winter, so it got dark early, meaning it was feasible that a delivery driver would still be working after the sun went down. But naturally, there was no package. Of course there wasn't, right? I wouldn't be posting this if this is how the story ended. So anyway, by this point, I was stressed the hell out, but the kids were over it. While they were playing video games and I googled the crime rates in this town, all of a sudden Lily perked up and started barking like a maniac. A second later, I heard a knock at the door. I just couldn't catch a fucking break this night. With my crowbar in hand, I walked to the door. I could see through the frosted window in the door that someone was standing there. I couldn't make out their features, but someone was there. Since I'm not a total dumbass, I didn't open the door, but I did ask through the door who it was. The man on the other side of the door said that they had a pizza delivery. You already know what I'm gonna say. We didn't order a pizza. This was before every kid had a cell phone, so the boys couldn't have ordered one. Plus, they had already been totally dead to the world while they played video games. And if the parents had ordered a pizza, they would have told me. So naturally, I again was prepared to fight for my life. I gripped the crowbar as I told the guy we hadn't ordered a pizza. I thought for sure he was gonna insist and try to get me to open the door, but surprisingly he didn't. He just said, "Oh, sorry, my mistake," and he turned and left. At this point, I had a lot of questions, as one would when facing a series of unusual events in a creepy house in the middle of nowhere. So as I saw the guy walk off the porch through the frosted window, I opened the door slightly. I wanted to see this guy, in case I needed to identify him out of a lineup or something. But by the time I opened the door, he was walking away, so I only saw his back. But I immediately noticed two strange things. I didn't see a pizza in his hands, and I didn't see his car. The latter I could rationalize because he might have parked on the street, which would have been strange since they had a large horseshoe-shaped driveway. But maybe. But there was no pizza. I guess technically it might have just been blocked from view, but I doubt that very much. I almost called him out on this too, in a burst of ill-timed bravery, but then realized that if I did, he would have known the jig was up and would have had nothing to lose. So I just closed and locked the door. Later that night, Lily again knocked out, and the kids were upstairs in bed. I didn't think I'd fall asleep. I honest to God was sitting there with a crowbar in my hands, on high alert, like I was about to fight for my life. In hindsight, maybe it was a bit of an overreaction, but I wasn't going to be one of those idiots who dies because they underestimate the threat level. I might as well have suggested the kids and I split up. Well, of course, I realized in that moment that was essentially what happened. They wouldn't have been much help anyway. Well, actually, Chris might have been, because he was 14, as tall as I was, and could break a board with his fist. Maybe I should keep him around. Anyway, eventually I did fall asleep for like a half hour, and I was awoken by the sound of an owl. I'm a really light sleeper, so either the owl hooting woke me up, or it was just a coincidence, but I heard it when I woke up, only it didn't sound quite right. It sounded almost like an owl, but something was off about it. As I look back on this now, what I did next was extraordinarily foolish given the events that had transpired that night, but I think my tired brain wasn't working fast enough. That's the real killer in horror movies, exhaustion. In my fatigued state, I decided to investigate. I went to the door and listened. The owl was still hooting, but it still sounded weird. I couldn't figure out why it sounded so off, and this is when I did another stupid thing. I opened the door. With the door open, I could hear the owl a little bit better, and looked into the darkness, shining my light from my phone around. Given that this was early 2007, the light left a lot to be desired. Suddenly, I heard the owl again, and I honest to God gasped because this is when it all came together. The hooting didn't sound like an actual owl. It sounded like a human imitating an owl. For real, even recalling it now for this story is giving me literal chills. Maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. The moment when I realized this, my heart was about to fucking pound out of my chest, and I still had the beam of my light pointed into the darkness. And that's when I saw it reflected off a set of eyes that were at a level a human's would be. And remember, this is 2007, so the light was total shit, which means the owner of said eyes was uncomfortably close, though it was so dark I couldn't make out anymore. I wasn't tired anymore, so I came to my senses, locked the fucking door, barricaded it with a chair, and retreated into the living room after checking all the downstairs windows again. I grabbed a big ass knife from the kitchen, like Michael Myers style knife, because at that point, I legitimately thought I might need it. I really contemplated calling the police, but what was I gonna tell them? That someone was outside making owl noises and had eyes? They'd be like, "That's a fucking owl, you idiot," and then probably hang up on me. So I just sat on the couch again, this time clutching the knife and crowbar both, as I tried not to think about the horror stories I've read or seen, especially the ones involving well-meaning babysitters meeting gruesome ends. But I was not successful, and I did not fall asleep again. Around midnight, the couple came home. I had texted them to kind of warn them without sounding like I completely lost any shred of cool. I just said that I thought I heard someone outside, so to be careful when they got home. They were totally unbothered because they lived in some bizarro world where bad things didn't ever happen to good people. They walked in nonchalantly while I put the knife away before they saw me clinging to it, like a shipwrecked victim clings to any piece of floating debris they can find. And this is when they told me that they thought they heard someone outside a few nights ago. Because of course, this wasn't something you would tell a babysitter beforehand. I mean, why would I need to know that? So I took my money, ran to my car, and got the fuck out of there. Once I got home, I realized I still had the crowbar, and I won't lie to you, I never brought it back. I mean, because of their critical omission of information, I lived what was nearly an actual nightmare. So I fucking earned the crowbar too. This was the end of my babysitting career. Only one time did I babysit for them, and that was during a legit medical emergency that one of the parents was having. I mean, I couldn't well turn them down when they called me in desperation. And nothing weird happened that night, thank fucking God, because I don't think I would have had the mental capacity to deal with that shit again. But you know, even all these years later, I know one thing with absolute certainty. That was not an owl. This happened quite a few years ago. I had an affinity for this particular white substance in the form of lines back then. One very cold, stormy night around 11 p.m., I went for a walk to meet my dealer. I had never been to his place before, so he gave me the address to his small, two-story apartment building with maybe 6 units in it. Upon arrival, I noticed several strangers inside. After they hit their pipes, 2 clearly unwashed guys came over to sit at the dining table while I waited for my G. I've never smoked anything besides weed and cigarettes. I was instantly uncomfortable. They tried making small talk, but I grew increasingly uneasy, giving only short, vague answers. I quickly paid for my stuff, grabbed my baggie, and got up from the table. That's when one of the guys offered to walk me home. My heart started to sink. Oh, I'm okay, thanks. I don't live far. Then the other guy stood up. No, really, we can walk you. We don't mind. We have to get going anyway. That's when my instincts finally kicked in. I became very aware and very scared. I immediately thought, I'm fully dressed and ready to go, but they still have to put their coats and shoes on. If I leave now, I'll get a head start and quickly disappear. They said something else as I headed to the door, but I pretended to take a phone call, waved goodbye to my dealer, and closed the door behind me. I jogged down the hallway and outside the door, and once I got outside, I ran for the street. I decided not to take the fast route home because from the building, they would be able to see me. I didn't want them knowing even the slightest direction I lived in. If they were really following me, the building was at the end of the street, so instead of going straight up the hill the way I came from, I turned right and started jogging. I kept glancing back, and finally I saw them, about a block behind me, following me. The street I needed, Stanley Street, was across the intersection on my left, just another block ahead at a four-way light. As I approached the intersection, I noticed the corner house on my right. There is an older man sitting on the porch smoking. I recognized him. He was another dealer I had met only a few weeks before, when my usual guy was dry. I choked up as I got to his porch and asked if he remembered me. He did and asked, "What's wrong?" I told him I think those two guys are following me and asked if I could go inside for a minute until they passed. He didn't hesitate. We went inside, past the front living room and into the kitchen, where I explained what happened. He told me not to worry and that I was safe there and I could stay there as long as I needed to. Then we heard a knock at the door and I started to panic. He went to the door looking through the peephole and yelled, "Just a minute." He came back quickly and whispered that he knew the guys and that he was going to invite them in to have a hit. He told me to sneak through the back door, which was beyond the kitchen, go to the right of his yard, find the gate, and that would lead me to the street. He indicated to me to creep along the side of the house, close to the shrubs, and check the porch to make sure that they were inside. I followed his plan, and when the coast was clear, I didn't jog. I sprinted up Stanley Street and zigzagged all the way home. When I think back now, I'm in disbelief at my actions and how foolish I was. I thought I was invincible. I was far too trusting, but I truly thank God for the man who helped me that night. I don't know what those two guys wanted from me, but I'm forever grateful that I never had to find out. I live in a very small town where everyone knows everyone else. Last weekend, a girl walked up to my porch and said that she had a friend who wanted to get to know me and asked if I was single. I told her I was, and she asked for my number. I didn't see the harm in that, as I'm open to meeting new people. Big dumb mistake on my part. I'll never do that again. She left, and about 5 minutes later I received a text from this guy, and it turns out I have known of this person for almost 30 years, but we've never met or spoken to each other. He told me that he thought I was pretty, and that he would like to get to know me better. He asked if he could stop by and talk in person. I said that was fine. This guy shows up with four other people, and it was immediately clear to me that they were all on drugs of some sort. I hadn't seen him for a very long time, so I was not expecting how he looked. His name was Carrie, and he didn't have a single tooth left in his mouth, and he might have weighed 110 pounds, 5'7" at most. I was immediately regretful. Not only were all his teeth missing, he had no job, no car, no money, and is currently homeless. I recognized immediately that this guy is trying to find a home for the winter, and he thinks he's gonna date me. It's obvious to me that he thinks very highly of his looks and his charming ways. Honestly, his flirting was extremely repulsive. I got rid of them by making up an excuse that I had to be somewhere. 4 days later, my doorbell cam captured a video of Carrie walking up my porch steps, where he decided to sit there with his back to the camera. He turned and looked directly at the camera twice. It gets creepier a few days later. I woke up Friday morning at about 5:30 a.m. and decided to smoke a cig. I don't smoke inside, and since I caught him sitting on my porch steps, I checked the camera for any sight of him. I didn't see anyone, so I stepped out and smoked. I was half asleep and staring down at the ground when I heard a voice. My head snapped up, and I'll be damned, he was standing less than 3 feet away from me. I nearly jumped out of my skin and screamed at him and said, "You just scared the fucking shit out of me. What the actual fuck is wrong with you?" I truly have no idea what direction he came from and how he was able to walk up to my porch without making a single sound. He laughed until he saw I was furious. Then he started explaining that he was here to tell me that his phone was dead and wanted to know if I had tried calling or texting him. The only text I sent him was asking him why the fuck he was sitting on my porch at 3:47 a.m., and he never answered that one. Leaning in towards me, trying to flirt with me, after creeping me the hell out, he says, "Good morning, sunshine." Oh, I wanted to slap his ugly face. I told him, "I'm not a morning person at all, so you need to go." He started explaining again why he was there, and then he started pouting and walked away very slowly, but kept turning back to me, looking at me like I was going to change my mind and invited him in or something. It was unbelievable. My doorbell cam actually recorded part of this interaction. After that, he started watching me from a half block away in front of a bowling alley that had a bench that directly lines up with my door. For 2 days, he watched my every move. It even started pouring rain, and he just sat there watching me. I haven't seen him in a couple days, but I'm hoping he's moved on to someone else. But my intuition is saying he isn't done just yet. Cops know all about it. My son works for our sheriff department and filled them in. This is one of the creepiest encounters I've ever had, and I'm a paranormal investigator. I've always said that it's the living you gotta worry about, and this proves it. I'm a 29-year-old man from the Philippines, and even though this incident occurred back in 2013, over a decade ago, I still find myself haunted by it every time I return to my hometown. At the time, I was just an 18-year-old college student. It was the night of our department's socialization party, which had wrapped up around midnight. As the only one among my friends with a car, I had always taken the role as the designated driver. After dropping my friends off at their homes, I was in my usual parking spot, just a few houses away from my own, due to the limited parking in our area. As I was about to exit my car, I noticed a girl standing near the entrance of an alleyway leading to my house and several others. She was wearing a shirt with our department's logo. I assumed that she had just been walking back from the party. In front of her, I see a man in his late 20s, clad in a hoodie, standing ominously, seemingly blocking her path. The girl locked eyes with me, and I immediately recognized her expression. It was a silent plea for help. Instincts kicked in. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car. The man, noticing my presence, began to walk into the alleyway. When I reached the girl, he had vanished out of sight. I felt as though whatever threatening situation that had occurred moments before was over, and I was tempted to walk away. But then I caught sight of the strange man again. He was leaning against the wall of a nearby house, his gaze fixed on me. A chill ran down my spine, and just then, the girl called out from behind me. Her voice trembled with fear, and I saw her approach very shaken. "Can you walk with me to my apartment at the end of the alleyway?" she asked, explaining that the man had been silently blocking her way. I glanced back at the man. He appeared intoxicated, perhaps drunk or on drugs. We began to walk, our breaths shallow as we passed him. After putting some distance between us, I glanced back. To my horror, he was following us. We had already passed my house at this point, but I couldn't leave this girl to face him alone. As fear coursed through me, she suddenly broke into a full sprint, and I had no choice but to keep pace with her. We reached the gate to her apartment. She hesitantly swung the door open, slamming it shut behind us. We dashed into the building where our second gate stood, this one smaller, likely designed to keep pets from escaping. She opened it, and I slipped through just as the sound of the man approaching the first gate reached our ears. We bolted upstairs, making our way to the third floor, breathless. The girl knocked urgently, but softly, at her apartment door. After what felt like an eternity, it swung open, revealing her friends, a guy and a girl around her age. They looked bewildered but quickly locked the door behind us and led us to the bedroom. They turned off the lights and we sat there silently, with our hearts pounding. The girl broke down in tears, recounting the terrifying events to her friends. She revealed that the man had been following her for about 10 to 15 minutes, and she expressed relief at having seen me. Unsure of what to do next, I called my aunt, who was staying at my house for the night. Thankfully, she answered swiftly. I urged her to call the police. At this time, we could now hear the man pacing around the apartment, seemingly looking for us. He was mumbling something, but we couldn't hear well from the other side of the door. A few minutes later, my phone rang with an unknown number. It was my uncle, a policeman, reassuring us that help was on the way. What felt like hours dragged on, and eventually, the police arrived. My uncle instructed me, via phone, to come downstairs and recount the ordeal to the officers. They informed us that they had seen a man wandering around the gate and eventually into the far end of the alleyway. Once police had finished their inquiries, they allowed me to go home. I recounted the entire story to my aunt, who urged me to get some rest. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me as my mind raced with thoughts of the strange man. What if he would have caught up to us, armed with a knife or some weapon? I fought to dispel the terrifying images racing through my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be watching me in the dark, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. I saw another post on the sub, and it made me think about this weird dude I met last year. So I decided I wanted to do a little story time, because I totally forgot this happened to me a bit ago. I'm 20 now, and this happened in like October or November, so not even a year ago. I was homeless and couch hopping with friends or sleeping in my friend's car, drinking a lot, etc. One of my friends met this dude in the same neighborhood who they do deals with. This neighborhood is known for old crackheads, basically. He was a bit younger, but looked like he definitely dabbled in some hard drugs. Sunken face and eyes, with scabs on his face. He was generous and welcoming, though. He was obsessed with his cat, so I thought he was an innocent guy. Her boyfriend, and I think one or two more people, and I go to chill and drink at his house. Cool dude. Little weird, but he was alright. I can get along with weird people. A few hours rolled by, and everyone's ready to go home, and my friend asked me where I needed to go for the night. I, of course, didn't have a plan. I never did. He then offered to let me stay there after hearing my situation. I said yes very hesitantly, because for some reason my skin crawled when he offered. I don't know if it was intuition or what. My friend then insisted and said I should stay there, but didn't have anywhere else. I then agreed, and everyone left. He yapped my ear off about spiritual things that didn't make sense. He then said he was going to bed and offered me to sleep in his room. I walked into his room to check it out, and he had a daybed that pulls out another bed at the bottom. So I was like, okay, I don't have to sleep with him. This could work. Also, I forgot to mention this was a trailer home that was not kept up with well. Dishes were nasty, piling up, attracting all sorts of bugs. Counter covered with resin, tobacco, soda, just looked like they'd never been clean. The living room was clean, but that was it. He started to clean off the clothes on the upper part of the bed so that he could lay there, and then stopped and was like, never mind, we can both sleep on the bottom one. I looked at him and said, I think I'll sleep on the couch if it's okay. He insisted that it was okay and that he wasn't going to be weird, and he was acting like a little kid begging me to buy him a toy. I insisted on sleeping on the couch. He got a little upset and laid on his bed. Then, like 30 minutes later, he says from the other room something like, "You know what, this is kind of weird. Maybe you shouldn't stay here." He proceeds to say that he needs to be alone, and I'm like, dude, it's 3 a.m. You're whining because I won't sleep in the bed with you. I don't know you. Then he kept on insisting on me sleeping in his room with him. I kept declining and said I was going to sleep. He says fine, but he's kicking me out in the AM. That was totally okay with me. Morning comes around and he wakes up and makes pancakes. I then asked him if he could drop me off at work since I was working in the morning. He said yes and acted like nothing happened the night before and started yapping my ear off again about spiritual bullshit. As it's time to bring me to work, we leave his house and he drops me off at work. I work all day, and while I was still at work, at night, he somehow got my number from someone and texted me. He said something like, "Hey, I got a case of beer and some weed if you want to come over." I said I had plans. He then texted me and said, "You told me that you would hang out with me later." I never said that, so I ignored him. He texted me a couple more times with a, "Hello?" I ignored all of them and didn't think of him or see him again. Fast forward, I think a week or two later, this man comes into my job and asks someone for a job interview. I recognized him and was very scared and did not want him working with me at all. He gets an interview from my manager somehow, and he leaves. My coworker came up to me and was like, "Hey, you see that weird dude that just came in?" I mentioned that I somewhat knew him and that he is in fact very weird. He then brought up that maybe he was trying to stalk me. This was a joke at first, and we laughed about it, and he continued his work, but he did tell the manager what I had told him, and just in case, the manager emailed him immediately saying he wasn't hired, which I was relieved. Then, I shit you not even an hour later, this kid comes back to my job with a different outfit on. He asked for a job interview. This time he was looking all around the place, all sketchy, and then I ran into the bathroom because now I think this man is stalking me for real. Thankfully, the first person that saw him was my coworker, who I was just talking to, and thank God, he seems to be a smart and protective man, because he tells the creepy guy that had just came in an hour ago that he already got an interview, and they didn't hire him, and he needs to get the fuck out. He left, but not without a bit of arguing. After I got out of the bathroom, my coworker gave me the rundown on what happened, and said that the guy was definitely bad news. He told me to never go near that guy again, and I haven't. I don't know what could have transpired from that, but it probably wasn't anything good. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am a 15-year-old girl, and I had a terrifying encounter one evening, around 10 p.m. I was watching a documentary series on my TV, nothing unusual so far. You should know that my TV is in the living room, and right in front of me, and there's a window next to my armchair that has no curtain and is very low. As I continued watching TV, I started to feel a little hungry. I got up and went to the fridge to grab something to eat. When I turned around to go back to the armchair, I found myself standing directly in front of the window. That's when I saw him. There, outside the window, was a boy. He was wearing white clothes and a hat, his brown hair visible under the brim. He was looking straight at me, holding his phone horizontally. It took me a moment to realize that he was filming me. I jumped back in shock, my heart pounding. I felt paralyzed by fear, unable to move. The boy slowly lowered his phone, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he smiled, a chilling, terrifying smile that made me look at him like a psychopath. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 2 minutes, before he suddenly turned and ran off. I was left shaking and in tears. I told my parents what happened, but they couldn't find the person. You should know that I live in a fairly dangerous area, and I'm new here, so I had no idea something like this could happen. After that night, I became paranoid. I was too scared to go outside. Then on a school day, about 2 weeks later, I had to leave the house to catch my bus like I do every morning. I leave extremely early, so it's still dark outside. I went to my usual bus stop, but there was something strange about this morning. The streets were empty, no cars, no people, and I felt like I was being watched. And then I saw him, the same boy who had filmed me. He was standing on one of the tracks near the train station by my bus stop, staring at me. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. Without a second thought, I turned around and ran home as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I was crying by the time I reached my house. I didn't go to school that day. I stayed home. I was too afraid to leave. I haven't seen that boy since, and I hope I never do. I'm a 20-year-old female. I have a stalker, 20 or 21-year-old male. So this started about 2 or 3 months ago. I work in an art store, and we do a little of everything, helping customers, cleaning, stocking shelves, etc. One day, this guy came in asking for some help as he had never really took up art before. Lucky me, I was chosen to help this guy. We talked for a bit, and I asked him what he wants to learn, what medium he wants to use, and such. He said he's into sketching at the moment and wants to expand his horizon. I say cool, and I give him a few directions. Somehow it comes up that I'm also an artist, and he's really interested. He asked me if I can help him with his art, which caught me off guard because, huh? I said I'm not professional, and I'm not interested in teaching. He took it well, and off he went. The next week he returns and specifically asked for me. He said he brought a sketchbook this time. I found this odd because I don't remember agreeing to help. He shows me some of his sketches, and I notice he only draws K-pop singers, and I realize one of them is a member from BTS, and I pointed it out. I don't listen to them. He starts raving about BTS and K-pop and the like. Apparently, I hit a sweet spot for him, because nobody likes K-pop, and I knew about it. Anyway, he starts coming in every few days, and at that point, I was really disturbed by him. I had also found out that he had learned what my work schedule was, my birthday, my name, and how old I am. I only found this out because of a few encounters with said customer. One day I clock into work, and I see him waiting in the stairs for me. He acts all surprised. Whoa, I didn't know you were coming in so early. I could tell he was lying because he was sweating really badly and couldn't look me in my face. It creeped me out so much. 2. On my birthday, he came up to me at the exact time I'm supposed to start my shift and gave me a gift and a note. He said he drew me a member of the band and gave me a birthday card. He told me that he wanted to give me something a day before my birthday because he knew I wouldn't be coming in the day of. Mind you, I never told him my birthday. He probably overheard me talking about it with one of my coworkers, and that really creeped me out. I had insane amounts of anxiety and had to muster up the courage to act like I wasn't completely put off by this. After he walked away, I looked at the note that he had wrote me. Happy 20th birthday. Keep making people happy and being so kind. P.S. I'm not a paper thief, so you can have this back. Huh? Paper thief? And then I realized the paper the note was written on was a piece of garbage I threw away months ago. He picked it up from the trash to return it to me? That made my blood run cold. He came in and asked for help like usual. He brought up buying something for kids, and because of this, I wanted to know if there was a wife or something involved. I asked, "Oh, how old are your kids?" Obviously, I also had to know to give him age-appropriate supplies. He started freaking out, saying, "They aren't my kids. I don't have kids. I'm not married." And started asking me if I was married. I said I'm not married, but I'm in a committed relationship and have been for 5 years. A lie. He got very disappointed and walked off. I thought maybe that was it. He didn't come in for 2 weeks, and I was overjoyed until today. He came up to me during work while I was busy and asked for help. He asked me where I was for 2 weeks, which really confused me, but also disturbed me deeply. I tried my best not to interact with him and told my coworker to take over for me while I hid in the back. She agrees and keeps him busy, and then he just ends up leaving. After he left, she called me over and said I can come out. I asked her, "Did he ask anything about me?" She looked at me with a concerned look and said, "Yeah, he did. He asked why you were so busy all of a sudden and when you'll come back out, if you work tomorrow." I'm riddled with anxiety and it's making me really anxious at work because I'm afraid to see him. Thankfully, he hasn't done anything physical to me, but put a lot of mental strain on me. I don't want to quit because I love my job and my coworkers. Also, very important to mention, after the birthday incident, the moment he left, I went up to management and told them everything about him, that he creeps me out and I feel unsafe. My manager said, "It's totally legitimate to go after a girl like you. That's what men would do back in the day. You should feel flattered." And the coworker said, "It's all because women wear little clothes nowadays. It makes men act up. I have to conform to a dress code. I haven't even shown as much as a shoulder." I told my parents and friends, and they're all on my side and think he's a complete weirdo. Honestly, I don't know what to do about it. It's really creepy, and I'm scared to encounter him again. Update. Thank you so much for your advice and comments. It felt so validating to see that I'm not alone in experiencing such things, even if some people don't consider this extreme. I also talked to my dad about it, and he really came around and understood me. He asked me if this guy scares me, and I responded yes. He said that's all he needs to know, that he'll come over there himself if this guy doesn't stop hanging around the store. The guy came in again today, but right before I had to clock out. I tried to ignore him and was mostly successful as my coworker took over for me. He came in asking about paintbrushes and asked which one to get. My coworker offered him all kinds and he came up to me and said, "Hey, which one do you think I should get?" Again, I tried pretending like he wasn't there, but I couldn't escape to the storage room as it was already locked and it was beyond our closing time. I said, "Hey, what kind of paints do you use?" As there's different brushes for different paints. He replies with, "Oh, well, I don't have any paints, and I don't paint." And it clicked in my head that it seems like he just wanted an excuse to see me. My coworker was very confused and asked him in response, "I just advised you on what to get. I don't see why you need to ask her." And I shit you not, this freak says, "Oh well, I know her better, and we have a connection." I was mortified by what he said. I was about to clock out, and I managed to take a sneaky photo of him. My mom came to pick me up because she was worried that he may try to follow me home if I walked. After I get home, I get a message from my coworker, younger than the one I usually work with. This is a morning shift coworker, and she asked me all kinds of questions. "Hey, I noticed something was very off about you when you were about to close. Was that guy someone you know?" And I just couldn't contain it. I let out everything and told her. She sent me a voice message in response saying something along the lines of, "Okay, tomorrow when you clock in, you, me, and our boss are going to sit down and talk about this and how to prevent this guy from talking to you or coming into the store again." She also was very understanding and told me about a case a few years ago. The exact same thing happened to another young girl who worked there. It blew my mind, but it also kind of pissed me off because, this has happened 2 different times with 2 different guys and you still don't protect your workers? Never mind that. She gave me words of encouragement and said that I'm not alone and that all of us, my coworkers, are there to protect me. I went into work after my coworker spoke up about this to my personal manager in the store. She asked me all kinds of things about him, what he looks like, what he's been doing, and whatnot. The whole time she was very supportive and was disgusted by the owner's reaction to this. The whole team in the store gathered up together and we started speaking about countermeasures and how to move forward. He was banned from the store, and if he continues trying to get in, my coworkers will protect me and hide me. We also talked about not giving out any info about each other ever, though I thought this was very obvious. I'll also be escorted to my parents' car or to the bus by one of my male coworkers I have. We've had a long conversation about this, and I'm not sure what my manager said to the owner, but they seem to have turned around on the situation and see him as a total creep now. I also informed the police about this creep. They said that right now they can't do much about it because he wasn't doing any major stalking things, but at least they know what he looks like in this situation, which is important, I feel. I'm gonna keep this brief. I never thought I would get to that point with Sarah. We dated for over a year, mostly good times, a few arguments, but nothing serious. I was 22, she was 21, and everything seemed normal up until one night it all snapped. It started small. She'd get upset over text I didn't reply to fast enough. Little things would set her off. I thought it was just stress, but over time, it escalated. One night, I came home late from a friend's place, and she was waiting for me in the living room. Her eyes were wide, frantic, like she'd been pacing. "You didn't answer my messages. Where were you?" I shrugged. "I was with Jake, just talking. Sorry if I made you worry." She stared at me for a moment and then just snapped. "I don't believe you." She stood up, and I remember feeling my heart racing. I didn't know what was happening, but I could definitely sense something was wrong. The next few weeks were worse. She showed up to my work unannounced. She would send me 10, 20, 30 texts a day. I told her I needed space, but she didn't understand. It wasn't about love. It was about control. Then came the night I'll never forget. I had been texting a friend about meeting up for coffee. It wasn't anything suspicious, just casual conversation, but Sarah had been acting off all day. When I got home, she was standing by the door, her hands shaking. "You think you can leave me for someone else?" I told her to calm down, that I just had coffee with a friend. Before I could finish, she lunged at me, grabbing a kitchen knife off the counter. My mind went blank, and all I could think was to run. I sprinted for the door, and as I reached the hallway, I felt a sharp pain in my side. She nicked me, but it didn't matter. The adrenaline had kicked in. I pushed through the pain, finally slamming the door between us. I didn't stop running. I ran for blocks until I found a 24-hour diner. I was shaken up at that point. I called the police, and by the time they arrived at her apartment, she was gone. The next few days felt like I was in a fog. I had a cut on my side, but it wasn't too deep. I never saw her again after that night, but I'll never forget what she was capable of. I changed my number, moved to the next town over, and never looked back. I learned the hard way that some people, no matter how much you care for them, can turn dangerous when their grip of reality slips. I was a child, between 5 and 10 years old. I remember bits and pieces, but some of it is what I recall from my mother telling me years ago. My mom had a friend we grew up with, Donna. Donna and her daughter would come over and hang out with me and my sister numerous times, having sleepovers and things like that. One time, Donna was fighting with her boyfriend, and I guess had fled to our house during the breakup, or maybe she was already over at our house when her ex freaked out. Either way, I remember being hurried into my sister's room by Donna, along with my sister and Donna's daughter. Donna flipped my sister's full-size bed on its side and had us laid down against the wall with a mattress and box frame leaning against the wall above us, then moved the dresser to the door. I closed my eyes and covered my ears because I was still afraid of the dark, and my sister kept crying. This was the last I remember of that night. My mom told me apparently Donna had barricaded us in my sister's room because her ex, Fred, showed up unexpectedly looking for her. My mother went to defuse the situation and explained that Donna wasn't there. We hadn't heard from her. Fred went to his car and came out with some sort of shotgun, while my mom fled back inside and locked the door. Fred let one shot go as she went in the door, peppering my mom's back with pellets and the front of our house. I guess very shortly after, the police arrived and subdued Fred without a fight. I'm not sure how long it took or what happened between her being shot and the police showing up, but I know we lived right down the block from the police station, and my mom had called them when she saw Fred and before she confronted him. My mom's boyfriend, who worked the night shift, rushed home and was checking on my sister and I as my father showed up. My parents are split. Apparently, my mom didn't get to properly explain what happened in a phone call with my dad, so all he got from it was, "Boyfriend shooting your kids," and "come over." My dad punched my mom's boyfriend in the face, knocking him out cold, before being told that he wasn't the shooter. My dad and her boyfriend had never had an issue prior, and didn't after when my dad found out that the boyfriend left work and rushed to check on us first. But yeah, my mom told me the truth about that night about a year before she passed away. She died with the pellets still in her neck and back from that night that caused chronic pain, but for reasons beyond my understanding were never treatable. Fred, stay the fuck away from my family. So today I was going for coffee and I decided to check out a new cafe that had just opened. As I go near the door, I am surprised and happy to see an ex-girlfriend of mine from when I was a kid. We stare at each other for a second, and then I see she mumbles something and then comes towards me. I go in for a hug, and after we greet, she just says, "Do you remember what you've done to me?" I was baffled. We dated many, many years ago, and we never had any issues of any kind. No major fights, no abuse, no toxicity. As a matter of fact, she left me because I wouldn't commit, but remained on good terms a while after, still hanging out until she found a job abroad and left. At first, I was scared shitless and immediately thought that there was something strange. I asked her to be more specific, but she wasn't telling. After a little chit-chat, she told me she was referring to the time that me and a friend cleansed her house. It came back to me. At the time, we were stupid, edgy, semi-goth kids, really into weird and otherworldly stuff. After she had complained about feeling her house was weird, a friend from our group offered to do some cleansing ritual, which he did, but we were basically half drunk. According to her, 7 years later she talked about this thing with other people, and shit started to hit the fan. Like you could feel a presence around her house, drops of temperature, all that good stuff. She was very vague, but apparently she believes that some kind of ghost is now possessing her house. Something apparently unleashed after the thing we did, and her telling her friends, because nothing happened in the years prior. She then got back to England, but promptly came back here to escape from an abusive ex. At that point, I was really nervous and excused myself. She hugged me, saying now that there's only Christ in her heart and that we should grab a cup of coffee. This gave me really weird vibes, like weird cult stuff. I basically ran away terrified. Keep in mind, we split on good terms, very good. She looked after my dog while I was in England. As a masseuse, she took care of my bad back for months. She even introduced me to her new boyfriend, and we went out for dinner a couple times as a group. There's no way she could have held animus against me. Hell, once abroad, she even offered to help me find a job in the city that she was currently living in. This was not a prank done to get back at me. She once was the light of the room, always laughing and cracking jokes. The person I found was sad, with very still eyes, not smiling, not anything, like a completely different person. This experience lasted 11 months, on and off, and honestly, it was easily the worst and longest ordeal with a woman I've ever had. It started during a UK residential trip in July 2022. We spent 1 week in the woods and the next at a community center back home. At the time, I was a 17-year-old college student, UK college, not university, and I was staying in a dorm with about 5 other guys. One day, my friend group started talking to a girl who mentioned she went to the same college as most of us. She seemed to like talking to me, which was the first hint that she was interested. It became more obvious when, at a silent disco, she stayed unusually close to me, and when I kept moving away, she exclaimed, "I was trying to dance with you, but you kept moving away." That's when I realized she liked me. She also convinced us to dance around a campfire while we were waiting for the other friends. And once, she snuck into the dorms with us, which looking back, felt a little off since the dorms were split by gender. By the end of week 2, I texted asking her if she wanted to go out. She replied almost immediately, saying yes, followed by a video of her asking to voice call. I turned her down due to my social anxiety, but that was another sign of her interest. Things went smoothly at first, but around the 3rd week of our relationship, she started accusing me of ignoring her text she sent while I was in class. She claimed my Snapchat avatar made it look like I read the message. It was about her having a panic attack and needing my help, but I hadn't seen it because I was in class at the time. Once I finished class, I responded and explained, but she didn't believe me. She even had one of my friends text me, telling me to respond. I tried to explain again, but she refused to let it go. We met in person, and I calmly explained the situation again, saying that if I had seen her message, I would have responded. She was calm and laughed it off a little, but ended with, "Just respond next time." By then, we were only 3 weeks into the relationship, and I could see that she didn't trust me. I decided to try one last time to explain myself, but if she didn't understand, I would be done. To her credit, she read through everything I said, and after some back and forth, she responded with, "I just wish you hadn't ignored my text." That was it. I broke up with her. I explained as gently as possible that I didn't see a future if she couldn't trust me this early on. I was still willing to be friends, but I couldn't continue the relationship. Her response was, "You're breaking up with me? Are you serious?" She had been the one to blow things out of proportion, and it was already past the time I had planned to go to bed. I stayed up until midnight replying to her messages. I don't remember what she said, but some of it was, "I guess I'll cry myself to sleep now. I can't believe I'm being broken up over a text." I also have video text, but I don't want to have to relive the moment, so I won't share it. The next day at college, I walked in to find her sitting at a table where my friends usually sat, something she never did. As soon as I walked through the door and she saw me, she wouldn't break eye contact. It was honestly pretty creepy. I ended up sitting with my friends later, but whenever she was around, she would try to argue with me. Something like, "You'll never get a better girlfriend than me." It was clear that she made everyone uncomfortable. At one point, a girl I only spoke to a few times from the residential trip even had to step in and stand up for me. She and her boyfriend had warned me about her before I broke up with her, which was part of the reason why I did. About a week later, she started dating a guy from my friend group, and it was obvious she was just doing that to get back at me. Though I honestly didn't care at that point. I was just relieved to be rid of her. When he broke up with her a couple weeks later, we sat down at a table together, and he asked, "Was she this aggressive with you when you broke up with her?" I replied, "Yeah." He then told me that she had the same exact reaction to him as she did to me. The climax of this came when she started arguing with me one day at college while I was sitting with my friends, not even near her. I'd never insulted her up to that point, but when she stormed off, I made a comment about her weight. She turned around and punched me in the side of the head. I immediately shouted at her to fuck off. I reported the incident to the college, and she was given a warning. If I had done that to her, I'm sure I would have been expelled immediately. I also got to read her report about me, which was full of lies about me supposedly being a terrible boyfriend. The handwriting was awful, and thankfully, the college believed me when I told them that none of it was true. Afterward, she seemed down whenever I was around, and I won't lie, I couldn't help but smile a little, which only seemed to annoy her more. Some people in my classes made jokes about it, but I shut them down quickly saying, I bet you wouldn't be laughing if the roles were reversed. I later found out that she was also causing trouble with my other friends in the group and was eventually kicked out. In June, I learned that she had slept with a guy from college who was known for being an extremist during the first week that we were together. As for me, I'm doing much better now. I'm in university studying film, surrounded by a great group of friends, and I've been in a much happier relationship since July. One funny thing that happened was she checked my Instagram story, even though she doesn't follow me. It was a picture of me wearing my current girlfriend's ring, showing how happy we were. It's not the only time she stalked my profile, but I've moved on, and I'm in a much better place now. It was just a normal evening. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, mindlessly watching TV. I lived on a quiet street, one where you can leave your front door unlocked and not think twice about it. I had been living here for a year, and nothing had ever seemed out of the ordinary, until tonight. It was around 10:30 when I heard it, the faintest sound, a creak. I wasn't sure if it was just the house settling or something, but it made me pause. I listened. The house was still. Then a thud. This time, it wasn't the wind or house shifting. It was something else. My stomach tightened. Maybe it had been a tree branch tapping against the window, or maybe I was just being paranoid. I tried to ignore it and went back to scrolling, but the noise came again. This time, it was closer. I stood up and crept towards the hallway, listening carefully. The second floor was quiet. I checked the doors. All were locked. The windows were shut tight. Everything seemed fine, but that nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that someone might be in my house. But how? I was sure I locked everything, and I hadn't heard anyone enter. I tiptoed back to my living room, trying to keep my breath steady. The front door was still latched, but something was off. The air felt heavier, thicker. Then I heard it. Soft rustle, followed by a low creak. It was coming from upstairs. I froze. My mind raced. The only possible explanation was someone had gotten in. The question was, who? I grabbed my phone and my hands were shaking. I called the police, my voice barely above a whisper. There's someone in my house. Or I said something like that. I don't know if the intruder had heard me, but the adrenaline in my veins told me to move quickly. Please send someone. I couldn't just wait, I had to act. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from my kitchen drawer. Better than nothing. I started up the stairs. My footsteps felt loud in the silence, too loud. I couldn't seem to control my breathing. Every creak of the stairs underfoot made me jump. At the top of the stairs, I turned left into the hallway. The door to my bedroom was closed, but I could have sworn I heard movement behind it. Slowly, I reached for the handle. Just my fingertips touched the knob. I heard it, a faint sound, like someone dragging something across the floor. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped back, my mind screaming at me to get out, but I was frozen. I didn't know what to do. Do I confront them, or do I just run and hide? I can't risk running. If they are still in the house, I'd never make it to the door. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, came from inside the room. Someone was walking around. I needed to call for help again, but I couldn't move. The door to my bedroom creaked open. If I did, I might make myself a target. I was in the corner now, trapped between my own indecision. I was waiting for the worst. Then the footsteps stopped. My heart nearly stopped too. I stood there frozen, listening for everything, anything to tell me what's happening. And then, just as I was about to move, I heard a voice, soft and muffled, but unmistakable. You thought you were safe, didn't you? It was coming from the hallway, just outside the room. I held my breath. I tried to control my shaking, but I couldn't. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced back towards the hallway, and that's when I saw it, a shadow, shifting just out of view. I barely had time to react before the intruder stepped forward. It was a man, tall, disheveled. I don't know how long he had been standing there, but I was certain that he knew I was there now. I could see his hand twitch, like he was deciding whether to come closer. Just then, I heard the unmistakable sounds of sirens in the distance. My stomach twisted with a mix of hope and dread. The intruder turned towards the noise. He didn't say anything. He just turned back away slowly, glanced over his shoulder towards the window. He darted down the stairs, leaving me there, breathless and paralyzed. The police arrived a minute later, flooding the house, checking every room, finding only signs of his presence. A broken lock, a footprint outside, but he was gone. That night I couldn't sleep. After the police left, I stayed up, listening to every creak and crack in the house, with a new, terrified awareness. The next day I replaced the lock, put up a security camera, and now I double-check every door. But the thing that haunted me the most wasn't the broken lock. It was the way he looked at me, like he had been watching me for a long time. Like he knew exactly when I'd be alone. I just woke up in the middle of the night remembering this and needed to get off my chest. When I was about 16, my dad, brothers, and I lived in an old, rundown house in the middle of nowhere. It was a private rental. My brother would do work for the landlord to pay for our rent. Our landlord never came off as creepy, but that could be because I rarely went outside when he came over to talk to my dad, and he wouldn't dare do anything in front of my dad. I was home alone one day. My dad and brothers went somewhere I don't remember. I had my dog in the fenced-in yard, but that was it. I was in my room doing whatever I was doing, probably playing Sims 2. We lived in the middle of nowhere, and there was a long driveway, which the window to my bedroom directly faced. I could see or hear anyone driving up our driveway. I saw the car, not my dad's, and immediately freaked out. I ran and shut all the blinds in the house, turning off all the lights, and checked that the doors were locked. It was our landlord. He lived next door, about 2 miles from the house. And yes, that was the closest house to us. This wasn't the first time that he had came by unexpectedly. It happened twice before, and both times I was home alone. The first 2 times he was only there for 10 minutes, walking around outside the house, and then quickly leaving. But this time was different. I grabbed a big kitchen knife and hid it under the kitchen table. I heard him pull up outside and open our front gate. My dog outside was going crazy and barking. I heard him yell, "Shut up, mutt." I could hear his footsteps walking up to the door. He tried to open the front door. I was freaking out. At this point, I texted my dad. He was coming straight home, but they would be like an hour. He continued to walk around outside our house, trying to peek into each window. The house is old and has 3 doors you can enter from the outside. He tried to open all 3. I thought maybe he didn't know I was home. Maybe the last 2 times were a coincidence, but he started saying things, including calling out my name. He knew I was home alone. I couldn't hear what else he was trying to say through the double brick walls, but I quietly crept through the house, following his voice up and down the hallway. I was trying to hear what he was saying. That's when he said something I'll never forget. "I'm gonna burn this house down, but I'll let you out first." Of course, I didn't take him seriously, which scares me even more. He wanted me to take his threat seriously. That's the part that gets me. I know exactly what would have happened if I believed him, and my life would have been completely different. He was there for at least 30 minutes, maybe closer to an hour. He was persistent. He left before my dad came home. I told him everything, and we moved out soon after. I still don't know how he knew I was home alone. My dad says he never saw him on the drive out, so he only knew that my dad was gone because there was no car in the driveway. But how did he know that I wasn't with him? It happened in 2022, just 2 months after I bought my first house. A remote old farm in central France, far from many neighbors except for an elderly woman who co-owned the land with me. I was living alone, 28 years old, and already dealing with a lot of bad luck. I had broke my right hand the very first day I moved in, and a month later, my horse accidentally broke my nose. One summer night, during a thunderstorm, I was sleeping in my room, nearly naked due to the heat, in the converted attic of my house. Around 11:30 p.m., I woke up to a strange noise coming from the room next door, like someone was standing behind the wall between our rooms. It wasn't the usual creaks of the wind or beams cracking. Though I doubted anyone could be in the house, I figured I should check it out just in case. The second room has an old stairway leading up to the attic and a door that opens directly to the inside. The undeveloped part of the attic was kind of a mezzanine. When I went to investigate the noise, still naked and nursing my fractures, I found the room empty, but the door leading outside was open. I climbed up to the mezzanine and saw a shadow dart under it, out of my view. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. I wasn't sure what I had seen, but I quickly retreated back to my room, which unfortunately had no way of being locked. I positioned myself by the only window and called my ex, who was a police officer that lived just 10 minutes away. I figured that if the intruder came for me, I could escape through the window. It was also the best spot to see if anyone left the house. I had been practicing self-defense and martial arts for years, so if I did have to fight someone off, I preferred to do it myself rather than involve others. Luckily, no one came into my room before my ex arrived. When he got there, we searched around the house together but found nothing. Just when I thought it had all been a hallucination, we heard my ex's 6-year-old daughter screaming. She had been in the car outside alone while my ex came inside to help me. He told her that they were there to fix some plumbing issue. She had been locked in the car to keep her safe. When we rushed out to check on her, she was crying. When we asked why, she said that she saw a man coming out of the house through the old door that overlooked the attic. He then approached the car and shook the door handle, according to her. To this day, I still don't know who the man was, what he was doing in the room next to mine while I was sleeping, or what his intentions were. I can't quite figure out why I didn't just run away when I had the chance. Later, the elderly woman living nearby told me that someone knocked on her door during the night a few times. Then last year, I had another experience that was eerily similar, maybe with the same man. This time, I witnessed it firsthand. The police arrived, but by then, it had been 50 minutes. I can tell that story another time. This is a story I haven't told anyone except my family, but it's been bothering me for years. When I was a child, our family home was divided into 3. One for my uncle and his 2 children, one for my mother and me, and the third stood empty after my great-grandfather died. It was a large, ugly house that had been targeted by burglars before. The first time was before I was born. The second time, I was 5 and slept through it. Another time, someone was drunk and walking around our garden and rearranging things, or every day at around 3 or 4 a.m., they were standing in front of our fence and looking into the windows. When I was 7 years old, things calmed down a bit. My drunk neighbor went to jail, and with him, many of these types of incidents disappeared. I remember it was a big event because my family allowed themselves to have animals. A neighbor was attacking other people's animals. We were able to get 3 cats and a dog from a shelter. The other neighbors became calmer too, but I still felt uncomfortable. I was a nervous and fearful child, and after all these stories, I still didn't like being left alone at home. So there was an unspoken agreement that if my uncle or cousins were leaving the house, even for a moment, they wouldn't tell me, so I didn't have to be afraid. Unfortunately, my cousin, then 23, came to see how I was doing one day. We chatted for a while, then she told me that she was going to the shop. Of course, I panicked. I didn't want her to go, so I started crying. It ended with my cousin letting me go up to her room and watch cartoons, which was a pretty big deal because she was the only one with so many channels on TV. Her room was on the ground floor and had a window onto the neighbor's garden who had a barbecue at the time. I remember she used that as an argument. If anything happens, open the window and shout to them. Then she left and I focused on the cartoons. I remember I had already watched an entire episode of Dexter's Laboratory and had switched to the channel that had the Barbie movie on when I heard some sounds. At first, I assumed it was our pets, but the next sounds were more like footsteps and a door opening. Did my cousin come back from the shop? I didn't even get to finish the Barbie movie. I remember being more angry than scared at that point and decided to be quiet, so maybe it would take her a while before she threw me out of her room. But the noise was really annoying. Lots of footsteps, shuffling, and some barking from our dog. At one point, the sounds were close to my room. My cousin had a door with a window, one of those where you could barely see anything through it, only shadows. So when I turned around, all I saw was a figure with a gray or black outfit. Nothing special, no bright colors. It was hard to tell if they were a man or woman, so I once again assumed that it was my cousin and decided to stay quiet, hoping that she wouldn't come in. But I started to feel uncomfortable because the person was just standing there and doing nothing, right in front of the door. Finally, the person turned right into the kitchen and I went back to watching cartoons. Only shortly after, what everyone probably expected happened. I heard our front door open and a loud, "I'm back," from my cousin. This time, I also heard the sound of plastic bags. I remember being suddenly completely terrified, but before I could do anything, my cousin went to the kitchen and nothing happened. No screaming, no fighting. I literally sat in her room, now with the volume off, listening, but it sounded like normal unpacking of groceries. Then my cousin came over, and I started crying. I ended up telling her what happened, and she called the neighbors. Together, they searched the entire house, but they found no one. Nothing looked damaged, and in the next days, nothing had disappeared from the house. The rest of my family found out too. We confirmed that my uncle and mother were at work, and my second cousin was at school. The day it happened, we found our cat sleeping in my great-grandfather's apartment on the second floor, but my dog was nervous and spent the entire search around the neighbor's house whining. We never managed to solve it, but when I spoke to my cousin recently, she admitted that she spoke with my uncle about it a few years later, and they came to the conclusion that I must have imagined something. But I am 100% certain that I saw a person that day. Surprisingly, this is one of those stories I forgot about until a few days ago when I was talking to a school friend on the call and I got reminded of this. She was pretty freaked out when I told her, and so did I thinking about it again. This happened when I was roughly maybe 7 or 8, so some of the details are fuzzy, although I remember it pretty vividly. This may seem like unimportant context, but my family had just moved to America and we were renting the top portion of a regular suburban house in a pretty safe cul-de-sac. I had friends, they were triplets, about 3 or 4 houses down, not far at all. Every day I would go hang out with them, and around 9 or 10 at night, my brother, around 11 or 12 I would say, would make the 2-minute walk to come get me and walk me home since I was still pretty young. One night he came to get me as usual. The sun wasn't fully down, but it was getting pretty dark. We started the walk as normal when he started casting glances over his shoulder. I didn't really notice until he shoved me hard away from the sidewalk and between two houses. Each house had a huge fence that separated their backyards, not ours though, and he made me crouch behind the fence. I remember being really scared, but more confused since I had no damn idea what was going on. More specifically, he was a pretty big prankster, so I didn't really believe him when he turned around and said, "Walk behind the houses. I think someone's following us." Looking back now, he was probably trying to keep me calm. However, whatever calm was still left in my tiny 8-year-old body was gone the moment I turned around and looked. The man had followed us behind the houses, and he was just by the edge of a few houses down, near a different fence line. He had a black hoodie on, with the hood up, black sweatpants, and white sneakers. I have pretty bad eyesight now due to some health problems, but back then it was crystal clear and I could see with horrifying clarity that his jaw hung open. Like he was just standing there with his jaw hung open. It was terrifying. I think now that I'm older, maybe he had some kind of medical condition that affected his jaw, or maybe he just did crack. I don't know. But back then I could have sworn on God I was seeing some kind of demon. Anyway, my brother, when he saw him looking and me about to freak out, told me to just run as fast as I could to our house. We booked it, neither of us looking back, but we were scared out of our minds. Like I said, we rented the top portion of the house, so the bottom, with a sliding door in the backyard, belonged to some other tenant. I don't remember if she was home or not, but I remember tugging the thing open and locking it as fast as I could. And when I looked up, he was there in our yard, a little bit away from the door, staring at us. Me and my brother told my sister and mom immediately. My father was away on a work trip, but nothing came of it. Not until the day after. We went to go meet my dad at his warehouse, which had a small live-in portion above it. We lazed around until he was ready to head home. Around dusk, he came and told us that we might have to wait since the police were there. He walked us around to the back window of a small area to show us all the police around the back area of the warehouse, to a white van parked on the grass by the edge of the woods. Like I said, I was pretty young, so I don't remember many details about what actually happened, but I do remember my dad telling us they found a man and a woman in the van. The man, he said, had a mouth hung wide open. He seemed really disturbed telling me about the whole thing and wouldn't answer any more questions about the woman. I do know that they were arrested on trespassing charges. I don't know anything else, and I haven't asked about it, and I doubt he would remember. It's been over a decade and he's pushing 70, but it freaks me out to this day. I still can't believe what happened, and I don't have any answers for it. I talked to my brother briefly about it in hopes that he would remember more than I do. But all I got was a long tirade and whatever medical condition this guy probably had for his mouth to be like that. He's an annoying medical student now. Sometimes I think that he didn't mean any harm and was just drugged out of his mind. But this is like the world's safest neighborhood, and it doesn't explain why or how he showed up at my dad's workplace. Edit. If anyone's curious, I asked around for a little more information. I wasn't able to find a lot, but I did find out why my father moved away from that warehouse. The police found a dead body in the car near us. I'm not sure if it's the same van or not, or when that happened, but take it as you will. It was a typical Wednesday evening. I just finished dinner and was sitting on the couch in my living room, playing a game on my phone. I had moved into this apartment a few months ago, and everything felt comfortable. The building was old, but the neighbors seemed nice enough. just enough interaction to keep things polite. My apartment had big windows that faced a small courtyard. I liked the natural light it brought in, especially at night from the street lights. I was sitting near the window, the blinds pulled up slightly, just enough for me to see the outside world, but not enough for people to see fully in, or at least that's what I thought. I started watching TV alone in my pajamas when I noticed something strange, a shadow in the corner of my window. I froze, staring at the outline. For a moment I thought it was just a tree branch swaying, but then it moved differently. Then I thought, maybe it's just my neighbor walking by, but it stayed in place just behind the curtain. I pulled it back slightly to look out. I could see the silhouette of someone standing perfectly still for what felt like an eternity. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that my imagination was running wild, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Slowly, I slid the curtain back down, making sure the window was completely covered, my mind spinning with all the possible explanations. Maybe it was just someone walking by, or someone waiting for a friend in the courtyard, but something felt off. I couldn't even see which direction the person was facing. I tried to brush it off and went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. The image of someone standing outside my window kept creeping into my mind. What if it was a prank? A neighbor who thought it would be funny? Or worse, what if it wasn't a prank at all? The next few days, the feeling lingered. I kept my blinds down almost completely, but it didn't stop the anxiety. Every time I heard footsteps outside, I couldn't help but peek out the window, my heart pounding in my chest, but I never saw anything out of the ordinary. I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid, that nothing had really happened. That was until one night, a week later. It was after midnight. I was laying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. My window was cracked open just a little, enough for some fresh air, but not enough to be noticed from outside. I could hear a faint rustling of leaves outside. I closed my eyes, ignoring the noise, when I heard it, a soft tapping sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, closer this time. 3 taps. My heart thudded in my chest, but I didn't open my eyes. The tapping didn't stop. It grew more deliberate, closer, like someone was trying to get my attention without making a sound. I didn't move. I honestly was frozen, like I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. I told myself it was just my imagination, or just some regular noise outside my window. But the longer it continued, the more certain I was that it was a person. Then 3 more taps, then the sound stopped. I held my breath, waiting, but then the most chilling thing happened. I heard a voice quietly, just barely audible. "Are you awake?" I froze. The voice came from right outside my window. I knew in that moment, without a shadow of doubt, that someone was standing there watching me. I couldn't move. I was too terrified to even call the police. What if they left before help arrived? What if it was someone I knew? My mind was racing, but I couldn't let it go. I slowly grabbed my phone and texted my best friend. I told her that someone was outside my window and that I didn't know what to do. I didn't expect her to reply at that hour, but I needed to do something. I glanced over at the window. The blinds were slightly open, just a sliver. That's when I saw it. The shadow again, much closer than before. A figure just standing behind the edge of the curtain, watching me. I wanted to scream and shout, but I couldn't make a sound. The person stayed still for what felt like hours. My phone buzzed with the message from my friend, but I couldn't take my eyes off the window. The figure finally moved, taking a step back. I don't know where they went, but I heard the faintest footsteps retreating into the darkness through the courtyard. I stayed there wide awake until the first light of dawn broke through the blinds. The next morning, I went outside and checked the area around my window. There was no obvious signs of anyone being there, no footprints or disturbances, but as I looked closer I found something chilling. A single smudge on my window pane, barely visible but there. The person never came back again, but the feeling of being watched never went away. I installed heavier blinds, a security camera, but could never shake the sensation that someone was always nearby, just outside my view, watching. And honestly, that apartment no longer felt like home. To this day, every time I hear rustling of leaves outside my window, my heart skips a beat. I'm a 19-year-old woman living in the Pacific Northwest. A few months ago, I was searching for extra work because the hours on my main job were terrible. I'm a quiet, anxious person with no friends, so I turned to Craigslist. I knew the site could be sketchy, but I was desperate for side gigs, and as someone with no skills and not willing to do sex work, I hadn't had much luck. One ad caught my attention. It offered $50 to take photos of a property using a camera or something better than an iPhone 12. I have an iPhone 14, with a premise that it would only take an hour or two. I emailed the poster and quickly received a text back. The man said I was a perfect fit and invited me over the same day. I actually posted this on Too Afraid to Ask, asking if it was a dumb idea, and people told me to bring someone with me. I didn't listen, and I deleted the post shortly after. The house was about 20 minutes outside of town, surrounded by dense forest. It was small and run down, but nothing that immediately set off alarms. He came out of the house and walked down to my car. Appeared to be in his 50s, unremarkable, just a regular guy. He invited me inside. The house was completely empty, no furniture, just dust and dirt. I asked him where to start taking photos, but he kept dodging the question, making small talk and asking personal questions about me instead. My anxiety started building, so I kept the conversation going, but then he started staring at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. Eventually, we started taking photos through the house. At one point, I dropped my phone, and when he picked it up, he held onto it for a bit too long before giving it back. Then, when taking pictures in the master bedroom, he brushed my face with his hand and complimented my skin. At that moment, I knew I had made a huge mistake by coming here. My blood ran cold, and I stopped making excuses for his behavior. I quickly made up an excuse to leave, something about my mom, but as I turned towards the door, he grabbed my arm. I still have a photo I took of the bruises on my forearm afterward. It felt like he was going to snap it in half. I had brought a small knife for self-defense, a gift from my paranoid mom. Without thinking, I pulled it out and stabbed him in the arm. That knife released with a push of a small button. He let me go, swinging the knife at my arm, but I was already running out of the house. I made it to my car and drove until I found a gas station where I could finally slow down my racing heart. I called the police and told them everything. They took me seriously, and I went in to file a report and answer questions. They searched the property and the surrounding forest but couldn't find him. The house turned out to be abandoned, and in the basement, they found a pack of zip ties. They filed a report, but he's still out there. I check in with the police every now and then, but there's never any new information. I've never told anyone about this, not even my mom. Writing this now, I realize I probably sound unbothered, but it was the first time anything like this ever happened to me, and now I can barely leave the house some days. I decided to post this here just to get it off my chest because it constantly haunts me. To the man who lured me to the house, let's never meet again. Trigger warning for SA. I'm not sure if this is the right place, but I want to share my story so people can learn from my mistakes. For context, I was 17 at the time, and now I'm 18. This happened just before I turned 18. At the time, I was on several apps trying to make friends because I'm autistic and I struggle making connections in real life. I'm femme, but trans and also asexual, so I made sure to include that I was asexual in my bio, along with other interests. I met this guy who lived about an hour away. I was just looking for someone to smoke with, and he said he was down. Looking back, I know how naive I was. We made plans and I waited outside for him. He brought me a breeze vape, and we took turns hitting it in his car. We had some really deep conversations and immediately clicked, which I thought was amazing, until he got very high. I'm impulsive and I don't always know my limits. I was getting cold, so I told him we should head back inside. He agreed to walk me to my window. I was stumbling, barely able to see straight, and once we reached my driveway, he asked me for a hug. I thought he was kinda cute, so I hugged him. Then out of nowhere, he was behind me with a knife to my neck. At first, I tried to fight back, but it quickly became clear that doing so wasn't helping. Fighting back actually made things worse for me. In that moment, I honestly thought I was going to end up in another true crime story, so I decided to start listening to him in hopes that he might spare my life. At the same time, I tried to leave as much evidence as I could in case listening didn't get me out of it. I saw scars on his thighs and managed to appeal to whatever humanity he had left by saying, "I saw your scars. You're just like me. You're hurting. But this won't stop the hurt. It will only soothe it temporarily." I don't know how I stayed calm enough and logical in such a panic state, but those words ended up being the reason I got out of there alive. He eventually let me go, but only if I agreed to meet him again. I agreed, then immediately went inside, tended to my cut thumb, and blocked him on everything. I kept the messages just in case I ever had the courage to go to the police, but of course, I never met up with him again. What scares me the most is how much we had in common, our mentality, our personality. It's terrifying. I know predators often say things they don't mean, but our conversations felt so real. Please learn from my mistake and never meet up with someone you meet online. It's not worth the risk. Stay safe out there. I recently had an experience with someone I met on a dating app that turned out to be one of the most uncomfortable and disturbing situations I've ever dealt with. I just started texting this guy, and from the moment we moved our conversations off the app onto text, he made everything extremely sexual. It was 2 p.m., and I was at a family Christmas party when his texts started flooding in. He would ask me things like if his magic wand wasn't good enough for me, and he even began sending me explicit photos. I was at a family event holding my 5-month-old nephew and not in any mood to entertain those kind of texts, but he wasn't taking no for an answer. He kept sending me more and more photos, trying to get me to reply. When I finally told him that I wasn't even looking at them because I was with my family, he responded with something that made my blood run cold. "So, you can still be wet?" I just stared at the screen in disbelief. Who talks like that? After that, I decided to stop responding, but that didn't stop him. When I finally got home later that night, feeling drained from the family gathering, I decided to take a bath to unwind. Of course, he started blowing up my phone, asking if I was finally home yet. I already told him that I was busy, so it was beyond frustrating. I barely knew this guy, only having talked to him for about 5 hours at this point. When I did finally reply, around 9 p.m., he asked me what I was thinking about. I simply said, "Sleep." He didn't like my answer. He asked me why I wasn't thinking about the photos he sent me, wondering how I couldn't look back at them. I told him multiple times that I wasn't looking for hookups and that I was still processing a recent breakup. But he kept pushing, spamming my phone, calling me, even after I said I was heading to bed. At one point, I had fallen asleep, and he woke me up in the middle of the night, questioning why I wasn't talking to him. When I told him I was sleeping, he actually said, "Well, aren't you drunk? Shouldn't you be in the mood?" I couldn't believe it. I ended up hanging up on him and ignoring his text until the morning. The next day, another guy I had met a few weeks before asked me out, and I was relieved to have a nice distraction. We had a great time, drank, played games, and I ended up staying at his place because it was late and I didn't want to drive. But that didn't stop the first guy from calling me at 3 a.m. while I was laying next to my date. He called to say that he was at my apartment complex and wanted me to let him in. I was half asleep and confused, so I asked how he knew where I lived. He told me he found my location on Facebook and from posts that tagged me. I never told him my last name. I was freaked out, so I woke up my date and we drove around the complex to find his car. We found it, took down the license plate, and I called the local sheriff's office. The police came and spoke to him and made him leave the property. My date stayed with me for an hour afterwards, making sure that the guy wasn't coming back before he headed back to his place to sleep, but it didn't end there. The next day I woke up to messages from a new number. It was him again, texting me about how I had let my emotions get in the way of what we could have had. He told me how perfect I was and how I was going to regret not being with someone like him. His words were disturbing. He generally thought that his 9-inch magic wand was something I'd regret passing up on. I couldn't believe this guy was still texting me. After everything, I told him to leave me alone, that I was with someone now, but he didn't take no for an answer. He asked me why I would pick a stranger over him, as if we weren't both strangers just a day ago. He kept apologizing, saying he acted wrong, but then he would just turn around and send more manipulative messages. The last text I received from him was a cruel one. "No wonder you're still single." And honestly, after dealing with this guy, I had to agree with him. No wonder I'm still single. Trigger warning for this story. This is a pretty messed up story. Please don't judge me. I was only a kid, and kids really make dumb mistakes. I'm a female. When I was 15, I used to talk to people online. One man, who claimed to be 26, said that he would pay me a lot of money to pretend to be his girlfriend to his family. Then his request became more disturbing. He said he wanted to have a baby with me for $20,000. He then suggested that my friend and I go to his house and do some very messed up things with him for a lot of money. My friend and I planned to get the money from him and then run away. We were very stupid and should have told our parents what he was saying to me. We decided to meet up with him one day in a crowded area so he couldn't kidnap us. He looked much older than 26 and was fat and scary looking. He bought us some smokes and gave us $50, saying that he would give us the rest that night when we met up again. When we left, he texted me, saying that he could see my underwear through my shorts. I was really creeped out. But being young and dumb, my friend and I were determined to get the money and then report him to the police. We meet up across the road from a park in front of some houses. He was in his car and told us to get in. I said, "Show us the money." He showed us about $1,000. I said, "Pass me the money, then we'll get in the car." But he insisted I get in the car first. I sat on the edge of the seat and he said, "Now tell her to get in the car too, and I'll give it to you." I refused and said, "Give it to me first." Then a man came out of his house asking if we were okay, and the car sped down the road and drove off. After that, we decided to try to catch him again to get his number plate so we could report him to the police. Unfortunately, we never looked at the number plate. He never tried to meet up with us again, so I gave the Facebook information to the police so they could try to catch him. It turns out he didn't tell us his real name and got rid of his phone right after that, and they were never able to catch him. I know we were very stupid, but this just shows that parents really need to monitor what their children are doing. This isn't something I normally post, and I hope I don't regret it somehow. I saw someone briefly mention this subreddit in a YouTube video and thought that it'd be a perfect place to share my story of a horrific thing that happened to me, a story I've never told anyone. Trigger warning. I'd like to warn everyone that I will be briefly mentioning sexual assault with as little details as possible. 1 year ago, around this time, I was bored and scrolling the web. Nothing unusual for me. I decided to go on Omegle. Omegle was a website that allowed you to talk to strangers via video or text chat. It was around for a long time, and I used it frequently when I was younger, as a time waster. There were plenty of creeps on there, sure, but I had an equal amount of pleasant interactions and conversations on the site. On Omegle, you can type in tags, basically keywords that describe what type of conversation or person you're looking for, and you'd match with someone with the same ones. I always used alt for alternative. I feel like it weeded out a lot of the rude people and connected me with more people my age. For reference, I was 19 at the time. I connected with someone who called himself Kane, and we started chatting via text. He said he was 23, and I told him my age back. We exchanged small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking all night. I mean, all night. We lived in the same time zone, and I had stayed up until 6 a.m. chatting with him about philosophy, life, and our interest, just because he was entertaining, and I was having fun. When we were talking about our general areas that we lived in, he abruptly said, "We should meet up sometime." I laughed, but it turned out he was serious. And it turns out that we only lived about 3 or 4 hours away from each other. So he was really considering this. I'm an anxiety-ridden person, but for some reason, I thought he might be normal due to the fact that I spent hours and hours talking to him, and I didn't pick up on any red flags. So I said, sure, why the hell not? I know, this is an incredibly stupid mistake. I have a big heart though, and frequently make mistakes giving others the benefit of the doubt. So just like that, we started planning our camping trip. He was set on doing it just days after that morning, because that's when he was off work next. I agreed, because I didn't have anything to do at the time. I asked him for his number so that we could talk somewhere else other than Omegle about the trip. He gave it to me. I texted it, and noticed the messages showed green on my iPhone. This indicated that he was using a Samsung or Android. Teasingly, I said something along the lines of, "What's up with the Samsung?" After a few minutes, he texted me back saying he had 2 phones for work. That was the first red flag that went off in my head. Why would he need 2 phones for work at his age? I mean, of course, there's possible reasons, but it just set off an intuitive feeling, one that I regret not listening to. I asked him what his job was, and he said that he worked for the state. He added that he's not allowed to share details about his job because he signed a paper saying he wouldn't, and that he could get fired if he violated this agreement. I was still wary of this, but I figured that he just worked for the police station or the town council or something to do with law enforcement, and that I was probably overthinking. Days passed, and the date of our camping trip approached quickly. He wanted to take me someplace close to where he lives, Nimham Mountain in New York. Obviously, I wanted to do at least a little research of where I was going, so I popped the name into Google. A bunch of results popped up about the soil being contaminated by arsenic due to the old mines in the area. All the government and state articles I read said that it was still safe to hike there, and that you should wash your skin and shoes after hiking. I still had a feeling of unease about the whole thing. I texted Kane and asked him why we were going to some place that could potentially be dangerous. He assured me that nothing would happen and said that he chose the spot because it was somewhere him and his friends frequently camp. This slightly reassured me. He does know this area better than me after all. My parents are definitely over suspicious of everyone. Strict is also a safe word. For good reasons though. They're just protective. I told him that I was meeting up with a friend I met over a video game, and that I've already known him for a month. I knew this would be less likely for them to freak out than the truth. They were adamant that this was a horrible idea, but finally let me go off when Kane pulled into the driveway. He didn't come inside. He waited outside of his car for me. After a brief introduction, my mom rushed out to meet him and asked him a few questions about the area we were headed to, and then we were off. We pulled into Starbucks by my house so he could get a coffee, since he was tired from the drive up. We sat in the car for about an hour and a half afterwards. During this time, he asked me to rate his playlist he put on, and showed me how he writes down every single song he likes in a little notebook he kept in the car. I thought it was weird, but kinda sweet. Like, what guys these days write down songs? After an hour or so passed, I told him that we should get going to get to the campsite before dark. He kept saying, just 5 more minutes. After about 30 minutes of insisting we need to leave to make it on time, he finally let us start onto the road. While we drove the 4 hours up to our destination, Kane mostly talked about himself. He told me long stories about his friends and a girl that he used to date that he doesn't like. I thought this was strange. Who talks about another woman to a girl like this? After telling stories for about 2 hours, I tried to deviate to a brighter topic and asked what kind of things he's into, hobby-wise. I already knew the stuff that he told me online, but I was trying not to suffer from awkward silence or any more of his weird ramblings. He said that he thinks that eating healthy is important and that people who eat junk food are stupid. He also said he only wears sustainable clothing that's made from cotton or wool. I don't have a problem with being sustainable, but he was saying it in a really obnoxious way. He turned to me and asked the first question about me since we got in the car. What brought you to Omegle? I told him that I was bored and that I like to meet new and interesting people, and that was about it. He nodded slowly in thought and grinned, showing the most expression I've seen on his face so far. He said he likes to go on Omegle and tell people that he's a soldier in Russia, and that he was torturing people as he spoke to them. I sat there in silence and kinda just stared at him, waiting for him to say that he was just kidding and that he has some fucked up sense of humor. But he didn't. He just laughed and said, "What?" As we were nearing the campsite, I mentioned that I was getting kinda hungry. He said that he can stop at Whole Foods before going to camp for the night. In my head, I sighed about this, knowing that he was probably gonna judge me for whatever I picked out there. But it wasn't a problem for me, and I was hungry, so I agreed. In Whole Foods, he made me pay for both of our meals because his card wouldn't work there. He didn't even try. This annoyed me, but I was just eager to get to camp, so I paid and we sat down outside to eat. After about an hour, we were finally ready to get to camp. We drove up the mountain and he pulls into a small parking area with about 3 spots. Cars were parked there, an older man surrounding the car smoking weed. Nothing wrong with that, but it just made me feel uncomfortable that they were there so late at night. Before I could even mention it, Kane says that it's too cold for him to carry our supplies up to the campsite and set up camp, which was about a 10-minute walk. I was taken aback by this. I said, "What do you mean? I'll help you. We didn't come all the way up here for nothing." He insisted and told me to get out of the car to feel how cold it was. He said it would take a while to pitch the tent and that it was too much for us. There was no way I was getting out of the car and facing the men in the parking lot next to us, so I rolled down the window halfway and stuck my hand out. It was freezing. He was right about that. That night, it was in the 30s, and the wind chill felt much worse. I was annoyed but agreed in sleeping in the car for the night, but I was sad that our trip was basically wasted. He sat there in silence for a while, seemingly uncomfortable that I was annoyed and unsure how to comfort me. I sank into the passenger seat and started to scroll on social media, trying to pass the time. He grabbed my phone out of my hand and said, "Come here," and patted his lap. I was already annoyed at the situation and confused what he thought he was doing. I said, "You're funny," and reached for the phone that he tossed on the floor of the car. Before I could get it, he reached over and scooped me up out of the seat, tossed me onto the back seat. He then proceeded to rape me. I don't remember most of it. My eyes were squeezed shut and I was praying for it to end. After he was done, he pushed me back into the seats and got dressed. He smiled at me and said, "How was it?" I just stared back at him with tears in my eyes. He climbed back into the front seat, popped his feet on the wheel, and went to sleep. I didn't know what to do. I sat there motionless in the back seat for about 2 hours, trying to process what just happened to me. I considered calling my mom, calling 911. I thought about it for what felt like forever. I already had been assaulted once in my life, and it broke my parents' hearts. I knew that learning about this would absolutely destroy them, and I was afraid of what would happen to me if I told them. I didn't want my dad or brother to go to jail for life because they were angry and got revenge against this guy. So I just sat there all night, watching the men outside stare into the car and smoke their joints. I don't remember falling asleep, but eventually I woke up with the wind hitting the car. I was in the fetal position, sitting upwards, holding my legs with my arms. Kane noticed that I was awake and said it's time to go. I was scared of him. It felt like my heart was going to leap out of my throat. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and I started scanning the back seat and our overnight bags for something I could use as a weapon in case he were to pursue me again. I ended up holding on to my full metal water bottle. It wasn't deadly by any means, but it could knock someone out, and holding it made me feel safer. I stayed in the back, and Kane started driving. I asked where we're going, and he said, "To get breakfast," almost as if it was obvious, and it was silly of me to ask. After driving down the mountain back to the city, we pull over to a parking garage, and he tells me to get out, that we're here. I get out of the car and cling close to it, not wanting to let him get behind me. I was thinking about making a run for it, but I didn't want to risk being chased and overpowered by him. I followed him to a little Mexican spot on the corner, and he told me to order pancakes so he could have some. This obviously made me more pissed than I already was, but I didn't say anything because I was afraid there would be consequences if I showed any negative emotions at this point. I ate a few bites of my food, and he happily ate the rest of my plate. He paid quickly with cash and took me back to the car, where he laid down in the back seat. He said he was going to take a nap because he didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to argue with him, so I let him sleep. How could he sleep so soundly after what he did to me? He slept for about 3 hours. The whole time I was watching YouTube videos, trying to calm myself down and keep a clear head. It was about 9 a.m., and around this time my mom was waking up and texted me saying that she wants me to be home. I told her that Kane was taking a nap and that I'd be home soon. She didn't like the sound of that and insisted I come home. I was happy to have a reason to get the fuck out of here, one that might be convincing to Kane. I woke him up and he became angry with me, saying, "Don't wake me up next time. Play on your phone and watch TikTok or something." I was shaking, but I managed to say that my mom wanted me home and we needed to go. He said to let him sleep for 30 more minutes and told me to set a timer on my phone. I did. 30 minutes felt like 30 hours, and once it went off, I woke him up again. This time, I filmed myself waking him up because I was afraid of what was going to happen. He was angry once again. I told him that the 30 minutes were up. I asked to leave, begged him to leave, and he said no. Over and over again he said, "We're not leaving yet." I was shaking uncontrollably, but put on a brave face and pretended like I was just being playful. I said, "Okay, I'll just get an Uber then." I turned around and started to open the car door, and I felt his hand grab my shoulder and dig into it, yanking me back into place. I honestly think I blacked out from fear for a few seconds. He said, "What the fuck are you doing?" His hand still on my shoulder, his fingers squeezing into my skin. My mind was racing, and I was on the verge of tears. This caught his eye, and I quickly played it off, saying that my mom would call the police to come get me if I wasn't home soon. I mentioned earlier that my dad was in law enforcement, so this was a little bit more believable of a lie. At the mention of police, something changed in his face. He looked frantic. He let go of me and unhappily agreed to drive me home. I felt deep relief, the deepest relief I've ever felt, and swallowed a lump in my throat as he climbed into the front seat and started our 5-hour drive back to my house. The drive back was much quieter than the drive up. I didn't say anything unless he initiated. I just gripped my phone in my hand and tried not to make eye contact with him. I wonder if he had any remorse for what he did in those moments. When we reached my town, it was 11:30 at night. Kane pulled up to the main strip to get to my house, and I saw flashing lights behind me. My first instinct was to be scared, because my dad's a cop, so I've always made extra sure not to break traffic laws. The police pulled us over and 2 men stepped out of the car. I frantically rolled down my window so they could see a familiar face, the daughter of their boss. One of them greeted me and looked both concerned and disappointed that I was in the car with someone getting pulled over. The other cop told Kane to get out of the car while I explained what we were doing out so late. I spared the illegal and horrific details. I was tired, scared, and needed to be safe in my own home. I didn't want them to wake up my sleeping dad with such bad news. I overheard the second officer ask Kane about his info. When he said, "What's your name, son?" Kane mumbled, and he told him to speak up. The name he gave the officers was not Kane, and he told the officers that he was 22, not 23. My heart sank into my feet, and I sat motionless while they explained to Kane that he missed a stop sign and that they're letting him off with a warning. They told me to get home, and I nodded my head. When we pulled off, I let my emotions take over and started screaming at the stranger I was sitting next to. "Why did you lie to me? What the fuck is wrong with you?" He looked distressed from the volume of my yelling and told me to calm down, that he was sorry he lied. He said that he only lied about his identity for his own safety. That honestly baffled me. He had just assaulted me. I screamed at him all the way to my house, and as we pulled in, I threw the car doors open and started throwing my stuff out onto the lawn, desperate to get as far away from him. He tried to talk to me, to offer a pitiful excuse for his disgusting actions, but I screamed at him to get the fuck away from me and that I never wanted to see him again. I gathered all my stuff from the lawn and hauled it into my room while my parents slept soundly, unaware of the terrible secret I had. I woke up my mom and told her that I was home, as she requested. Once I got into my room, I broke down. What happened to me was starting to sink in. As I was sobbing silently into my blanket, my phone lit up from a text from Kane. It read, "I'm sorry about what happened. I really am. If it makes you feel any better, I just got pulled over, so that's my karma, I guess. Let me know if you want to talk." I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a train. I screenshotted the message, blocked the number, and deleted his contact. I haven't heard from him since, and I haven't hung out with anyone since, besides my boyfriend, who thank God is normal. I still think about what happened almost every day, and I still feel sick when someone I don't know gets close to me, even when it's a stranger passing by in the grocery store. I know that what happened was a product of my own irrational teen actions. I know I shouldn't have met up with someone I didn't know. I had faith that he would be a normal person, somewhat at least. I wish I would have listened to my instincts and to my parents' warnings. While trying to cope with what happened to me, I googled Nimham Mountains again and found a link that said Cane Mountain North Trail Loop, New York. If you made it this far, or take anything away from the story, please let it be this. Trust your instincts. Trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't meet up with strangers, no matter how good they look or how normal they seem. Kane, let's not meet again. Fuck you, and I hope you're rotting in jail or hell right now. When I was a freshman in high school, Alyssa was my role model. Alyssa was a senior. She was gorgeous, confident, smart, effortlessly stylish, and always owning the room. Back then, I was too shy to talk to her. Seniors are already pretty intimidating to freshmen, but Alyssa was next level intimidating because she was such a queen. I didn't expect anyone to see me the way I saw Alyssa, but I was pleasantly surprised in my senior year. In my senior year, I started finding these little notes in my locker. I wasn't expecting that at all, but I was really flattered. The first one said, "You were beautiful in the dress on Friday." The handwriting was neat and simple, with a cute little heart at the end. More notes kept coming, always in the fourth period. I got a note every week or two. I know they came during fourth period because I checked my locker before and after every class. They were all really sweet. They said things like, "Your smile lights up the hallway. You shine better than any star. Your homecoming photos are straight out of a magazine cover. So stunning." There are more notes that I don't remember. They weren't romantic or flirty. They looked like things I might have said to Alyssa if we had ever spoken. I thought maybe they were from a shy underclassman girl. I had my suspicions. I didn't tell anyone about these notes. I didn't really want my friends turning this into an investigation and embarrassing whoever was leaving them. Whoever was leaving the messages, I thought they meant well. Then, in the second semester, my schedule changed. My last class of the day was upstairs by my friend's locker. My friend's last class was near my locker. We swapped lockers. I forgot about the notes until my 18th birthday. That morning, my friend handed me a note that she found in my old locker. It said, "Happy birthday, princess." At first, she thought the notes were meant for her, since those compliments could have fit her too. But when she realized the birthday didn't match up, she put two and two together. Come to think of it, I don't think any of the notes ever said my name. I admitted that the notes had been happening all year and explained that I didn't want to make a big deal about it. Then my friends launched their investigation that I had been worried about. All the girls in my friend group became detectives trying to solve this mystery. One friend, who didn't have a fourth period class, stationed herself by the lockers to survey the area. That worked. The notes weren't from a shy freshman or even from a boy. They were from a janitor, an older woman none of us knew. We all recognized her, but I don't think any of us have ever talked to her. She had been leaving these notes for several months, watching me closely enough to comment about my outfits, field hockey games, and even when I posted on Facebook. I saw her at the last field hockey game of the season. She sat quietly in the stands. That was the only time I noticed her watching me, but I have no idea how many places I didn't notice her watching me. None of us brought this up to her. She hadn't done anything wrong, but it felt unsettling in a way that's hard to explain. To start, I am a 17-year-old female, and I am a 12th grader as well. I already have somewhat of a fear of older men, or men in general, due to my own experiences. Another thing is, I have really intense anxiety, so it makes it hard for me to make my discomfort known. I had this math teacher back in 11th grade year who really creeped me out, as he would get really close to me. I could smell his breath close. He would touch my shoulder, or shake me as a joke, which put me off, but I shoved my feelings down, as I thought my fear was clouding my judgment. Until, well, this year. This year, I had a class that required me to walk past his room to get to my first period. Normally, I would just not make eye contact, to not start a conversation. It worked for a while until this one day, I was walking down but was stopped by him. He grabbed me by my shoulder and wouldn't let me go until I smiled at him. I just smiled at him, and after he let me go, I quickly ran towards first period. Now I avoid the hallway entirely, despite me having to walk up and down the stairs to avoid him. Turns out other female students also found him very creepy after I told my friends what he had done to me. I'm a 19-year-old female. I study in university. During the semester, I noticed that someone had been checking off my own attendance on our class sheet. I didn't know anyone at all, so I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, a guy sitting in front of me started talking to me, and he seemed friendly. Eventually, he asked me for my contact info, claiming he needed help with classwork, and I gave it to him. After that, he started spamming me messages, stickers, and videos in class. Whenever he noticed I left him on red, he would turn around to check if I was on my phone to respond. He would also track when I was lost online, and would shoot me looks to get my attention. Strangely, he would browse my profile pictures, selfie of me with friends, and stare blankly at them, not typing anything, just frozen. I told him I needed to focus, but it didn't stop him from spamming away. He purposely angled his screen so that I could see everything he was doing on it, and it's creepy seeing how obsessively he monitors our chat. He's also started to ask for hugs. A couple days ago was my last class this year with him. I saw the pen ink that he used to check off his name was the same color used for mine on the absence sheet, so I put two and two together, and I'm pretty sure it was him all along. Edit, just talked to him and he denies it, but if he's telling the truth, the situation is even weirder. His behavior has always been limited to class hours, so I just want to know if I'm being unnecessarily creeped out. I was physically followed at my previous job, and it made me very wary since then, so I just want to know if he's just socially awkward or after a while he'll stop. He's gonna be in the same class as me next year too. Edit 2. Just confronted him, and he's more avoidant of me now. Thanks everyone for advice. Last edit. Don't know if there's anyone still reading this post, but there are a few updates since then. He no longer bothers me, but he joined the society club I'm in. Also, he sits behind me in class now. At least I'm not being spammed. This was the 9th grade, and I had walked into class. I had history this period, which definitely wasn't my favorite. My teacher for this class was a bald white and old-looking man with blue eyes. He seemed old and frail, but had a mouth on him. I won't say his name for privacy reasons. He was weirdly really nice to all of the female students, always giving them compliments and calling them a good girl. I didn't think of it as something weird until I heard countless girls sharing things about what he would say to them. He'd act really weird and flirtatious with the young girls and talk to them as if he weren't their teacher. Most of the girls really felt uncomfortable while being in the room with him, and even nervous. He had this aura that was off and made the whole classroom feel eerie. It would always be very awkward listening to him talk with the students. Hearing it would make your skin crawl. "You're such a bad girl," he'd say. Doesn't that sound wrong? Let me know if I'm reaching. One day he just disappeared and we never saw him again. People flooded their social medias with different theories on why he was gone. Some of them were outrageous, but could be true. Turns out he was a predator and sexually assaulted many girls in that school. More girls came out with stories about it, sharing their experience. I saw this in relief because most of the time, he'd make all these students feel uncomfortable anyways, including me. Good riddance. This was in middle school. My teacher was absent one day, and this gym coach was substituting for him that day. I've seen him around school before, and he substituted for us a few times. I was sitting in my desk talking to one of my friends behind me, pretending to do my work. For some reason, he decided to walk around the room to check if we were all doing the assignment, so I turned to my desk and started writing. He goes one by everyone's desk, but slows down once he reaches mine. He hovers over me, just staring down at my work. I got nervous because I didn't want him calling me out. For some reason, I felt his breath on me, heavily, which was grossing me out. He was a frail, old-looking man, so I didn't think much of it. He walked really slowly and seemed harmless, but was very passive-aggressive when he spoke to us. I'd always get this creepy vibe from him, but always thought it was just me. A few months go by and a rumor of him being fired circled around the school. I was curious, so I asked around to know what the tea was. Apparently, the same teacher that would sub for my class was fired. He was caught trying to touch the girls during practice and throughout the gym periods, which was soon reported by a student. He even got caught hiding behind the crack of the door, watching the girls change in the locker room. He just watched them. And he finally got caught while doing this, and was fired and kicked out of the school. The news made it everywhere, even on the nightly news. It spread like wildfire. Thinking back on it now, it gives me chills to think that he'd watch girls change, and thank goodness he was caught. You never know people's intentions. I'm a 27-year-old female. I graduated from high school about 10 years ago. In my freshman year of high school, I was well known and had lots of friends. I was very friendly, and every time I saw someone alone, I would greet them and offer them my friendship. Sometime during that year in my math class, we had a new guy. We'll call him Jose. Jose recently moved to the US from Mexico. He hardly knew any English. Me being Hispanic, I was able to speak to him in Spanish and make him feel welcomed. Jose had no friends and always sat by himself. In math class, I started helping Jose a lot. He sat behind me and would always play with my hair. Not touching my head, but just my hair, so I could hardly feel it. I sort of felt like he had a crush on me, and he was not bad looking, so I didn't look at it as a big deal. For the first 2 or 3 months he played with my hair, it became a norm. He said he really liked my hair. Towards the end of those months, he said he wanted to play a game and asked me to write the things I loved most in my life. He would do the same, and we would both share our papers. Of course, I wrote down family, God, friends, and a whole bunch of other things. When I gave him back the list, he wanted specific names and said that he would do the same. I ended up writing my friends' and family's names. One day we were hanging out in class and Jose said, "Can I show you something? But you can't tell anyone or else you're gonna have to pay for it." I was confused. I thought maybe he was gonna ask me out. Jose pulled out a Ziploc bag and I couldn't really tell what was in the bag. It wasn't until he placed it on the table that I noticed that it was a Ziploc bag full of my hair. Jose pulled up his sleeve and showed me his arm. He had about 10 healed knife scars, lines made with the blade of a knife that went down his arm. There was a fresh knife wound, and he grabbed my hairs and placed it on top of the freshly opened wound and said, "You are mine now. I know who you love, what you love. If you don't do as I say, you will pay for everything. These are all of the scars, and these are all of the souls I own. Anything and everything that happens from now on, think of me." My heart sank. He started smirking. I ran out of class crying and ran to the office. Everyone was so confused. I asked to speak to my counselor immediately. I explained what happened. Jose was pulled out of class taken to the principal's office, and expelled that day. I feared for my life. They found all these notes of other people in his backpack. Mine was there. They saw all the scars and found all my hair. I never heard of Jose again. I've had some pretty fucked up shit happen in my life after that. I've always thought of Jose. I haven't talked about this in years. I'm afraid that if I mention this, he will hear me and more bad is to follow. I've got so close with God, closer than ever. Until this day, I don't know if Jose was just messing with me, but I will tell you that after this encounter, I am no longer the super friendly and open-hearted person I once was. This happened 6 or 7 years ago now. I played soccer for 1 year in community college after high school. I knew this guy because he worked for the athletics department. He was another student. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I had a 1-hour gap between classes. This guy noticed me in the library, asked what I was doing there, and I told him I had an hour-long gap, and he started coming regularly to hang out. I didn't mind because he seemed like a normal guy. He wasn't waiting for anything, but he just wanted to hang out. He brought me little gifts a few times, like chocolate and stuff. He was being a little too sweet for someone I barely knew. I just didn't think about the red flags. With the gifts, I remember he always downplayed it. He'd be like, "They had an extra Kit Kat bar today in the office. Do you want some?" He never said that he purposely bought the Kit Kat for me. I know a lot more about boys now than I knew back then. I think he knew that buying me gifts would be too much, but he still wanted to do it without doing it. The soccer season for us ended before Thanksgiving. The only teams that kept playing after that were going to the playoffs, not us. After Thanksgiving, we had finals. In that brief period after soccer season and before Thanksgiving, he asked me about my classes for the second semester. To be honest, I hadn't been super organized with course registration, and honestly, I didn't know. Also, the counselors were completely useless. I didn't tell him that, but I remember saying I didn't want to have another gap hour like this because it wasted so much time. I don't think he was happy to hear that. He also asked if I would play another season, and I said no to that. I needed to manage my time better, and playing soccer every day was not helping. I think my mistake was that I just said too much and unfiltered. I used to do that a lot back then, saying too much without thinking about how it can affect other people's feelings. That was on the last Thursday before Thanksgiving, so no more 1-hour gaps to hang out anymore. We had Thanksgiving break, we took finals, and we had winter break. Everything was great. Winter break was when all the real problems started. In the mornings, this guy would literally show up outside my house while sitting in his car. The first time I didn't believe it was actually him. The second time I checked, and it was. By then, it was really clear that we both knew what was going on. He was stalking me, and that wasn't all. I posted on my Instagram stories sometimes about places where I was. This guy literally showed up there several times, like girly stores at the mall where he had no business being. He did lots of things like that. He also started pointing his phone at me like he was taking pictures. That was even weirder. I basically stopped using social media after this. After winter break, this continued. When my parents were at work, this guy came during afternoons too. I called the cops a few times. They went and tried to talk to him, but he basically told them that he wasn't going to talk, and that was that. I think the cops wanted to help, but they could never do anything about it because he was careful not to break the law. Like, he didn't trespass, he didn't make threats, he didn't show weapons. I have no idea what he's doing now. My guess is that he gave up. Maybe his little obsession kind of became old and he found other things to pay more attention to. At least I hope so. But if he still comes by, I have no idea. I think the most challenging thing is that I couldn't tell my parents, since I know they would completely freak out. This is my story about being stalked. Dealing with this has been difficult, and throughout the ordeal, I felt out of control. So I'm sharing this to gain control over my own story. The story is long as it spanned over 2 years. Several years ago, I moved abroad to begin a 2-year study course. When I arrived at my apartment, I met 3 of my roommates. Sam was funny and sarcastic, while Bella and Poppy were both nice, sorority-type girls. We decided to go out for dinner, and I offered to invite the 4th roommate in room 1C next to mine. Sam warned me not to invite her, saying she was odd. I was worried because I didn't want to live with a bunch of catty girls. How were they fighting in less than 1 day? I smiled and told Sam that she just made a bad first impression, and I would invite her to get to know her better. Sam grumbled as I left the kitchen, approaching the door next to mine. I knocked on the door, and the door opened. A short, petite girl with long brown hair and a childlike face stuck her head out. I introduced myself and invited her for dinner. The girl's face lifted at my invitation, and she nodded in agreement. Our excitement for the new school year kept us lively as we arrived at the restaurant. I decided to befriend the girl in room 1C since we were sharing a bathroom. I learned that her name was Nellie. We were the same age, from the same state, and in the same program. I ordered a Jack and Coke as Nellie leaned in and asked me if I actually drank alcohol. I nodded, thinking her question was odd. We were both in our 20s. Of course I drank alcohol. Nellie focused her attention on me while we ate. As I got to know Nellie, I kind of felt bad for her. She was born in Sri Lanka, but immigrated as a kid, and since she had an accent and lisp, I assumed that she was bullied. Nellie was different from me. She was shy and claimed to not have hobbies or friends, but I figured that since we were in the same program, I could befriend her. I asked if she wanted to sit with me in class, and she happily agreed. I felt content knowing that I was befriending her, like I was doing a good deed. My first 2 weeks abroad went smoothly. I got used to my surroundings, made friends, and got along with my roommates. Sam, Bella, Poppy, and I would often cook and eat dinner together while we chatted about our days. Nellie and I got along, but she was socially awkward. I made it my goal to befriend her, which was easy because we sat together in lecture every day. We even opened our bedroom doors in unison. I would open my door, then Nellie would open hers and ask me where I was going. One night, I left my room to go grocery shopping when Nellie's door opened and asked if she could join me. I agreed, and she hurriedly put on her sandals and her neon pink coat. I walked through the aisle. Nellie silently followed closely behind me. Eventually, I found everything I needed, but Nellie said that she wasn't buying anything. After I paid for everything and began to exit the store, the alarms went off. I stopped to show the security guard my receipt, and he looked at my bags, confirming I hadn't stolen anything. I didn't think much of the incident, but when I stood in the front of the store with Nellie for the 4th time as my bags got searched by security, a thought crept into my mind. The alarms never rang when I was alone or with friends. They only rang when I was with Nellie. I shook my head. Nellie couldn't be stealing. I was with her the whole time. She was a perfectly nice, normal girl, and I was rude to think the contrary. The harmony in the apartments only lasted 2 weeks. One morning, I shuffled into the bathroom and saw the toilet was completely full with 2 or 3 rolls of dry, unraveled toilet paper sprawled onto the floor. However, what concerned me most was the huge wad of hair that sat directly on top of the toilet paper. I knew then that it was Nellie who had done this. She was the only other person with a bathroom key, and her hair color was a match. I tried to think of any reason why she would do this. Maybe she clogged the toilet, then stuffed it with toilet paper to hide her business, but that didn't explain the wad of hair. I couldn't harp on the issue though, so I made a maintenance request to have someone unclog the toilet, and when I came home from class, the toilet was unclogged. I studied for 2 hours before going back into the bathroom. I was annoyed when I found the toilet clogged again, toilet paper, hair, and all. This obviously wasn't a mistake anymore, and now we were out of toilet paper. I knew I had to say something, but I didn't want to directly confront Nellie about this awkward topic, so I sent a passive, non-aggressive text. Hey, if something goes wrong with the toilet, can you make a maintenance request right away, please? I sent the message, carefully not making it accusatory. I didn't want there to be tension with Nellie, especially since she still sat with me in class. Nellie never acknowledged the situation. She still opened the door with mine, hung out with me, and sat with me in class. For the next 2 months, I just dealt with the constant toilet paper and torn out hair. I tried sending texts, but it didn't help. Nellie would clog the toilet. I'd make a maintenance request. The staff member would clean Nellie's mess. Then she would do it again. Eventually, after 12 clogged toilets, I was so annoyed that I decided to confront Nellie. Nellie, I know that you're clogging the toilet, and you need to stop. If you do it again, I'm going to report you. I pressed send and walked into class. I decided that I wouldn't sit with Nellie anymore. I had different friends to sit with who didn't clog my toilet. As I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte, I felt bad seeing Nellie sit alone across the lecture hall. I promised myself that I would still be friends with her and that everything would be fine. I was happy that the holiday break was soon, and Nellie never addressed me about not sitting with her. The message had worked. Nellie stopped clogging the toilet, and we were still friends. But I come home one day in early December and my nose scrunched in disgust. There was a sticky, sweet, rotten yogurt-like smell coming from Nellie's room. I didn't want to confront Nellie so soon after messaging her about the toilet, so for weeks I avoided the problem. I didn't address the issue until 2 weeks after, when all our food started to rot almost immediately after buying it. Bella, Sam, Poppy were complaining about how maintenance hadn't found the source of what was causing that food to rot. When I brought up the horrible smell and the accompanied fly infestation, the girls went to go smell the hallway outside of Nellie's room and returned 2 minutes later coughing and gagging. We posited about what was causing the smell when Sam brought up seeing Nellie at 2 a.m. skipping through the woods. Sam was heading back from a club and Nellie was skipping around like a possessed doll, according to Sam. After we spoke, Nellie entered the kitchen and everyone fell quiet. Sam bluntly asked Nellie what the smell in her room was, and Nellie just silently shrugged her shoulders. Annoyed by this, Sam stood up, grabbed Nellie's arm, and guided her into the hallway as the rest of us followed, covering our noses with our sleeve. Nellie claimed not to smell anything, but her eyes were darting rapidly between the three of us. Sam made a sarcastic comment towards Nellie as we returned to the kitchen without Nellie. Sam was a bit harsh, and a part of me felt bad for Nellie. At least Christmas would be relaxing. I spent 2 weeks at a friend's house with her family for Christmas. They were all welcoming, so I didn't miss home too much. My friend knew about Nellie, so she bought me some scented candles for Christmas. When I returned to the apartment, I felt rested and equipped to face the new year. My January exams were online and pretty easy, so I was surprised when Nellie texted me asking if I would cheat with her on the final exam. I politely declined, and she asked if I would go to lunch with her the next day. I had no plans, so I accepted her invitation. I spent a lot of time with her, but she never actually spoke much, so despite everything, I wanted to get to know her better. Once we were at the restaurant, I racked my brain for things I could talk to Nellie about. Attempting to break the awkward silence, I asked her what her favorite show was. She told me that she loves to watch Sophia the First. I was confused. Sophia the First is a Disney toddler show that came out when we were teens. Why would she be watching a show for toddlers in her 20s? I didn't know how to expand on what she said, so I changed the subject and asked her what her favorite hobby was. Nellie giggled and said, "I do this a lot actually. I listen to you through the walls. They're so thin, I barely put my ear against it. I hear you talk to your parents every day." I tried not to look horrified as I sat there confused and a little scared. Nellie then started laughing. "You're like a mother, but I'm an aunt and we're sisters together." I smiled awkwardly and nodded. I had no clue how to respond. In a desperate attempt to change topics, I asked her about her childhood in Sri Lanka. Nellie slammed her fist on the table, sending my rice flying off my plate. Nellie yelled that she was not from Sri Lanka, and I apologized, even though she definitely had told me that she was from there. Nellie began to laugh again. "I have plans for us tonight. We'll go to a graveyard and walk around. You'll be scared, but I'll have fun with you." Nellie's eyes were opened incredibly wide, and her mouth seemed to open more than usual. She was scaring me, and I didn't want to be rude, so I said I'll invite our other roommates too. At that, Nellie let go of her fork and quickly moved her hand onto mine. She insisted that we go alone. I pulled my hand back, attempting to hide the grimace, and stuttered out a disingenuous, "Maybe." Nellie leaned back slowly, rolling her head from one side to the other, and mumbled about how fun it will be. The rest of her lunch was silent. When we got back to the apartment, I said goodbye to her and went into my room. I didn't call my parents that night. I went to bed early, hoping to quell my anxiety and get some much needed rest. The next day I did laundry, went shopping, and by 2, I was meal prepping for the week. I jumped when I heard Nellie ask me if I wanted to go to the movies with her. I hadn't heard her come into the kitchen, but there she stood, her head down and her eyes turned up staring at me. I declined her request, but she repeated her question. I politely declined once again, trying to offset the bizarre vibe. Nellie didn't respond and retreated back to her room, then left for the movies. An hour later, I went to the bathroom, and when I opened the door, I gagged immediately. The smell was bad, but the sight was worse. The walls, floor, door, sink, and toilet were covered with smeared poop and blood. I could see distinct handprints. I closed the door, not trying to puke. I was shocked that Nellie had done this, but my shock turned into anger as I messaged Nellie. "What you did is weird and disgusting. You need to clean it. I'm going to report you." I pressed send. I no longer cared about being friends with Nellie. I felt gross, so I went to our shower room next to the bathroom, but Nellie ruined that too. There was toilet paper shoved into the shower drain, and wads of toilet paper crusted onto the walls. I was livid at this point, but I had to wait until Monday to report her. So I laid down to take a nap. 2 hours later, I was awoken with Nellie slamming the front door. I heard footsteps until her feet were visibly on the crack under my door. I expected a knock, but she didn't. Instead, Nellie began to continuously chirp like a bird. She briefly paused, then began twisting my doorknob in unison with her chirps. I stood there unnerved, as Nellie did this for 5 minutes. Then Nellie began to rapidly knock on the door and call my cell phone. 7 times she called, hung up, then called again, while still rapidly knocking. Nellie then began to ram her body against my door, over and over again. The shock of it all made me stumble back onto my bed. Then, as suddenly as it started, Nellie stopped. Her feet still visible under my door. My phone buzzed, and I slowly unlocked it, staring down in horror at Nellie's text. The cockroach screamed, "Why do this to me? Because you couldn't be positive in a negative situation?" the doctor said. The doctor pulls off the cockroach's legs, and it cries. The doctor has no choice. The cockroach must be killed, and its family taken away. You are the funny cockroach. I was terrified as Nellie began to knock and chirp. I was scared to call the cops, because I was on a visa, and if they didn't believe me, I could be deported for making false reports. I text Poppy and Bella, who had heard everything. Nellie stood there for an hour straight, occasionally pushing her fingers through the crack under my door. When Bella's boyfriend arrived, his presence scared Nellie away. We met up and talked about what happened before going to bed. That night, I barely slept. I was too scared. I woke up the next day anxious from the previous night's events. I tried to convince myself that it wasn't that bad. However, as I peeked into the bathroom, its conditions suggested otherwise. Charlotte and Reagan were skipping class, so I sat alone. I saw Nellie enter the room, bypass a regular seat, weave through the aisles, and inspect each row as she passed. I sank in my chair as she got closer, horrified by the realization that she was searching for me. With last night's memories fresh in my mind, I froze in fear when Nellie found me and robotically bent down to meet my eyeline as she sat next to me with her mouth twisted in a sinister smile. I did nothing as she sat next to me, too scared to move and worried about any teeny shift may cause her to attack. When the professor dismissed us, I shot up, frantically packing my things up. Nellie asked where I was going, and I lied to her, saying I was going to a cafe. I didn't want her to know where I was. So I went home for lunch, and as I stood in the kitchen, the door opened. "You weren't at the cafe." Nellie's eyes darted up at me. She was looking at the knife on the table. I apologized and told Nellie that my plans had changed. My heart raced as I asked her if she liked the lecture. She didn't respond. She just stared with her head tilted and mouth agape. I asked her again, but she still didn't answer. I faced her, afraid that she would use the knife on me. She glared so intently that her veins were protruding. She stood there for 10 minutes before leaving. Later on, I walked to the library and froze when I saw Nellie's pink jacket behind me. I turned to see Nellie staring at me with vacant eyes. She followed me into the library, up to the 3rd floor, and sat directly behind me. With her threat still fresh in my mind, I moved to a different spot, but she followed me. I tried again, but she still followed. I was scared to be isolated in the library with her, so I decided to leave. I quickly weaved through the bookshelves, desperately trying to reach the lobby, but Nellie matched my pace. I was nearing a heart attack when I ran into my guardian angel, Sam. "Nellie's following me," I blurted out. Sam looked at Nellie, who had stopped 5 feet behind me. She nonchalantly told Nellie to fuck off. I was surprised when Nellie did just that. After Sam and I spoke for a bit, my phone buzzed. It was Nellie, inviting me to the graveyard that night. Sam told me that I'd be smart to move out, and she was right. I needed to report Nellie and move out. It wasn't safe for me to live in that apartment anymore. I needed to get away. I went to Reagan's apartment, as she was the closest person I had to family while I was abroad. She gave me refuge while listening to me retell the last 48 miserable hours of my life. She reassured me that I could stay with her, and as I held back tears, my phone buzzed. Sam texted me that she needed help and to go to the apartment ASAP. I was hesitant to go back there, but I just couldn't abandon Sam, so I grabbed my stuff and told Reagan I would be back soon. I walked to my apartment and stared up at it, feeling a lot like a priest in the Exorcist movie. When I got to my door, I was immediately greeted by my 3 roommates' distraught faces. I followed them into the apartment, and my eyes were wide as Sam opened the kitchen door to reveal a truly demonic sight. Huge amounts of congealed red and orange liquid pooled across the floor, leading beneath a table where a small bird lay dead, with its wings outstretched and its head missing. I felt sick. The windows don't open, so it didn't get here by itself. Nellie either found the bird and brought it into the kitchen, or she killed it and decapitated a living bird and then put it in the kitchen. I don't like either of those 2 options. I assured my roommates that I would report Nellie that night, and that's exactly what I did. I spoke to the school safety board, and things moved fast. I discovered that Nellie had lied about her name and age. Officials in hazmat suits came to clean the kitchen and Nellie's room. The board had me send them photos of myself daily in case Nellie killed me and they had to identify me. I quickly moved out, and since Nellie avoided the other girls, they decided to stay. I declined to submit Nellie for expulsion because I felt bad for her and thought that moving away would stop her obsession with me. I was completely misguided. I was happy that my new roommates were normal and no Nellie incidents happened for 2 weeks. I did have a large uptick in random daily Facebook and Instagram followers from blank profile users. I knew who was behind this, but I was avoiding any Nellie-related thoughts. I was having night terrors, and the more I thought about her, the worse they got. I blocked another user as I sat down with Reagan and Charlotte in an almost empty lecture hall. Charlotte nudged me as Nellie entered the room, bypassing her usual seat. I felt myself freeze up as she entered in our row and began walking towards me, staring at me with her dead eyes. "Don't fucking sit next to me," I said, shocked by my bravery. Nellie responded by sitting 10 seats down from me, not breaking eye contact, and I considered that a win. After class, I went home and then walked to the store. I forgot to grab a cart, so I quickly turned around to fetch one and ran into someone standing directly behind me. It was Nellie. Did she follow me from my apartment? Does she know where I live? My heart stopped as I backed into another aisle, and Nellie followed. I walked to another aisle, but Nellie followed me, matching my pace until I went into another aisle, and she began to run. I ran away terrified, and Nellie only stopped when I got to the security desk. Security offered to call the police, but I declined and gave them my email to send me the footage of Nellie chasing me. I had to report Nellie, but since I still had class that day, I decided to report her the next day. 2 hours later, as I waited for Reagan to walk me to my class, I caught Nellie staring at me from across the street, but she didn't approach me and walked with the crowd towards campus. Minutes later, Reagan found me and we headed to class together. I walked beside Reagan, passing the building and alleyways, until a rock caught in my shoe and I bent over to fix it. Reagan switched to the right side of me to look at a billboard, and when I removed the rock, we began walking again. I turned my head to speak when Natalie jumped out of the alleyway onto Reagan. Her hands were outstretched and clasped around Reagan's neck. Words can't explain how terrified I was. Nellie let go immediately, and Reagan grabbed my arm, walking forward. Nellie began walking shoulder to shoulder with me, her head turned sideways in an unnatural angle. The look in her eyes were not human. Reagan told me to run, and we bolted across the street. Natalie paused, but walked away, traffic stopping her from crossing. We stopped, and Reagan leaned against the fence as I bent over, covered my mouth, trying not to vomit. After a while, we continued our walk to class in silence. We made it to the lobby and headed down the staircase, but Nellie stood at the bottom of it. "I won't let her walk behind me," I said, voice shaking. Reagan nodded, and we followed a large crowd after Nellie walked upstairs, only to find her holding the door open for everyone. Nellie stared at me through the crowd until everyone but Reagan and I had passed through. "It's okay, you can go first," Reagan said while smiling at Nellie. I was shocked at how composed she was, and even more shocked that Nellie listened. We sat down in class and Nellie tried to sit behind me, but someone was saving the seat for his friend, so Nellie left. I didn't pay attention to the lecture. I sat there shocked and terrified while Reagan hunched low in her seat, rubbing her neck. I felt horrible for bringing Reagan into this Nellie crap. I knew then Nellie needed to be expelled no matter what. The next day I reported Nellie to the Student Safety Board, and they raised the issue to the Disciplinary Board. I submitted a lengthy report detailing everything Nellie had done. I included Reagan, Bella, Poppy, and Sam as witnesses, and gave photographic evidence of the threats, the calls, the smeared poop and blood, clogged shower and toilets, and the stalking. The next week, I met with the disciplinary board to go over their conclusions. They informed me that they had reviewed my report, met with Nellie to give her a copy of my report, discussed my accusations, and had come to a conclusion. They acknowledged that everything I reported was factual, but they didn't think that Nellie had any malicious intent, so they would grant a no-contact order, but Nellie would not be expelled. I was completely perplexed by their conclusion and asked them what Nellie had to say about this, but they refused to tell me anything. I was at a loss for words. I couldn't believe that Nellie was given my full report, knew everything that I said, and knew the witnesses' names. The school put us all in danger. Yet, they wouldn't allow me to know if Nellie had even denied her actions. I was devastated. I felt my mind go numb. I knew at that moment that they didn't care, that they were gonna prioritize a predator. So with no other options, I agreed to the no-contact order. The worker tried to get me to sign a non-disclosure agreement so I wouldn't speak about what Nellie had done to me or how the school dealt with my case, but I refused to sign it. The next day I received email confirmation that Nellie had agreed to the no-contact order, but I knew that meant nothing. Nellie wouldn't get help and she would never stop stalking me. My sophomore year was plagued with the relentless pattern of Nellie stalking me from place to place, sitting next to me in class, standing next to me in hallways, and staring at me daily. Her actions were so unnerving and obvious that multiple strangers warned me about her. I reported these incidents every time they occurred, and the school always responded by stating that they would remind Nellie of the no-contact order. They never took any further steps to help me. In sophomore year, Nellie found other roommates, and in them, next victims. She was evicted from an off-campus apartment, and her new roommates, who once sat with her, began to sit far away from her. They looked terrified. They looked like me. Having incidents happen weekly and having to see Nellie daily made it impossible to move on. I was always in flight or freeze mode, terrified by what Nellie had done and what she still might do to me. I became a sunken in, miserable and defeated version of myself. I wanted revenge, a natural result of the boiling rage I felt, now at a constant simmer after Nellie was coddled by the university that failed to shell out even a minor consequence for the terror she imposed on me. I wanted her to suffer in the same way that she made me suffer. I knew if I had just grown a pair in those early months, I could have saved myself and others from suffering. Nellie was likely stalking me from the moment I met her. I just hadn't realized it. And it weighs heavily on me to know that I played a large part in my own suffering. No matter what I write, I can't begin to recreate the evil that radiated off of Nellie. I have daily night terrors. I don't go into new situations. I don't speak to new people, and I don't make friends. I'm not nice to strangers because I don't want something like this to happen again. Revenge came on graduation day when Nellie's name didn't appear on the book of graduates. She had failed second year, but despite everything, I couldn't help but think that I was a bad person for being content with her failing. Maybe I was just happy that I could finally move on. Back when I was 12, I went to private school, so I needed to take a long walk to my apartment since my school was a bit far from the city center. This was in Zagreb, Croatia, so I had a lot of public transportation options to get home. My usual routine was to get on the bus at the station in front of my school, all the way down from the main street, then take a tram to the public park and walk home the rest of the way. Our school had a double timeline where one week we went to school in the morning and the other week we had classes in the afternoon. This happened during one of my afternoon weeks. I was walking out with a few classmates since we all got on the same bus. The rest of my classmates were picked up by their parents. When we got on the bus, there were a few empty seats, so I took a seat in front of a balding middle-aged man who was wearing slightly dirty shoes. That was my mistake. As soon as I sat down, he started staring at me. like staring with a cold look in his eyes. Feeling uncomfortable, I took the book out of my bag and started reading. I would have used my phone if I could, but it was dead because I forgot to charge it before I left the house that day. The guy didn't stop staring at me for what felt like the whole bus ride, to the point where I couldn't even concentrate on my book, but I refused to put it down because I was scared. I would have mentioned something to my classmates, but they were all spread out on the bus, and I was too scared to move. I don't know why, but I didn't want him to see that I was scared, thinking that maybe that would deter him. Or maybe I thought he was just staring at me for some stupid reason. When it finally got to our stop, my classmates and I got off, and some of us headed to the tram station while the others walked to their houses. The guy who was staring at me also got off with us, and he started tailing us while keeping a fair distance. I told one of my friends about this, but urged him not to look back, thinking ignoring him would be our best option. When we got to the station, different people got on different trams, since each of them had different routes. I needed to take tram 2, and so did my friend. We waited for it to arrive, and the guy was somewhere to our right, but we refused to look at him. When our tram arrived, my friend and I got on, but so did the creepy guy. When I arrived at my stop, I tried to quietly discuss with my friend if getting off with me just in case was a good idea. But then we saw the guy get off himself and start heading back into the park, opposite where I needed to go. He probably overheard us talking, since there was barely any people in the tram at the time. It was around 9 p.m. But I didn't think of that, so I thought that it had all been a misunderstanding. When I got off and the tram sped away to the next station, I started walking home. It was a short distance, so it would have only taken me 5 minutes, but then I noticed someone following me. I immediately knew it was the same guy, so I picked up my pace and walked to my apartment. As I turned the corner into the alley that housed my apartment, the guy was getting closer. I got to the building and buzzed my mom on the intercom. I wish he would have hurried up, but in the end, the guy managed to catch up with me. I could smell the stench coming off of him as he started talking. "Hey, how have you been, buddy? I saw your dad yesterday and he told me all about how you were getting on in that new school of yours, and I immediately knew he was lying, since my dad had been away on work-related business for months and hadn't returned home in that time once. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there quietly, staring at him. Just then the door buzzed and unlocked, so I bolted for it. I managed to rush in and start running up the stairs, but he was following behind me, running himself. Never in my life have I felt such an adrenaline rush as I ran up those stairs to the 3rd floor. I had my backpack on with books weighing me down, so I had a disadvantage. But in the end, I managed to arrive at the door where my mom was happily waiting for me. With no warning, I shoved her away from the door as I entered before slamming it shut. Fortunately, the guy had enough common sense not to continue chasing me after that. I told my mom what happened, and she called the police and they arrived sometime later, questioning me on how the guy looked and what exactly happened. In the end, they looked at camera footage, but since it was so dark and I didn't turn on the indoor building lights as I entered, they weren't able to get a clear view of his face. For weeks, I was too scared to go home, so my mom picked me up every time until 2 weeks later, when on the news, the man was arrested for kidnapping and raping of children. They showed his face and it was the same exact guy I saw that night, so I finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing I was safe for now. But that didn't excuse the fact that I was so careless by not charging my phone, and there's still so many bad people out there. To the person I met, if you're ever gonna get released for some ungodly reason, I hope I never see your face again. This truly felt like something from a horror movie. I'm posting this to look for any possible answers or closure. I've since told the police about this, and the police asked me why I didn't call them when it was happening. My friend and I were in a dark car park by the lake in my city. The lake is surrounded by various car parks and trees. The closer you get to the lake, the further you are from the main road, which takes you out of the wooded area. My friend and I were parked 5 meters from the lake, with the car facing the lake. We were sitting in there listening to music and chatting for about 10 minutes, with me in the driver's seat, but the ignition off, when all of a sudden my friend, who was looking out my driver's side window, says to me, "Is that a man standing there?" I laughed and looked ahead, and all I see is the dark lake in front of me. I say, "No," but he points his finger at the driver's side window, and I turn my head to see a man with what seemed to be a cat mask covering the top half of his face, standing about 10 meters away, staring and not moving. I'm immediately extremely freaked out. The way he was standing there and just staring at us through the mask was so unnerving. I immediately start the car as quickly as I could, which leads this man running straight to my driver's side door at full speed. Thankfully, my doors were locked and he stood no chance against my car. Just as we breathed a small sigh of relief that the car was now moving, we see a white car following closely behind our car. Now, as I mentioned, we are in the wooded area with dirt roads and several turns which I'm not familiar with. Each turn we made, which were all wrong turns unfortunately, the car would follow us. We were screaming the whole way, not sure what they wanted from us. Eventually, the worst thing that could possibly happen happened, and I was making the wrong turn into a dead-end car park. The white car parks at an angle, blocking me in. At this point, I'm genuinely fearing for my life, and the masked man appears from the forest, coming at my car quick. I drove around, nearly hitting them, but I managed to ease past the white car at an angle. I finally drove out of there the right way and got onto the main road. To me, the scariest part is wondering what they wanted from us. It felt more like a prank considering the whole car pursuit. There is no attempt to block us in. I don't know what kind of weapons they had in the car. I thought it was possibly an attempted carjacking, but if that was the case, I feel like there would have been more efficient means of doing this. I'm not sure if this is going to be that interesting of a story, since it happened at such a young age that the story had to be relayed to me through family. When I was around 1 or 2 years old, me and my sister were at our aunt's house. My mom, sister, and I were outside in the front yard, and she said she needed to get something from inside. My sister was around 5 or 6 at the time, and should have never been put in charge of a baby. Anyway, during the time that she left, and it was just the two of us outside, apparently someone had grabbed me and no one noticed until my mom came back outside, and I was nowhere to be seen. They immediately freaked out, and my uncle at the time drove all around the area searching for me. He had a feeling that he knew who it was. He was on the verge of breaking into the guy's house because he banged on the door multiple times and was ignored. My aunt must have talked him out of it because they ended up going back home and called the police. When the cops got there, they were driving all around and ended up finding me a couple blocks away, just standing outside of the very house my uncle said the guy was in. They never made any arrest on the guy, and I don't think they questioned him. My family says that they think once he heard the sirens, he panicked and just let me outside, and that's why they found me there. There's no way a baby that just recently started walking could have wandered off that far. So guy who kidnapped me and left me on the side of the road, let's not ever meet again. When I was 14 or 15, I used to have absolutely no stranger danger awareness at all. I didn't mind being out at night on my own. Not that I was much at that age. I'd go down the back streets on my own. Any basic safety techniques just didn't bother me because I thought I would always be fine. One day, I was walking back from town and thought I would take my usual shortcut down the alleyways behind the high street. I'm quite happily walking when I round the corner into a guy who's loitering, and we lock eyes straight away. I thought the polite thing to do was smile, and thankfully, he smiled back. I decided he's no threat and walked right by him. Then I hear him say something about my smile. I shout thanks over my shoulder and carry on. I turn down another corner. So does he, now saying that he likes my trainers. So I yell another thanks. He asks me where I got them from. I say I don't know. Now I'm speeding up because this dude is definitely following me. I turn down onto a main road where I know there will be people, hoping this would deter him. Nope, there he is, following behind, still trying to get me to engage. I come to a busy crossing, and I know he's about to catch up to me. As safely as I could, which was probably not that safely, I bolt across the road, leaving him to watch me on the other side, still shouting something to me. I ran across another road and dived into a convenience store and called the person who was looking after me at the time, who told me to stay there, that she was coming to get me. Whilst I was on the phone with her, I see the man round the corner, look around. He was even checking behind cars and everything. Thankfully, he gave up pretty quickly and seemed to leave. My care worker called the police and 2 officers came by, but they weren't overly concerned. I guess he hadn't technically done anything. Interestingly, they did seem to know from the description who it was likely to be, and said that they were in touch with the people who work with him and would let them know. Anyway, about 4 days later, I'd go to a coffee place I used to read that's not too far from there. It didn't even cross my mind that I might see him again. In my head, it was all sorted, done, dusted. I take my seat near the toilets and start reading when the toilet door opens, and the big blue coat I described to the police a few days earlier emerges. I stare at him in fear. He briefly regards me, then carries on past. I have no idea if he recognized me or not. It didn't seem like it. Safe to say, I'm a lot more careful now. I'm a male, 16. It was around 9 or 10 p.m. and I was skateboarding at a skate park around 5 minutes away from my house. I didn't have a car yet, so I usually skate there. Sometimes I do have to deal with some creepy or strange people because I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, in not a great part of town, so that's usually a common thing here. This night I went there alone and there was only one other person at the park who I met there for the first time. We had a good time and skated around for an hour, just me and him. Eventually a guy and a child came walking into the skate park and came up to us. The first weird thing I noticed is the child had no shoes on and was wearing pants and a t-shirt, even though it's pretty cold outside even for me, and I was wearing a hoodie. Another thing that's strange was he had what seemed to be a gun with him. I noticed the guy had some tattoos and he was maybe around 6 foot. This guy starts first by talking to the guy I was skating with and tells him that he cuts hair and if he ever needs a barber, to hit him up. My friend says thanks, and then he walks over to me saying the same thing. I just say alright, thank you, and thought he would leave us alone. He asked if his son could try my board. I was a little hesitant at first, but I said alright. The child didn't even seem to want to try it. The man picked him up by his arms and put him on it. Eventually, the child stands on it and is trying it. While he's doing that, the guy turns to me and repeats himself saying, "I'm a barber, and he's just here with his nephew." I thought it was really weird that he said it was his son first, and now he's saying his nephew. About 10 minutes later, my friend leaves me there, and the guy is still there. He asked me to do a trick for his nephew, and while I'm doing it, forces him to watch me by holding his head in a place towards me. After I do it, he repeats himself again, that he's a barber if I ever need my hair cut, and then he says he's here with his son. I then ask, "Didn't you say that was your nephew?" To which he says, "Oh yeah, sorry, I get confused sometimes. My bad." I just shrug it off and tell him I needed to go. He then says, Yeah, his dad's coming to pick him up now. So I'm leaving and I look back and he's getting into a car. I'm not actually going home yet. I was just getting to McDonald's to have something to eat. I see the car drive off, but instead of going in the opposite direction, he's going the same way I'm going, to the same McDonald's. He comes up to me again and says, "Hey, what a coincidence. I was hungry too," or something like that. At this point, I just leave, and not before he repeats himself again and asks for my number. I say no thanks. Really weird guy. Just wondering if anyone has any theories or anything as to what was going on with him and the kid. I'm a 27-year-old female. When I was about 15, my cousin, who was 14 at the time, and I were walking past a really dark alley in the late afternoon. I noticed an old, suspicious car with a creepy guy driving slowly past us. He turned around and pulled up right next to us with the creepiest look on his face. He was probably in his late 20s. He asked us in the creepiest voice if we had a lighter he could borrow. For a moment, I thought about saying yes, but my instincts kicked in, and I said, "No, sorry." Then he seemed frustrated and asked if we needed a lift somewhere. We freaked out and ran away. It was such a creepy moment. To this day, I wonder what he was planning to do with us. I'm now a 41-year-old female, but when I was 20 years old, I attended college in Northeast Pennsylvania. I lived off campus and had a part-time job at the local mall. The mall was just over a mile away, and I would walk to and from work regularly. The mall generally closed at 9 p.m., and I would finish up my closing tasks and start walking home around 9:30 p.m. or 10 at the latest. Occasionally, I would get a ride home from a coworker, but most of them were high schoolers getting picked up by their parents. One night, I was walking my familiar route home. There are never many people out and about downtown until I got back onto campus, which I would cut across to get home. This night, I was only a few blocks from the mall, and I noticed a van parked next to the corner, but didn't think anything of it initially. There were always a smattering of cars parked around. The van appeared to be running, and the headlights were on. As I got a bit closer, I noticed the sliding door on the side was open. I definitely noticed, but assumed that someone must be loading something in and out of one of the local businesses along the street. As I walk past the van, there's a sudden flurry of movement to my left. There had apparently been a man crouched by the dumpster there, and he was running straight at the open van door. The scary part was that I was directly between him and the open van door. He was trying to shove me inside the van. I screamed, and I can only credit my complete awkward lack of coordination for what happened next. I tripped and stumbled when he surprised me, so when he hit me, I was already falling down to the ground. The force he hit me with only got my head and shoulders into the open door, while the majority of my body was outside on the ground. I remember he grabbed me around the waist and was trying to hoist me up through the door, but I was just discombobulated dead weight. He jumped over me into the van, grabbed a handful of my hair and started pulling me off the ground into his van. This is when headlights of a car turning down the street washed over me, and I could briefly see that this was a white guy in a black hoodie. When I saw the car, I screamed louder and started wildly flailing my arms. I heard their brakes screech, and then the guy let go of my hair. I jumped back and the hooded bastard slammed the door shut, and seconds later accelerated away. A cute little white-haired Polish woman had been in the car that turned down the road at that exact right moment to save me. She hugged me and told me I was safe, and it was then that I realized I was still screaming. She sat on the sidewalk with me and then walked me to her car. Cell phones were relatively new. Neither of us had one. She drove me to the police station and stayed with me while I answered questions and made a report. As far as I know, they never caught the guy. My housemate with the car let me borrow it anytime I was going to work after that, and I never walked downtown after that. I had nightmares for a while. I can't help but think what could have happened to me. I grew up in a small town, primarily Hispanic. Everyone knew everything. We had some things here and there, of course, but other than that, not too much stuff happens here. I'm overweight, to put it simply, and not to the standards of beauty, really. I remember reading a meme online once where they joked about, "Can't catch me or kidnap me since you can't carry me. Keep eating cake," and laughed at that, and was like, so true. God, I didn't realize how that would come back and bite me. I believe I was 19, and it was nighttime. My weed plug was doing a stash and dash, and being broke and desperate, I went for it. I figured, I grew up here, I know all the areas. What made this more tempting is it's actually not far from my area at all. So I said, fuck it. I was on a video call with my boyfriend and told him I was going for it. He stays on the phone with me as I head out. Mind you, it's late. The areas I have to cross are not well lit, and I left with nothing on me. Not even my taser, alarm, and pepper spray that my dad made me have. Oh, and what makes things worse, I snuck out because I didn't want my dad to know I was hunting for weed. So this was already starting out great. I set off. I have to cross the railroad tracks to get to the area, which was pitch black. Only the main road in the distance lighting it up, and some lights from warehouses nearby. But other than that, it was hard to see. I make my way towards the main road and notice a semi parked on the side of the road. Not unusual, semis park there all the time, so nothing weird. Then I hear a, "Hola, hey." I look over and see a man in a semi-truck. He looked generic, a Mexican man with a red long sleeve. He looked like any other man I'd see around town, but his smile, I don't know, he was just off. I waved, being polite. He gestures for me to come over and start speaking in Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. I know what you're thinking. 1, why don't you know Spanish if you grew up in a Hispanic town? And 2, why aren't you running? My parents never taught me. Sue me. And 2, he was far away, so I kept walking. I just sheepishly respond that I don't speak Spanish. I said this in Spanish. I learned the phrase just to say it to people. I wave him off, quickly walking away. My boyfriend asks me, "Who's that?" I just tell him some random semi-truck driver. I go on with the night. I think I've been out for 40 minutes at this point, and I realize I'm not gonna find it. Big sad. So I start heading home, still on the phone with my boyfriend. I keep talking to him, and my phone is dying, which is actually what made my boyfriend tell me to just go home. So I start to walk back. I go down the road and look down the pitch black area where the railroad is, and I stop. I just had a bad feeling. Something told me not to go home just yet. I tell my boyfriend I'm gonna look at the other end of the street that was towards where the warehouse was, giving off light. Past the empty trailers partially hidden by the shadows, I start walking into the light and I hear movement behind me and, hey. I turned around hella quick and saw the same semi-truck driver with the same smile he had. He came out from behind the trailer he was hiding behind. He had his right hand tucked in his pocket and was posturing his body in a way where he was hiding whatever he had. He told me to come here and started getting closer to me. I immediately tell my boyfriend to wake up his dad and come get me. I backed up quickly and was trying so hard to think. He saw that I was on the phone and immediately had a mad and annoyed look on his face. He stopped and actually began hiding behind the trailers, so I booked it down the road, telling my boyfriend to come get me or have his dad come get me. I didn't want to call my dad because even at that moment, for some reason, I was still terrified of getting caught sneaking out. I ran across the main road to this little mini mart across the street and hid behind the ice machine. I told my boyfriend I needed to call someone and hung up on him. I called my friend who, thank God, was out with his girlfriend. I tell him I'm in danger and need him to come get me. Then I tell him where I'm at. While I was waiting for them, I stayed behind the ice machine and saw his semi. I saw him look around for me and shake his head in disappointment before driving off. Even in that moment, I didn't feel safe, not until my friend pulled up. Everything hit me once he got out of the car and I hugged him crying. He and his girlfriend calmed me down and took me home. I got a lecture from my boyfriend, but I'd rather take that lecture than anything else. I was lucky, way too lucky. The false sense of security my weight and looks give me really shattered after that, and I'm glad for it. It terrifies me to think of how things could have turned out if I didn't have my boyfriend on the phone with me. So semi-truck driver, let's not meet. I never want to see that smile ever again. This happened to me about 2 or 3 years ago. When I was 16, I used to work at a fast food restaurant and lived in the place where we have all seasons. At this point, it was winter, so it got dark pretty early, around 5 or 6 p.m. I was called to come into work this particular day, but the weather was kind of bad, causing us not to have any customers. As a result, we had to close the store early. It was about 5:30 p.m. when my manager left, locking the store and making me wait outside for my ride. About 20 minutes had passed since she left, and I was really cold, so I decided, regrettably, that I would walk to my friend's house just a few blocks away, about a 10-minute walk, and wait for my ride there. The store I worked at was on a busy street that was near a residential neighborhood. As I walk away from the store, I start walking down the residential street behind the store. I was walking on the sidewalk to the left of the street, as there was only one sidewalk on the right side of the street. If I walked on the right sidewalk, I'd only walk on it for a block, and then I would have to walk the rest of the way on the road. There were also woods on that side of the road. It was convenient as well because the left side of the street was my store and there were no streetlights. I walked about 3/4 of the block when I got this feeling that I was being watched. The neighborhood was really dark at this point, and I had pretty much reached the end of the block and was getting ready to cross the street when I noticed a silhouette of someone walking on the right side of the street near the woods. They were about 5'9" to 5'10" and looked to be maybe 180, 200 pounds. I couldn't make out any features though. I'm the type of person who's very aware of my surroundings and slightly paranoid, as I've been followed, almost kidnapped, stalked. You get the gist. So when I notice him, I stop walking and immediately get a sick feeling in my stomach. The man then noticed me and proceeded to walk slowly and yelled out to me. He says, "Yo, come here, I want to talk to you." I say back, "No, I'm good. I'm only 16. Then I turn around and start walking back to the store. He continues to yell things at me, trying to convince me to come to him. At this point, something in me told me to run, and I did just that. As I'm running, I know I shouldn't have, but I turned my head to see if he was actually chasing me or not, and to my horror, he was. So I turned up the speed and ran as fast as I can. Thankfully, as I reached the store, my ride pulled up, so I ran to the car. As I tried to get in, the door was locked. It took about 20 seconds for them to unlock the car, which felt like hours. Eventually, I got in and just broke down crying. Not gonna lie, I was kind of out of shape, so my back was hurting from breathing so hard, and I was all frazzled. This was the first time I was chased on foot, and let me tell you, it's way more scarier, surreal, and intense being chased on foot than someone chasing you in a car. Still to this day, I've added trauma from this incident, and it makes me hard to go anywhere by myself, especially in the dark. So to the man that chased me in the dark, let's not meet again. I don't know if this sub is the most suitable place for this post, but I don't know what to do, so I'm just hoping to vent and hope for advice. My encounter with this individual, who I'll call Ben, began in November 2024 in school. He was a friend of one of my friends, Tom, and eventually we became part of the same friend group. I have always found Ben a bit creepy, which seemed to be the school's population's general view towards him. However, once we became regularly socializing, I began to feel bad for my presumptions. That was until we were added to the WhatsApp group. That's when things started to turn. First, it was the mindless constant images of gore he would send, involving torture victims and murdered children. I don't know if these images were real, but they made me really uncomfortable, to the point I asked him to stop, which I was told to take a joke and stop being a pussy. This was followed by messages where he stated he had killed a cat, along with sick fantasies involving people I knew. I wasn't sure if Ben was just the average edgelord, which was the other friend's attitude, but something didn't seem right. Then one Saturday, I was alone Christmas shopping in town when I noticed Ben standing on the road from me, just staring directly at me. I waved at him awkwardly, to which he just stared before walking casually down a side street. For the rest of the trip, every time I turned, Ben was standing there just staring at me at a distance. I eventually just gave up shopping and went home, pissed. I texted him about it, to which he just stated that he didn't know what I was talking about. Then in school on lunch, Ben and another friend, Jack, convinced me to come with him to the forest behind the school, along with another friend named Zach. Stupid, I know, but I was bored and accompanied. Anyway, we start getting deeper in, and Ben was becoming weird. He was laughing and kept repeating, "Closer, closer." Eventually, both me and Zach agreed that it was creepy and off-putting, and we returned back to school. Ben seemed pissed when he and Jack returned. However, when we asked why they wanted us to go further, he responded he wanted to set fire and show us. After this, I distanced myself and left the group chat, though eventually was re-added. While on my hiatus from the group, Ben attacked Tom with a homemade blade. I believe it was a razor from a sharpener. He attacked him in school, resulting with a wound near the wrist. This resulted in Ben being expelled from school. However, no legal actions were taken. It's now been a month and I was re-added to the group chat to find that Ben had been sending graphic self-harm photos and talking about his hatred towards his family, blaming them for his misfortune. I'm worried he generally gives off killer vibes, but perhaps I'm just being paranoid. I often wonder about that time in the forest and in the town plaza. Should I be concerned or am I overreacting? I sometimes worry that Ben knows where I live and isn't far away. This happened over 10 years ago, but I still think about how close I came to dying. I was already with my future husband when I met his cousin. We had a lot in common. We both struggled with addiction and anorexia. We'd talk on the phone and meet up to eat and see a movie, but he kissed me in the car, so I decided it would be best if we stopped talking. I told my future husband about the kiss, and he was understanding. I didn't tell him that his cousin got extremely upset over me turning him down. Some time passed, and we started meeting up as friends. Since we were both starving ourselves, we always went to the same places, but after a couple times, I felt like it wasn't healthy for either of us to meet up. He asked me to meet up with him one last time, and I stupidly said yes. We went to our place, and during dinner, he was talking about his apartment and job, how happy he could make me. I got uncomfortable, and I asked him to drive me home. It wasn't really late, and instead of driving me home, he drove me to a forest preserve. It was pitch black because all the lights were off. I immediately felt uneasy. We were alone in the parking lot, and I had a horrible feeling at this point that something was going to happen. He parked and turned off the car and looked at me and said that we were meant for each other. I didn't want to upset him, so I just said that he knew I was engaged and that we were just friends. He had a history of violence, so I was terrified. He started getting really upset and almost crying, saying that he loved me. Then he put his arm around my neck and held his arm really hard down the right side of my neck, and I've been looking straight ahead when I suddenly woke up to the police officer at my window. He was asking if I was okay. I was really scared and confused. I had some vomit on my shirt and it wet my pants. He had pressed down on my carotid artery for long enough to knock me out. He was a wrestler in high school. He was telling the officer we were fine and that I was drunk. He got a ticket, but I was too afraid to say anything because if he was arrested, my now husband's family would have blamed me for it. Or at least that's what I thought. I said I was fine, but I wanted to go home now. I thought if I said that in front of the officer, he would drive me home because he took our names and he wouldn't risk trying to do something else. So he drove me home and didn't say anything. I don't know if he was trying to kill me or just got upset and went overboard. Regardless, he did almost kill me, and it really fucked me up. A person does not vomit and wet themselves after neck compressions unless they almost died. I told my now husband, but not right away, because I felt like it was partly my fault for meeting up with him. I only saw him a couple more times at holidays, and then he stopped coming, but he didn't dare speak to me after what he did. If that officer hadn't shown up, I don't know if I would still be here. It started like any other friendship. I met Ben in my freshman year of high school. He was quiet, often keeping to himself, but he seemed harmless enough. At first, he was a little shy, always hanging around the edges of the group, but over time he grew on me and we started hanging out more. I thought we had a solid friendship until things began to shift. It began with little things. He would send me long, cryptic messages late at night talking about things that felt off. At first, I thought it was just his way of being edgy. Ben had this strange fascination with darker subjects, death, horror movies, and violent video games. But it wasn't the usual teenage rebellion. It was something deeper, something that made my skin crawl. One night, Ben texted me something that didn't sit right. It was a picture, a dead animal, its body twisted in unnatural ways. "I did this," the message said. I was shocked. He's always been into some pretty grim stuff, but this felt different. I tried to brush it off, thinking it might be a prank. I told him to never send anything like that again, but Ben's behavior started escalating. He'd show up unexpectedly, standing outside my house for hours, staring at my windows. When I confronted him, he would just shrug it off, saying he was just thinking or needed some fresh air. I started to avoid him, but every time I turned around, there he was, watching me from a distance. Then, one Saturday afternoon, things took a darker turn. I was walking through the local park, my headphones in, when I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I looked up and saw Ben standing there at the far end of the park, just staring at me. His eyes were cold, distant, like he was studying me. I waved, trying to brush it off, but he didn't wave back. He just stood there, unmoving. My heart started racing. I turned to leave, but when I was glancing over my shoulder, he was still there, watching me. I felt a knot in my stomach. Something was wrong. I walked faster, glancing back several more times. Each time, he was still standing there, his gaze fixed on me. It wasn't until I was out of the park and on my way home that I realized he'd followed me at a distance, but he was there. That night, I got a text from Ben. "I saw you today. You looked scared. I liked that." My hands went cold, and I felt the blood drain from my face. It felt like he was toying with me. I tried to ignore it, to pretend nothing was happening, but the fear lingered. Over the next few days, I started noticing little things that made me feel paranoid. My things moved around in my room. My door, which was always locked, was slightly ajar when I came home. And then there were the whispers in the hallway at night that sounded like someone was just outside my door. The worst part was when I found a note. It was on my desk, tucked under a book. I had no idea how it got there. The handwriting was messy. "I'm closer than you think. You'll never escape me." I didn't know what to do. Ben had been showing up in places I never told him I'd be, and he always seemed to know exactly where I was. But when I confronted him, he just laughed. "You're paranoid," he said with a smile too wide. "I just want to be friends." But I didn't believe him anymore. Something in his eyes, something in the way he spoke made it clear that he wasn't my friend. He was obsessed. That was when I realized the truth. Ben wasn't stalking me out of interest. He had been watching me because he wanted control. He wanted to know everything about me, where I went, who I was with, what I did. He thrived on the fear, the uncertainty, and no matter how much I tried to distance myself, he always found a way back into my life. I eventually had to move to a different town, change my number, and delete my social media. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. I haven't heard from him in a while, and I've tried to forget. I'd been friends with Sam since elementary school. We were inseparable, two sides of the same coin. He was charismatic and always the life of the group. Everyone loved him. I trusted him like a brother, never once questioning his intentions. But that all changed one night when I found out who Sam really was. It started subtly at first, little things that didn't seem too out of the ordinary but added up over time. Sam would make odd comments about people he didn't like, saying things like, "If they disappeared, no one would even care." Or he would talk about how easy it would be to get away with things, like theft or worse. I laughed it off, thinking Sam was just being his usual over-the-top self. But something in the back of my mind started to bother me. Then came the night that everything changed. We were at a party, a few drinks in, just having fun with our friend group. The party was at someone's house near the woods, one of those secluded places where people go to get away from the world. Sam had been acting strange all night, withdrawn, quieter than usual. He kept looking at people in the room with an unsettling intensity. His eyes were cold. At one point, I saw him talking to Emily, a girl from our class. She seemed uncomfortable, like she didn't know how to get out of the conversation. I thought I would step in and break it up, but before I could get close, Sam's tone shifted. His voice was low and oddly calm. I couldn't hear the words, but Emily's face turned pale. I watched her back away, visibly shaken. She muttered something to a few of us before she left the party. I found Sam in the kitchen pouring himself another drink. I asked him what that was about, why Emily looked so upset. Sam's smile was eerie, almost smug. "She just didn't get the joke," he said casually. But I saw something in his eyes, a darkness that I've never noticed before. I let it slide, but that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few days later, I found out the truth. I ran into her best friend, Lauren, who told me that Emily had gone missing, just vanished. No one had seen her since that night. The police were involved, but there were no leads. I didn't think Sam had anything to do with it, not at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't ignore the growing suspicion. The way Sam had been acting after the party, how he always seemed to be watching people when they weren't looking, how he would casually talk about things that made my skin crawl. I decided to confront him, hoping that I was just being paranoid. I invited him over to my place, trying to keep things casual. But the second he walked in, I felt it, an overwhelming sense of dread. There was a coldness about him, like he wasn't the Sam I'd known for years. We sat down, and I asked him about Emily. His expression never faltered, but his eyes, they looked different. He didn't seem the least bit worried or surprised that she was missing. He just stared at me for a long moment before speaking. "Don't worry about her," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper. "She's fine. I'll make sure she's fine. just like I always make sure things work out for us. It took me a moment to process what he was saying, but when the realization hit me, my stomach dropped. I knew deep down Sam wasn't the person I thought he was. Before I could say anything, Sam stood up, his face shifting into something darker. He was no longer the friend I knew, but someone else entirely. He moved towards me, his steps slow and deliberate. You always were a little too curious, weren't you? But that's okay. You'll learn to keep your mouth shut. It's what friends do. Suddenly, I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move as he towered over me. I was trapped in my own home, staring at the face of someone I thought I knew. The Sam I had trusted wasn't real. He was something else, something far darker. Luckily, I was able to escape him that night. He finally left, and I breathed a sigh of relief. That was the last time I saw Sam. It's been years now, and I've kept my distance from anyone who reminds me of Sam. I still hear his voice in my nightmares, and my only memory of him was his eyes in the last few weeks that I knew him. I don't know what happened to Emily. I don't know if Sam was responsible or if he's still out there, hiding in plain sight. But I know one thing for sure. Sam wasn't the person I thought he was. He wasn't my friend. He was evil. And if you ever meet someone like Sam, trust me, stay far, far away. So this started on one of those meet new friends apps. I'm not just a huge loser, I swear. I moved to my current city during the pandemic and have a work from home position, so it just hasn't been the prime circumstances for a social life. I matched with this random girl, we'll call her Annie. I can't remember if I saw her first or vice versa. Honestly, I was paying more attention to the profiles than the pictures, and she seemed okay. Spirituality came up somehow. I can't remember how this happened either, and to be fair, it could have been either of us. I had recently been more seriously following Norse paganism, but it wasn't something I was seeking to explore with other people. It was mostly a private thing. Not to mention, my own beliefs are more metaphorical. But that doesn't mean I'm close to the experience entirely. So when she mentioned having a LGBTQ neurodivergent pagan femme coven, I was like, okay, wow, that's either very specific or very broad. But hey, why not? Maybe it would be fun. So we agreed to meet first before I went to the event. One weird thing that stuck out in our text conversations was that our partner was in some sort of bizarre Scientology rehab. At first, I assumed it was a place where one recovers from Scientology, but I did ask her if her partner was a Scientologist. I didn't get an answer. We only met for an hour to have coffee. I think more red flags would have popped up if we had more time, because the little things that went off my radar were things that weren't that weird. Like there were more explanations, or I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt, and my dumbass didn't ask about the Scientology thing. I kept meaning to Google Scientology rehab, but kept forgetting to do it. I have since Googled it and cannot find anything about the rehab for ex-Scientologists, so I wish I would have done that sooner. There were, however, other things that stuck out. They're relatively benign out of context, but putting everything together in retrospect made me feel dumb. She wouldn't answer any direct questions about herself, and not for lack of asking. I'm the kind of person who is conscious of when the attention is all on me, so it made me uncomfortable, and I didn't learn anything about her really. Most of what she said had to do with her spiritual awakening. Her spiritual awakening itself sounded weird as fuck. She said she was like a lighthouse, drawing people towards their personal enlightenment. And okay, I did think that was weird, but like, she was from California. I don't know, maybe that's normal. I just chalked it up to her personal beliefs being whatever they were. Reincarnation was a big part of paganism. She told me she didn't think she had any past lives and is a new soul, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but okay, whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys. The vaguely supernatural element she placed on herself was strange, but I knew a lot of people that wanted to feel special. That didn't mean I had to believe it. At one point, I told her about this random woman I met at the pagan festival who tried to con me. She wanted to charge me so I could be under her wing or whatever. I don't need someone to protect me or guide me, so I declined. As I was telling this story, I could tell that Annie was conflicted, like she wanted to agree but didn't. Finally, she said something, like how it was only inappropriate because the student should choose the teacher. So I clarified that I didn't want a teacher. Her responses were very mirroring, and I'm not a moron. I was getting a weird sense that she wasn't being honest with me, that she was telling me things I wanted to hear, so I told myself she was probably just nervous. I had a strong personality. I'm very independent, so I can understand why someone wouldn't want to go up against things I said in our very first meeting. I know I'm just dumb at this point, but I didn't want to be paranoid. I don't trust people easily, and I know that, so I was just trying to loosen up and be more chill. Yeah, big mistake. So I go to this thing. Immediately, it's weird. The second I step foot in that house, I'm uncomfortable. It's filled with people and completely silent. Everyone is looking at me. I'm laughing and saying hi, and no one is really responding. And here I am awkwardly dropping my keys and phone while everyone is just watching me. Eventually, I take a seat on the short couch because there's no room on the large circle. It's a very small living room and there's 20 people circled up. There's a cushion on the couch, so I sit on that. The leader starts talking, and as she's going on, I'm looking around at the people there. I was curious. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the leader trying to look at me. The girl sitting in front of me was partially blocking our view of each other. So the leader is leaning over and trying to meet my gaze. Finally, I felt awkward enough to shift over, so I was leaning against the arm of the chair. Staying perched on that fucking cushion was uncomfortable by this point, so I shifted off and spread out a bit to be more comfortable. The leader ended their speech with, "So spread out, I guess," which was clearly directed to me. It was said with some humor though, so I wasn't sure what to make of it. Everyone introduces themselves and their unique brand of neurodivergent. I'm ADHD, but I guess I don't subscribe to labels beyond the requirement to stay medicated. I've been medicated since 2015, so this isn't a new diagnosis for me. That was the only question we got asked about ourselves, beyond our name. The leader guides us through meditation, and people are making these weird breathing sounds and hums. I get it, it's spiritual, right? Unfortunately, my ADHD can't focus to save my life, and it's impossible for me to follow a guided meditation, so I'm sitting there with my eyes closed and barely paying attention, because I can't. But I do hear the leader say we should think of anything we would like to ask her or need from her, and that got my attention. What the fuck did I need to ask her, other than where the snacks were, because I paid $8 and I don't see a single snack. Once the meditation ended, Annie and the leader walked around and gave us material for an activity. Annie gave me 2 long pieces of twine, and the leader gave me 2 sticks. As the leader was handing out the sticks, I asked her where the snacks were. She was like, "In the kitchen, on the table, where snacks tend to be." I'm a dry, sarcastic person, so I thought this was her brand of humor. I laughed and played along. "Alright, I think I'll find them." She literally was deadpan, unsmiling. And then walked away. So stupid me thought she just might be like that. But then I saw her laughing with the other girls and realized something was off. As the activity commenced, she went back over to Annie and started stroking her back, kissing her hair, and giving me this creepy smile. Yeah, it was weird. I was so uncomfortable. I wanted to get up and go, but I couldn't. Why? Because of this damn activity. The activity was the last straw. They wanted us to think of something we wanted to discard that brought us pain. Then they wanted us to feel how bad this thing made us feel as we slowly twisted a piece of twine around a stick. That's shit that I would only do with a therapist. Obviously, people were emotionally melting down before long. I wasn't comfortable doing this activity for obvious reasons, so I sat there awkwardly with the sticks and the string in my lap. I was the only one not doing it, and it was obvious. But because I wasn't doing it, I had the opportunity to watch Annie and the leader, and it was chilling. Annie was doing some weird pyramid thing above her head with her arms. There were a lot of references to her being a lighthouse or some sort of guiding figure throughout the meeting. She was the only one that wasn't doing the ritual, other than the leader. They were both running it. Suddenly it occurred to me, as it probably did to y'all already, that Annie had been using the app just to bring people into their group. She was the only person who seemed to know everyone, yet no one knew each other. Even the name of their group made sense now. They weren't being specific, they were casting a wide net, and I had this big realization in a handful of seconds. It made my stomach turn. So yeah, I was done, but I couldn't get up because people were sharing their experiences and shit, pouring their hearts out. This was the most fucked up part of it, in my opinion. There's no reason to do a releasing ceremony that forces people to feel their trauma, especially at the very first meeting. It was inherently manipulative, but it requires people to let their guard down. Then they can save the day by showing people how they released the very same pain they just inflicted. But that isn't the fault of the people there, so I didn't want to disrespect them. Like, people were sobbing on top of my shoes that I left by the door. I had to wait for the best time to ask someone to pass them to me. Finally, I got up and told everyone that I had to go to my car, then took off. I texted Annie and told her I wouldn't be back, and that I hoped she found her people. Just make sure you're not her people. Be really careful of any spiritual ceremonies or practices that demands vulnerability from you, especially directed by people that don't know you beyond your name. Annie, let's not meet under any circumstances ever again. I used to work the night shift at a small, isolated gas station just off the highway. It wasn't the busiest place, especially during the late hours, but it was still a job. The station was positioned in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense woods on one side and fields on the other. Sometimes I'd go hours without seeing a single customer, and the loneliness would get to me. One night around 3 a.m., the station was dead quiet. I just finished stocking the shelves when I noticed a car pull up. It was an older sedan, dark colored. The headlights were off, and it rolled up to the pump slowly. I stood behind the counter, staring at the vehicle through the window. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw a shadow of a person in the car, sitting motionless in the driver's seat. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. It was odd. There was no one else around, and the car had no license plates. Maybe they're just tired. People sometimes rest on the side of the highway. I waited for the driver to move, but nothing happened. I picked up the phone and dialed the non-emergency police line, asking them if they can come check it out. The dispatcher told me that they'll send someone by, but it could take a while since no one was in the area. My eyes kept darting to the window, but the car remained still. The figure inside just staring forward from what I could tell. Minutes passed, and the unease in my chest grew heavier. Eventually, I grabbed my flashlight, muttered to myself that I should at least go see if the person was okay, and stepped out into the cold night air. I flashed my light through the window. The person inside hadn't moved a muscle. It was then I saw it. The figure wasn't holding onto the steering wheel. Their hands were pressed flat against their face as if they were cradling it in their palms. It was a strange, unnerving position. I knocked gently on the window. "Hey, are you alright?" The figure didn't move, not even a twitch. I could feel my pulse picking up speed and dread began to creep through me. What if this person was gone? I took a step back towards the dark woods. I then turned to head back to the station. That's when I heard it. A low scraping sound, like nails on metal. I spun around. I was startled. And let's say I wasn't as manly as I thought at this moment. My flashlight shaking in my hands. And there, behind the car, was another figure, standing in the shadows. I froze. The second figure stood motionless, staring in my direction, almost as if they had been waiting for me to notice. My heart was pounding in my chest. I could barely breathe. Then, without warning, the first figure in the car jerked upright. Their hands dropped from their face, and they looked directly at me. I jumped back, stumbled over my feet, and rushed inside, slamming the door behind me. My hands had never shaken as much as they shook as I tried to lock the door. I hurried to the phone. I called the police again. I can only imagine how I sounded on this call. I told them about the figures, about the car, everything. The dispatcher assured me that they were sending someone over, but it didn't seem like they were taking me that seriously. Moments later, the car pulled away, shining their headlights to the window as they pulled out. It drove off down the dark road towards the highway. The police never showed up. I don't know if I imagined it or something was really out there, but I can imagine those eyes staring at me, and the scraping sounds still haunt me. I ended up quitting that job not long after. It was just too creepy for me. Was this person in the woods watching me? Did they get out of the car when I wasn't looking? To this day, I don't know who or what those figures were, but it often crosses my mind, and I feel so lucky that I got back in on time. This story isn't as dramatic as other ones on the sub, but it was incredibly terrifying for me to experience. It happened to me yesterday late in the afternoon. I had just finished buying some snacks from the gas station when this man approached me as I was walking home. It was dark out, so the only thing I could make out was that he was about 2 inches taller than me, had a green jacket on with a hood, and had fair skin. He asked me what's in my backpack. I try walking away, but he grabs my bag and refuses to let me go. He demands I hand him my bag. I try my best to plead with him, saying he can just have the food inside if he was hungry. He didn't care. He kept fighting me for the bag. I did my best holding my ground and putting up a fight. Several drivers passed me, but none of them bothered to stop and help me. I was all alone on a dark and empty sidewalk. The gas station was in a pretty bad part of town, bunch of drug addicts and violent people. I used to live there, so I knew the cops were regularly called into this neighborhood. I'm glad I managed to escape that environment 2 years ago. Eventually, this man removes his hand from his pocket, and I start fearing for the worst. I almost expected him to pull out a knife, but thankfully, it was only his fist. He begins banging hard on my fist to the point that they start to bleed. I couldn't take it anymore, so I handed him the bag and watched him run off. There was only some chips and juice in there, so it's not like I lost anything valuable. I walked the entire way home, constantly looking over my shoulder in case that bastard came back for more. I didn't call the police because I knew nothing would be done about it. I barely even had a description of this guy, so they wouldn't really have anything to go off of. I'm currently at work with a bandaged hand, trying my best to get through the day despite the pain. I hope this guy who did it ends up messing with the wrong person and gets the hell beaten out of him. I wish I never went to that neighborhood. I wish I had stayed home. Just got back from work late at night, and I stopped at the gas station on the way. For context, I'm a guy in my 30s. As I pulled into the gas station, I noticed an old beater sedan with its lights off, parked on the side of the building. As I pulled past the car, I saw that someone was in there. So as I park, I look over, and the other car starts moving with the lights off and parks 2 spaces down from me. I keep looking because it's late at night and weird behavior. I see this guy, mid-50s white guy with a baseball hat, turn the interior light on and just stare me down. Not moving, just staring. I'm like, whatever, and go get my stuff inside. The guy never gets out or goes inside. As I'm leaving the store, I can see he hasn't moved an inch, just following me with his eyes as I walk back to my car. At this point, I'm holding a knife I carry in my pocket, ready for this guy to try something. I make it to my car and climb in. After I start my car, I look over again, and he's still completely unmoving, just staring straight at me with his interior light on. We were the only 2 cars there. At this point, I think he's either an unmarked cop or a fucking serial killer. I slowly pull out and watch him stare at me the whole time I drive out of the gas station. He never pulled out or followed. Honestly, this is probably a boring story for you guys, but it was so uncanny and unsettling. I wanted to post it here to see if anyone had a similar encounter. I stupidly made the decision to get gas at 11 p.m. one night because I didn't make time before work to go. So I'm pulling up to the gas station and there were a couple cars at the pumps, which I sort of felt relieved at and more safe going in. I go inside to pay the clerk since I'm using cash, and as I'm going to the pump to put the gas in, most of the cars are leaving except this one truck parked 2 pumps beside me. I get in my car and wait for my gas to be filled, and I'm on the phone, and all of a sudden I see this guy walking around the front of my car very suspiciously. I sort of glance up to see what he's doing, but at this point I had made eye contact with him. Shit. He then proceeds to ask me if I have any change for gas, and I nod. No, sorry. He says, okay, that's cool. Hey, do you want me to remove your gas pump for you? I say, no, I'm good, thanks. At this point, my gas is filled up, and he knows, and he's kind of fidgeting as well, and walks away behind my car. I'm trying not to glance back and be subtle about looking where he was, because I didn't want to alarm him with how terrified I am. In my head, I'm thinking about how I can leave the car with him still around my car. At this point, no one is in the lot, and I'm waiting till another car pulls up. 5 minutes later, nothing. So my fight or flight responses are really kicking my ass on what I should do next. It's really cold out. I haven't turned my car on because the pump is still in my car, and I don't know where this man is at. Then I finally see him walk towards the truck, but not entering it, just around it. But as soon as his back is towards me, I go for the pump and take it out, and he notices me and quickly approaches me and says, oh hey, you're really beautiful, still walking towards me. I nod and quickly and subtly put my gas cap back on. He says, I don't look like a serial killer, do I? With this crazed look in his eyes. Like, yeah, motherfucker, you actually do. But at this point, I bolted to my car and drove off quickly. So ladies, please avoid going to the gas stations at night or carry some sort of protection with you, because I sure as hell will from now on, and I've learned my lesson. It wasn't as bad as it sounds, but it definitely could have taken a different turn of events had I done things differently. Some background info. I was 24 at the time, and so was my husband. Our daughter was 2 at the time. We were on a road trip to see some family. About 20 minutes outside of the town we live in was this big gas station with a wide variety of snacks. Whenever we go on a trip, we would always stop there for gas, drinks, and snacks. It's in the middle of the day, in the middle of summer. So we pull in. My husband finds a pump to fill up at. We had all gone to the bathroom before leaving the house, so I left our daughter in the car while he filled up, and I went inside to fill our water bottles and grab some snacks. Like I said, this gas station was fairly large for the area, but not like huge or anything. The bathroom and the water fountain were down a fairly secluded hallway. There was only one cashier, and the line was kind of long, so I decided to buy snacks first, then go to the hallway to fill up the water bottles on the way out, in case the line got longer. Meanwhile, my husband had finished pumping gas and pulled into the parking spot in front of the building to wait for me, but all the windows were covered with posters and stuff, so I didn't notice. Anyway, while I was in line, holding our snacks and water bottles in my arms, a couple guys immediately get in line behind me. They're all tall. I'd estimate they were 6 feet at least. They wore very nondescript clothes, khaki shorts, and blank gray t-shirts. I didn't hear them speak any English, and I can't 100% confirm what language they spoke, but it sounded Middle Eastern, although they were Caucasian. Not super unusual for the area because there's a big college town nearby. I don't really like anyone being directly behind me, so I turned so the guys were in my peripheral vision, and I looked at the display of toys while I waited. I do this move a lot when I'm waiting in line, and basically every time, nobody notices or cares that I turn so I can see people, and they certainly don't move around while waiting in line nearly as much as these guys did. One of them was full on staring at me, and his expression was plainly unsettling to me. But he hadn't done anything to me, so I just smiled, gave a half nod, and looked away while still keeping them in my field of view. They were whispering among themselves, even though nobody could understand their language, and it wasn't exactly quiet in there. I just had a gut feeling that they were talking about me because they both kept openly staring at me and nobody else, even though it was fairly busy. Then they started to move so they were directly behind me, and for 4 minutes straight as I looked at my phone, every time I moved, because I was uncomfortable with them being directly behind me, they'd move to be directly behind me again. Every time they would look at something on display, but it just seemed so forced, like they weren't actually interested in the unicorn toys and were just looking at them to be behind me. About every 15 seconds for 4 minutes while we were in this line, it kept happening over and over again. They'd even go back and look at something they've already looked at. They went back to the same unicorn toy 4 times. I felt like I was crazy, because maybe one of them had a daughter or niece who would like it, but every time I looked close enough, they were staring at me, watching me. I was seriously freaked out, but I kept telling myself that they weren't going to do anything to me. But just to be safe, I decided not to go fill up the water bottles and just go straight to the car. It wasn't worth risking it. I was still 3 people away from the front of the line. There was some sort of issue with the membership card that held up the line, and more people lined up behind the men. One was a middle-aged woman with her teenager. The woman saw my discomfort and saw how they kept getting behind me over and over again, so she sent her teenager to see if the self-checkouts were open. At this gas station, there was a 50-50 chance that they were. They went down a lot. Meanwhile, those men are getting closer and closer. I had already gotten as close to the person in front of me as socially allowed, but they were breathing down my neck, even brushing against me while they looked at displays of candy and unicorn toys. I was contemplating leaving the snacks at the counter and just walking out. The teenager came back and must have whispered to the woman that the self-checkout was open. The woman walked up to me, took me by the arm and led me to the self-checkout. We watched each other's backs while we checked out. I looked up and saw them still staring at me, and this time they looked fully angry at me. They were about to come and talk to me when she grabbed my bag and receipt and walked me out to my car. Somehow she was so smooth with everything. I don't even think the teenager noticed what was going on. Once we got outside, I saw my car right there and my hubby and kid were inside. I gave her a hug and thanked her for the help getting me out of there. Then we parted ways. I told my hubby everything, trying not to get too emotional about it, just stating the facts about what they did and how they behaved. He seemed equally freaked out by my description of the events and wished he would have had a chance to properly thank the woman. I filled our water bottles at the next gas station, and we moved out of that area about 6 months later. Anyway, that woman sees this. You're my hero. Thank you. I don't think I can fully describe how deeply uncomfortable I was in that situation, I was generally scared that they would follow me to my car or something. This happened 15 years ago, when I was 23. I left my boyfriend's place in the city and needed to get gas. The sun had just set, so it was finally dark. I picked a gas station still in the city, close to a bridge that feeds into the highway. The pump had a prepay sign on it, so I went inside to prepay before filling up. I always lock my doors before doing things like that. This was before automatic locks were standard on all cars. I still shudder to think of what might have happened if I hadn't done that, because of what happens next. After I paid, I walked back to my car, and as I approached the driver's side, I noticed a man on the passenger side trying to anxiously open the passenger door several times rapidly. He looked up and noticed me. He looked a little panicked and annoyed. Startled, I asked him to step away. I look around. No other cars at the station. It's just me. Seeming more annoyed than despaired, he says, You give me a ride to the bridge. Please, I need a ride." He again tries to open the door. I said no, firmly, and asked him to step away. "Come on, it's only a short distance." I replied with, "Well, if it's a short distance, then you can walk. It's a nice evening out, not too cold out." He glared at me, not happy, not moving. I commanded once more for him to please step away, adding, "Right now. Have a good evening, sir, but you need to go." I stared at him as he finally, slowly sulked off after glaring at me. I waited until he was pretty far away, and only then did I frantically unlock the car and then sped off. I still see the image of me walking back to my car from paying inside, only to find him anxiously pulling at the door handle many times. He did this before noticing my approach. What if I hadn't locked it? Would he have been waiting there inside, gun or knife in hand, threatening me to drive off with him? Or did he just simply need a ride? I'll never know, but as a petite, attractive, early 20-year-old woman alone at night, there's no way in hell I was letting this man in my locked car. I just always wonder, what if I hadn't locked it? I may have stepped into that car and into a nightmare. I was at a gas station and went to the register to buy some gas and some drinks as I was going on a small trip. I got there, and there was this large, balding man with a ginger beard with a name tag, Guy. I smiled at him and was polite, since I work in customer service and always try to be nice to everyone, because you'll never know what kind of day said person may be having. Guy smiled at me and asked me if we've met before. I had never seen him in my life, and I made a joke saying, "I just have one of those faces," and laughed it off. I had alarm bells ringing in my head because of his tone. I had a deep sinking feeling in my gut as he took his time checking me out. Guy kept talking to me, saying I looked great today, and he guessed my dead name. But I haven't told anyone my dead name in years, as I'm non-binary and hate people knowing. I try my best to keep my dead name a secret. Plus, I was paying with cash, so I couldn't think of a way that he would know. I smiled more to brush it off, trying to imply that that wasn't my actual name, saying, "No, I go by Royal." He frowned and scratched his beard, and I could have sworn that I saw bloody dandruff or something like that come down onto the counter. I took my change and went out to my car, filling up as quickly as I could. I pulled out my phone with the intent to let the others know my location and just to tell my friends and mom. Feeling hot breath on my head and someone's body pressed up on my back, I spun around and there was Guy. The most godly smell hit my nose as he looked down on me. I'm 5'6", and my best guess is he was 6 foot. Guy smiled, multiple teeth missing. He said I was rude for talking about him behind his back. I laughed it off and apologized. I went quickly to get the gas pump out of my car. Before I could even get my hand on it, Guy grabbed it from me and did it for me, smirking and saying that I shouldn't bother doing such manly things. He went on to explain that he finally knew where he knew me from. He explained that I was a sex slave in a past life, that he was my master, and he knew my frame anywhere. I'm 17 and I've never met this man in my life. I nodded and tried to laugh it off, saying, "Oh, really?" I didn't want to anger him. The man didn't seem to be happy with that. As I tried to go around to get into my car, he opened my passenger door to get in. I was in full panic mode and had started my car and put the pedal to the metal with both doors swinging open. As I drove away, Guy had fallen to the ground and started to scream and curse. I pulled over after a mile and shut both of my doors. "So Guy at the gas station, let's not meet again." Not sure if this is creepy enough to share, but I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Earlier, I was on the way to work and stopped at a nearby gas station to grab a drink and a snack. As I am approaching the drink area, there was a normal-looking guy standing there. By normal, I mean from my perspective, there was nothing off-putting about him, and he looked like a nice person. I see that it's a visibly tight space between him and the fridge doors, so I say, "Excuse me," so I could politely walk towards the water I was eyeing up. As I go past him, he says, "What do you think this is?" As someone who has a sense of humor, I thought he was joking or giving me a hard time, so I just laughed and proceeded to grab a water. I then see him staring at me out of my peripheral vision, so I look over and he's giving me a blank, menacing stare. The smile wiped off my face quickly, and I said, "What?" out of confusion. He then continues to stare at me and just says, "Yeah," almost as if he was implying me that he was telling me off or making a point or something. I just tried to ignore it and proceeded to grab a snack. As he approaches the register to check out, I overhear him saying to the cashier, "I feel like people are following me today." To which the cashier responds, "Who?" And he then repeats, "I feel like people are following me." I then get in line behind him, and he very much intentionally drops his license, debit card, and other cards. They drop behind him towards me, and he turns to look around and just looks at me. He looks down at the cards and then back up at me. He slowly bent down to pick them up while staring at me, and then proceeded to leave the gas station while looking back at me. I have no idea what I just experienced, but it was very unsettling. I didn't say anything negative to him, nor was I rude to him in any manner when trying to move by him in the gas station. I did not follow him whatsoever, nor did I give him any reason to drop his personal cars behind him towards me. So I'm continuing to ask myself, why did this man act this way? And why did I feel such a menacing energy during my entire time in there? I don't expect anyone to give me specific reasoning as to what I experienced. I just really needed to share what happened. I'm a 30-year-old transgender male. Before the sake of my demeanor when this event occurred, I was a timid 19-year-old lesbian, unleaded into the world immediately after graduation. I had just lost my job at McDonald's due to a massive flood taking out a lot of businesses in the area, and I had a girlfriend that lived 30 minutes away, and I needed gas money, so I took a job offered to me by a family friend at a 24/7 gas station in the next town over from mine. The shift I was hired for was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and I had never worked a night shift in my life. But I thought it would be pretty cool to have little to no pressure other than to make sure that the coffee was ready at 4 a.m. for the morning regulars. I was required to train on the day shift for the first couple of weeks to get accustomed to the operations. Throughout those weeks, I learned many of the ins and outs of what takes place on the night shift, and I also learned the ins and outs of the people that hung around these places for hours. And there were quite a few. One woman in particular, Melinda. She would come in every morning before and after dropping off our kids at school, around lunchtime, sometimes actually buying us lunch. And in the evenings, when her husband was home, she came in for hours, considering she lived a couple streets over. She was nice, and I started to enjoy her visits, and we all got along so well in the store. It was a fun atmosphere for the most part. So finally, time for me to work the night shift, and my manager was with me for a few nights. I was taking her place on the night shift because she couldn't do it anymore. She was nice, and I admit I had a pretty big crush on her, so I didn't mind spending the time with her. I learned when she worked the night shift, Melinda spent the entire night there. I had been working the night shift alone for a couple weeks, and some of those night shifts drug into the days when we were short-staffed. But again, I needed the money. Anyway, one night I was doing my chores, scrubbing the hot dog rollers, setting coffee filters up for the rush, and mopping the entire store. While emptying the mop bucket, I heard a chime at the door and looked at my watch and saw that it was 2 a.m., which was odd. There typically wasn't anyone coming into the store until about 4, so I was a little upset because I just mopped the floor. I went out to see who it was, and just as I headed out, the movement in the mirror overhead to stop shoplifters caught my eye. There's a man at the counter doing something with a money order machine, and upon looking again, he had a knife. He was cutting the wires. For what reason, I have no clue. While he was cutting it, I heard him muttering, "Where's Bonka?" over and over again. I knew I could walk back and get the phone from the office, but I didn't want him to hear me, so I pulled my phone out and texted Melinda to call the cops. I tried to text quickly as much as I could describe. She told me she would be right down, and I was freaking out with every second that passed. Before she could get there, the man went outside to the gas pumps and threw all the trash cans and started cutting up the gas lines. I took this opportunity to lock the front door in case he tried to get back in, and thank God I did, because he immediately made a beeline to the door and slammed his fists into it. Just as he did, the cops and Melinda showed up, and he was put into the cop car while I explained everything that just happened. Turns out Bonka was the name he called my manager, whose name is Bianca. He had been obsessed with her in the weeks prior, dropping in nightly and making her feel very uncomfortable, which explains why she couldn't take it anymore. They knowingly threw a timid 19-year-old girl into this mess, and seeing me there instead of her was what turned his obsession into rage. So to the man who became extremely unhinged when they took a woman out of a potentially dangerous situation, and the woman that threw a naive teenager into this world, let's never meet again. This is a long story, so stick with me. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I'm a bartender. I have some stories where I've been generally scared for my life, but this has got to be the worst. I'm working a double at the restaurant. Around 11 a.m. a delivery man comes in with a package that I needed to sign for. He comes, I sign for the package, and tell him to have a good day with a smile. I continue my shift per usual. This was a Friday or Saturday, I can't remember, but later on we got busy. The restaurant and parking lot are full. I see a lot of different people daily, plus seeing someone for the second time ever out of their uniform. You may not recognize them. FedEx driver comes and sits at the bar. I don't remember him from the 25-second interaction we had that morning. I start talking to him as I do all my customers. I get him a drink, appetizer, another drink, entree, etc. Our conversation started. How long have you worked here? A few years. I've worked my way up. How do you like it here? Just a regular conversation with bar guests. It slowly became not so regular. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I said yes. He would change the subject and then go back, complimenting me, saying how beautiful I was every few minutes. Can I have your number? No, I don't think my boyfriend would appreciate that. Okay, what's your last name? We could be Facebook friends. All annoying, but normal interactions I've had with men in this industry. He started to become really pushy over time, pressing for my phone number or social media. I continue to politely decline and laugh it off. He then tells me, I actually came this morning to drop off a package with FedEx. You signed for it. I came back just for you. I smile, continue with my stupid customer service. Oh yeah, I remember you. And then smile and laugh it off. I even stepped in the back to vent to my manager at this point about how he was extra pushy and uncomfortable. Flash forward about an hour. He pays his tab and leaves. I'm just glad he's gone at this point. We'll say as a guess, it was about 7 p.m. when he leaves. We are still busy and we close at 10 p.m. We finish dinner service. Customers slowly start to leave and the restaurant is finally empty. I've been cleaning for a while and I'm finally finishing up. It's about 10:30 p.m. at this point. I'm cleaning the bar. I look up. The whole front of the restaurant that is facing me consists of a large window that faces a parking lot, and I see one car in the parking lot. I notice that it's the delivery driver guest from earlier. He is standing outside the car, walking around and seeming like he's cleaning the back seat out. Door opens, and he's leaning in and out with a bag. As soon as I realized it was him who left almost 4 hours ago, my heart sank. Why was he still here? Why was he cleaning the back seat out? I freak. My manager and I are the only people left at the restaurant at this point. It's almost 11. I run to her and tell her everything about how he came back just for me and about how he had seemingly left 4 hours ago. And I made her come from the back of the restaurant to behind the bar up front so she could see him in the parking lot. She says she's going to call the police. At this point, my boyfriend and I had an apartment literally 5 minutes away from the restaurant. I told her not to worry about it. I'll just call my boyfriend to come get me. I did just that. But my boyfriend could immediately tell something was wrong. And when I'm scared or anxious, I ramble. So I gave him a quick debriefing of what's going on. He said that he'll be there soon and hung up. My manager made me sit in the office until he got there, so I didn't see this go down. All I remember is my boyfriend coming into the restaurant to get me, walking me to the car through the back door, and getting me home. My boyfriend, who is very confrontational and protective, later tells me that he pulled into the parking lot to see a FedEx driver sitting in his driver's seat of his car. My boyfriend walked up to the car and knocked on the window for him to roll it down. He does, and my boyfriend tells him something along the lines of, "You need to get out of here." This is where the scariest thing happens. The dude responded to him in a different language, mumbling and acting like he didn't speak English. My boyfriend said something like, "I know you speak English, you've been talking to my girlfriend all night, and you need to get out of here." The dude continued rambling in a different language until my boyfriend raised his voice and basically said, "You have 15 seconds before I pull you out of this car, and you never leave this parking lot," before the guy finally put the car in drive and sped off. I was on edge for weeks after this interaction and have considered switching jobs. Why was he still sitting in the parking lot that long after we closed, and hours after cashing out his tab? And why was he cleaning out the back seat? To the creepy bar guest, delivery driver, let's never meet again. I'm a property manager and 1 year postpartum, so I returned to my company part-time. This was fun because I got to float around to different apartment communities who needed help and just help where needed. In September, I helped a property about an hour away from my house. It was a bit of a drive, but fairly small property with relatively no big problems, so easy money for the day. I'm covering for the manager out on vacation, and of course, it's the dreaded 6th of the month. This means I'm handing out letters and making calls, unfortunately. Definitely not my favorite part of the job, but it's necessary. The one thing I hate about floating is the residents don't know me well, so I'm delivering late letters and calling, and they don't even know me. Again, not my favorite part of the job, but it has to be done, so here we go. I had about 10 letters to deliver. All was going normal and fine. Some people answer the door and say, "Yep, sorry, I'll have it paid on such and such date." Another person didn't answer, so I left the info on the door, but they flipped me off as I was walking away. All pretty normal stuff when it comes to the job. I get down to the 7th or 8th person. I walk up to this apartment, and I can tell from the outside that the occupants have absolutely destroyed this home. I smelled cigarettes, cat urine, and general mustiness before I even knocked. All blinds were broken, blankets up on the windows, all the works. I get to the door, do my normal knock, waited about 5 seconds, and was ready to post the notice to the door. Right as I was folding it up to put it in between the door slightly swings open. A gentleman wearing just boxers and half a cigarette hanging out of his mouth opened the door, but he doesn't unlatch the security lock, so the door does not open all the way. "What do you want?" he says, as he's giving me a death glare, but also looking me up and down inappropriately at the same time. I explained that I was just there to deliver late letters, and that I'd be on my way now. As I'm explaining this, I notice he keeps looking over his shoulder, as if someone was standing next to him behind the door. I find this odd, as if someone was hiding from me, especially because this gentleman won't open the door all the way. I hear some whispering, and now I'm sure he's communicating with someone. The gentleman at the door asks me to wait and says he has things in his apartment that he needs me to look at. I explain that I'm just there for the letters, but he can send photos to the office and that I can get work orders in. He begins complaining about our maintenance team and states he really wants someone to take a look in person. At this point, I feel really uneasy. Typically, I would enter to help with no problem, but between the looks that this guy was giving me and the creepy who knows who's behind the door, I'm just not feeling safe at this point. I defer again, trying to make myself sound unimportant and just say that I'm a floating person. I can't do anything without manager approval, so there's really no point. At this point, something catches my eye. I see the window blind move. I notice 2 additional guys upstairs who are both staring down at me. I'm so uneasy I could be sick at this point. I tell the gentleman that I won't be entering without maintenance or a property manager present, due to it being an ongoing maintenance concern and there not being much I could personally do. He looks annoyed and finally slams the door in my face. I get back to the office and grab the maintenance supervisor for the property to chat about things regarding this encounter. The maintenance supervisor explained to me that there used to be an old man that lived in the apartment, but then his son took over the lease after he died. He told me that he noticed a lot of strange activity and individuals around the home since the dad died, but he hasn't personally witnessed anything illegal yet, so he just let it go. He explained they plan to make the move when the contract is over, due to the conditions of the home. While I can't prove something horrible was going to happen if I enter the premises, this is by far the creepiest encounter I've had as a property manager in 7 years. I used to work in a kitchen design studio. We had a host desk at the front to answer quick questions and handle small customer service issues. One day the host, 21-year-old female, needed her break, and I, 34-year-old male, told her that I would take her spot for her break. About 10 minutes into her break, a scuffy-looking dude with an unlit half-cigarette in his mouth came in. I gave him the usual, "Welcome in, how can I help you?" service industry greeting, and the dude just looked at me, silent for about 2 minutes. Then he walked over and started rubbing my shoulders while saying, "You're a good man. You'll be okay." I just kind of froze. I didn't know what to do. He wasn't attacking me, but it was super unnerving. I told the host about it, and she said that she was glad it happened to me instead of her. Anyway, that guy got arrested after lighting half the block and sidewalk on fire. Let's start with the basics. I'm a 26-year-old male, and I work at a blind store where I'm alone during all my shift. I work from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday. It's a very simple job most of the time, as I just look at the computer, do some customer service, offer quotes to the very few people that enter the store, and so on. So like I said, it's very boring and not much happens. But lately, something started to catch my attention. I noticed across the street someone looking directly at the store. More precisely, looking at me. I don't handle cash at the store. We mostly work with credit cards and debit cards, so I don't think they were planning to rob the store or something like that. I noticed that there's a telescope on the window and it's pointed directly at my desk, so I think it's very obvious to say that the person is looking at me. I left my phone recording while I was at work for about an hour and a half, and I could see in the recording that this person moves the telescope once in a while, and that was when I would go to the restroom. The telescope moves while trying to find me. So yeah, I have not seen this person's face or anything, but surely enough, this is creepy. Update 1. Thank you so much for your comments and responses to this post. I didn't expect this to get any attention, so here goes with some more info about the situation and more details about the store. This person is looking at my desk through a door, so my blinds can't protect me. In addition to this, I moved my desk closer to the wall so the person can't see me anymore. I did this just because I'm getting video proof of this person's behavior. I just found out about the stalker this Tuesday, and I don't know if he or she has been doing this for weeks, and I just noticed it now, so I'm already being careful when I get off work. After reading all your suggestions, I've decided to go and have a little chat with the building administrator and show her all the evidence I have collected. I will do this today. I may update this in a week if something worth mentioning happens. If not, then Monday I'll update the post. Update 2. So I already showed the evidence to the building administrator. Let's call her Anna. And she was shocked. Even more when she actually saw the telescope showing through the window of the apartment. She told me that the apartment that had the telescope is being used by 2 girls, maybe in their 20s. And these 2 girls are weird. Their apartment is small, but they are not cheap. And these 2 girls started living there almost 2 months ago. She told me that she doesn't see these girls leave the apartment often, and most of the food and groceries are delivered to these girls via delivery drivers. But something that does occur is a man comes to the apartment every 2 or 3 days and leaves early in the morning. The man is the one that actually made the rental agreement and pays for the apartment, so he's probably paying for food and rent for these 2 girls. Now, Anna says when the rental agreement took place, the man said these 2 girls would be living there because they're in college, but she hasn't seen the 2 girls go to college or anything like that. So yeah, this is weird. Anna is going to speak about this issue with the owner of the building and the man who signed the rental agreement, so this activity stops. Last update. Okay, so this weekend, I didn't think too much about the situation anymore. I tried to enjoy my days off without worrying about my job. So just today I come to work, open the store door and begin to work. I then noticed that the window to the apartment was closed. This window was always open, and I noticed that the telescope was no longer there. I sent a message to Anna asking if she could tell me anything about these girls, and if something was being done about the stalking. Apparently, Anna, the building manager, and the mysterious man had a short conversation this Saturday. They called the man on the phone and asked him if he could talk about some complaints about the apartment. Then they told the man that the girls were harassing the stores in front of the building. Luckily, they didn't say it was me who was complaining. They told the man that this behavior should stop because that's not something tenants should do. So far, the man has been listening and paying attention to the request. Everything was normal up to that point, but then the building owner had a question. It was a quick question. What career are they studying? Anna said that the man changed his attitude completely, said that he should mind his own business, and just left. Sunday comes, and the man calls Anna to give her the keys to the apartment. He didn't explain why or said anything else. He just gave her the keys and left. She was very confused and also worried about the girls, mainly because she didn't see them when they left. I told her maybe they left early in the morning, like the man used to. I asked if there was something wrong with the apartment, like missing stuff or damages, but Anna said everything was fine, nothing was stolen or broken. Also, I asked if she heard noises, yelling, or anything that Saturday night. Nothing, she says. She's thinking about filing a complaint with the police because it feels wrong that they would just leave like that. If you ask me, I think the reason why they left was because the building owner asked about the girls. I don't know what to think about this. If Anna does end up going to the police, I will probably provide my testimony or something, if it's helpful. I hope I don't have another update to this post, because I wouldn't want to know more about this than I should. From the age of 13 until almost 15, I had a paper route. I delivered papers to people's doors 6 days a week. All of my customers, aside from an occasional grump or chatterboxes, were absolutely wonderful. Most of them were older, and so many of them were happy to see me every day just to have someone to talk to. Most of them would leave me things like granola bars, water bottles, and even tips. Winter holidays were a great time because everyone who could left huge tips. It was pretty good for a first official job. Eventually, some of the snowbirds moved back and became my customers. One couple, Lois and Gerald, will always stick in my mind. They started off normal, pretty friendly people, but I noticed one Sunday, the only day I had to get up early to deliver papers, that Gerald was outside. He chatted me up, nothing unusual. Because it was so early, and because I'd usually go right to bed after I was done, I was wearing a Britney Spears shirt and a pair of polar bear pajama pants. He complimented and said I dressed cutely. I was confused because it was just pajamas that I threw on randomly. I was confused by the compliment, but I just went on about my day and didn't think much of it. Something else to note, his wife Lois was always smiling. I couldn't pinpoint why, but it always unnerved me. Anyways, I noticed that in their garden, there were 3 different dog headstones that all said Fido on it. I was kind of confused as why they all had the same name. One day, Lois was out and she had her dog with her. She introduced the dog to me as they had just adopted her, and guess what? They named her Fido. All the dogs they had were named Fido, and they were all Shetland sheepdogs, just like that one. I thought this was weird and I told my mom about it. She told me not to be judgmental, as it was probably one way they dealt with grief. Here's the thing, they kept trying to get me to come inside. They'd invite me in for tea, which is not something normally people would do from where I'm from. Coffee and donuts are a little bit more commonplace, but even that isn't something people do on a regular basis. Or they invite me in to talk to them. I would always decline because I had more papers to deliver. I wanted to get home. Gerald kept complimenting my outfits, even though they were just pajamas. One morning he did this while getting closer to me and eventually touching my shoulder. I eventually was like, I gotta go, and left. I didn't tell my mom at the time, as our relationship was good at that point, and I feared that telling her any concerns I had would make her not trust me or make her mad. This is also the tail end of my child's sexual assault, which she doesn't know about to this day, so I thought maybe I was just being paranoid. Then, right before I moved and gave up my paper route, a really bizarre incident happened. It was a Sunday. The last Sunday I had on the paper route, to be exact. So I was out early delivering papers. Like, it was still kind of dark out. Gerald was outside. He complimented my outfit again, getting all creepily close. He invited me inside and I said, I really don't think my mom would appreciate me being gone for longer than she expected me to be. She's strict. Which wasn't the whole truth, but you gotta do what you gotta do. He seemed to get kind of annoyed and just asked, won't your mom just prefer you to respect your elders and not turn down an invitation? I felt the color drain from my face and noped out of there so quick. I muttered something about how I really needed to hurry along because my dog was sick. I heard him say some compliments about how my hair looked really pretty. I booked it as quickly as I could to the next house without running. I didn't see Gerald after that, but I did see Lois, and she never stopped inviting me inside to play with Fido or have tea. I always declined. She seemed disappointed every time. So that's my weird paper route story. Maybe I'm paranoid, but Gerald and Lois have some funky vibes. So Gerald and Lois, let's not meet. This story happened to me in 2022 when I was around 24 years old. For a bit of context, I'm non-binary, assigned female at birth, but let's just say I look very feminine. At the time, I was studying in Paris and renting a room in a house of a mom of a boyfriend at the time. This was in a city that was more than an hour away from Paris, but 20 minutes from Versailles, another important city in France. It was winter, during school break I think, and I was going out in Paris to see a longtime internet friend for the first time. She turned out to be a very toxic and problematic person whom I'm not in contact with anymore, but the story is not about her. I must say that I have a rather petite frame because of an eating disorder I was dealing with ever since I was a child, and I've always looked much younger than my age. Even these days, I need to show my ID when I want to buy alcohol. On the day of my encounter with my friend, I was dressed casually with a skirt. Our encounter went very well. Since I lived far away and was planning to go to my boyfriend's house later, I had to leave before midnight because the public transportation would become scarce after 10 p.m. and I had about 2 hours of transit to get there. Unfortunately, I didn't leave early enough, so I managed to get a train to Versailles, but would have to wait almost an hour to get a bus to go to the nearest city for my boyfriend's house where he could pick me up with his car. While I was waiting near the train station, I noticed a group of bus drivers who were smoking and talking to each other. I approached them and asked them which one of them was going to drive the bus to the city I needed to go to. A small man with gray hair, who was probably in his late 40s, early 50s, told me that it was him. He noticed my skirt and said, "You must be freezing." So he offered me to go heat myself up in the bus and wait there until departure. I gladly accepted, as I was indeed freezing. While he was walking me to the bus, which was parked in a very dark corner with no lights, he got very close to me and started to act very familiar with me, asking about where I live and where I was going to and such. I was feeling uneasy and uncomfortable, but I was raised to be polite and I've always been a people pleaser, so I answered all his questions with as little detail as possible till we reached the bus. He opened the door for me, and while all my instincts were screaming to me, "Do not go on the bus," I ignored them and got in anyway. I sat at the front of the bus where there was a bit of light, but mind you, I am black and even in the dark, it would have been difficult for anyone to see me. Besides the bus drivers that saw me leave with the driver, no one knew I was in that bus. Anyway, the second I got in the bus, things got even weirder. He threw his lit cigarette away and got on the bus with me as well, all while telling me a bunch of anecdotes about how the bus was actually designed to transport the French football team and how there was a huge table and even a bathroom in the back of the bus, and that I should come in the back of the bus with him to see it. He suggested to me twice to come over to the back of the bus where there was absolutely no light, and this scared me even more. So I texted my boyfriend, "Might not come tonight. Weird bus driver." call me ASAP, while ignoring his rambling. He then came back to the front of the bus and stayed in the corridor, blocking my way. He talked about random things I don't remember, and all the time his eyes were fixated on me, especially on my phone that was in my hand, and my knees and thighs. All the time I was praying that my boyfriend would see my message and call me, and when he finally did, I breathed a sigh of relief. The driver must have seen the face of my boyfriend on the screen of my phone because he took a step back and told me that he was going to smoke another cigarette outside. I answered my phone and told my boyfriend everything that was going on, while looking out the window to keep an eye on the bus driver. When he was far enough away, I ran to get out of the bus, only to discover in shock and horror that he had locked the door. I was trapped in that bus, and no one knew where I was except my boyfriend, the creepy bus driver, and the other bus drivers who saw me leave with him. Still on the phone with my boyfriend, I went back to where I was previously sitting and saw through the window that the creepy bus driver was now coming back. When he saw me on the phone, he left and locked the bus again. He did this back and forth a total of 3 times, locking the bus behind him every time. But the last time, he stayed near the bus, so I hung up with my boyfriend and decided to text him instead. At some point, I sat in another seat to keep an eye on the creepy bus driver, and through the window, I saw and heard an elderly woman who asked him if the bus was going to the city nearest to my boyfriend's house, and he deliberately lied to her, telling her that that was another bus. At this point, I was freaking out, frantically texting my boyfriend that I was gonna die, that the bus driver would do terrible things to me, then kill me, and throw my body away. It was at this moment that the bus driver went back into the bus and locked the door again. We were supposed to leave in less than 10 minutes, and suddenly something finally snapped into my brain. I got up, trying to maintain a calm appearance, and lied to him about how I needed to go back to the train station to go to the bathroom. He told me that there was a bathroom on the bus. Then I lied, saying I needed to get some snacks from the vending machine. He hesitated, but eventually let me go. But before he did so, he pretended twice that the button to open the door wasn't working. And at this point, I didn't care about hiding my distress anymore. I told him that if I couldn't get off the bus, I'd pick the emergency hammer to break the door, and suddenly the button was working again. I bolted out of the bus and took the deepest breath of cold, fresh winter air that I've ever took. I've never been in prison, but I imagine that's what it feels like to be released from prison. I ran up to the train station, hid behind a vending machine, and finally felt safe. I burst into tears. I called my boyfriend back, and he told me that he called his sister who lives in Versailles, and her boyfriend would come to pick me up. While I was trying to calm myself, guess who I saw coming in the train station? The creepy bus driver. He was acting like he was looking for something, or rather, someone, and that was likely me. I held my breath and waited for him to leave, and then start to cry some more because I realized at that moment, I was his prey, and I was right about his bad intentions. Finally, the boyfriend of my boyfriend's sister came to pick me up and took me back where I live. I couldn't sleep that night or the following days. My insomnia worsened. I made a signaling to the bus company, but since he wasn't the usual driver for them, nothing was done, and I didn't ever receive an answer. I am very grateful for who helped me that night, and I know it's been said before, but let's say it again as a reminder. Trust your gut. Trust your instincts. They're never wrong. Also, fuck being polite with creeps that make you feel uncomfortable, unsafe, or uneasy. My cat recently passed away, and I was devastated. For days, I couldn't stop crying or thinking about her. One day, my sister, who lives in a nearby city, called me about a 10-year-old stray kitten she found next to its dead mother near a pile of garbage. She suggested we adopt the kitten, thinking it might ease my grief while giving the tiny creature a chance at a better life. At first, I was uncomfortable with this idea. The pain of losing my cat was still fresh, and I had decided never to keep another cat again. My sister understood and proposed a temporary solution. We could keep the kitten for a few days until she found her a new home. I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't let this poor thing starve to death. The only problem was my sister lived 45 kilometers away in a hostel, and getting there wasn't easy. Driving my scooter on the highway was too dangerous, so I decided to take the local train. My journey would involve 5 stops, with my destination being a small area within the city of Balai. Local trains in my state are unreserved and often crowded, especially during the morning and evening hours. To avoid the rush, I chose a noon train that departed at 12:30 p.m. I arrived at the station early, hoping to find a comfortable seat, and was relieved to see that the train was only moderately crowded. I settled into a seat next to a man traveling with his wife. As the train prepared to depart, a slim, bearded man with a large bag boarded and took a seat beside me. I silently hoped that he was a normal passenger, but unfortunately, my prayers went unanswered. I wasn't used to traveling alone, so I was already feeling uneasy. At first, everything seemed fine. To pass the time, I opened my phone and began playing chess against a bot. Then I overheard the bearded man's phone conversation. He said, "Yes, I got caught, but I'm out on bail now. I'll finish the job this time." My hand froze. Was I sitting next to a criminal? The man sitting across from me also overheard the conversation and exchanged a nervous glance with me. His expression mirrored my own fear. I tried to ignore it, reasoning that the man was unlikely to harm me in a crowded train, but he kept making suspicious calls, casually discussing things that sounded straight out of a crime novel. At one point, he mentioned heading to the city next to where I was going for a court appearance. My unease grew when I noticed him openly staring at my phone screen, not even trying to be discreet. I was too scared to confront him or move to another seat, fearing he might react badly. After what felt like forever, he finally stopped taking calls and struck up a conversation. "This game takes a lot of brains, doesn't it?" Referring to my chess app. I smiled awkwardly and looked away, praying that he wouldn't continue talking. Thankfully, he didn't. The rest of the journey was tense. He kept brushing his leg against mine and glancing at me with a piercing gaze. I tried my best to focus on my game and ignore him. The entire time, I couldn't stop thinking about the worst possibilities. What if he followed me? What if he attacked me? Or worse, what if he raped me? These thoughts consumed me until the train finally reached my station. After I got off the train, I noticed him getting off as well. I was confused but decided not to dwell on it. My stop was only about 5 kilometers away from the stop that he said on the phone, so I assumed he might have business nearby. I stood on the platform waiting for my sister to arrive. I called her, but she didn't pick up. I figured she was driving and decided to wait. Then I saw the man again, standing at a distance and staring directly at me. When he noticed I had seen him, he walked away towards the front side of the station. Relieved, I called my sister again, and this time she answered. She told me that she was waiting at the back exit of the station. I hurried there and was relieved to find her. She handed me the kitten, which was so teeny it fit in the palm of my hand. I placed it in a small basket I had brought along. We decided to stay at the station until my return train at 2:20 p.m. I told my sister about the creepy man, but she laughed it off, saying that he was probably just trying to scare me. Her reaction irritated me, but I let it go. Then I saw him again, this time on the walking bridge, heading towards the back exit. I pointed him out to my sister, who dismissed it all as a coincidence. I tried to do the same, thinking he might have got off at the wrong station and was waiting for the next train to get to the next station. When my train arrived, I said goodbye to my sister and boarded with the kitten. The train was crowded, so I stood by the door. 45 minutes later, just 2 stops away from my destination, I spotted the man again. He walked through the crowd and stood directly in front of me, staring. I ignored him, but my anxiety was skyrocketing. As the train approached my station, he leaned closer and asked me about the basket. "What's inside?" he inquired. I replied, "A kitten," and explained that my sister had rescued it. He smiled and said, "It's rare to meet people like you." The train stopped and I quickly got off without responding. Instead of exiting through the main station gates, I headed to the local train parking area about 1.5 kilometers away where I had left my scooter. No one usually walks through this section unless they have a vehicle parked there. As I walked, I realized a man was following me. My heart raced as I quickened my pace. So did he. By the time I reached my scooter, I was trembling with fear. He had followed me to the parking lot. I started my scooter and sped away, taking a longer route through secluded valleys to avoid traffic. Thankfully, I never saw him again. His face still haunts me. I haven't traveled since, and am terrified of the idea. That 3-hour ordeal was the scariest experience of my life. Let me know if you guys think I'm just overthinking stuff. I am aware this happened ages ago, but I am now recollecting bits and pieces from the event and am thankful to be sane and safe. I'm honestly just airing this out so I can get input and opinions because I don't know what to make of it. I'll preface this by saying it happened a while ago, back in 2019 when I was 16 years old, hence why I was very naive and gullible. I'm aware this might not be a case of human trafficking, but it does seem suspicious regardless. For context, this happened in a relatively large North American city. It was late December, a few days before Christmas, and I had just finished hanging out with my friends and was using public transit, the subway, to get back home. My friend lived in a different area, so I had to travel back alone in that direction. The subway wagons were pretty much empty. It was already dark out. I recall it being maybe 8 or 9 p.m. I was sitting on an individual seat where the setup was structured in a way that had another seat perpendicular to my current one, which was empty. This one guy, who looked to be relatively young, plopped down on the adjacent seat and greeted me with a smile instantly. I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought he was cute. Physically, he had a middle part, chestnut hair, was relatively tall and very slim, nice facial features too. I don't remember his face in a very detailed manner, but I remember thinking that he was really cute. He was dressed in a sweater and jeans. Didn't look dismantled or overly casual either. Upon sitting down, he greeted me smiling, presented himself, and shared his name. We then started making small talk, and he brought up the fact that he had just finished university, which made me ask for his age. He claimed to be 24, which seemed to match his appearance. What really creeps me out is that in response, I told him that I was 16 years old, and he didn't seem even slightly fazed by that. Matter of fact, he was smirking and had formed a small visible grin, talking about he missed being this young and advising me to stay in school. He proceeded with asking me what I was doing alone on the metro, my plans before that, and if I had plans coming up in the next few hours, to which I stupidly answered no. He then started explaining how his friends had came up with a supposed dare where he had to bring a random girl over, a complete stranger, to their party hangout by accosting them randomly, such as this very occasion. I remember finding this hard to believe, so I insisted on going home about a handful of times, to which he starts pleading with me, claiming that it would be fun, and if I were uncomfortable, he would bring me right back to the subway station. I kept insisting that my mom would get mad and asked him if there was another day that we could do that, but he answered that it was a one-time thing, that it's a very uncommon gathering. He hasn't seen these friends in a long time and wouldn't see them after this event because of a full schedule. He also kept pushing the fact that he wasn't going to keep me for long. I eventually gave in. I know, super stupid. I still can't believe it to this day. We had gone through the subway stations and got off at a pretty desolate area, which was known for drug use, prostitution, and poverty. But to be frank, I didn't know that at the time, although it was pretty obvious. That neighborhood still has a pretty tarnished reputation to this day. The guy, let's call him Ben, then revealed his real name to be different than the one that he initially gave me and was seemingly Slavic. The name he revealed to me is most likely fake too, to be honest. He then started asking me pretty intrusive questions such as, what are your darkest secrets? What's your home life like? What's stressing you out right now? Why did you decide to come along? He claimed he liked getting to know people beyond surface level, hence why he was being this intrusive. I, in all honesty, was a straight A student, so I simply told him that studies were my main concern as of now, to which he answered that there had to be more than that. We had to be about 15 minutes in at this point when a car slowed down next to us and rolled their windows down. A man let out a, "Hey," but was immediately shooed away by Ben. Ben then told me that that man was a supposed John, which I didn't know meant that the driver was essentially a client in that sense. I started to get weary but still made it to the hangout a few minutes later, which was located in a regular townhouse. It wasn't worn down or anything. I was greeted by maybe 5 or 6 dudes who were all seemingly over 25. 2 of them looked like they were above 30 as well. They all stared me down and immediately asked how old I was, and I told them that I was 16. One of the guys seemed sort of phased and let out a, "Come on man, that's my sister's age. They might even be in the same high school." They all kind of laughed it off and moved on. They never spoke about it again and barely asked me any questions except for, "How did you guys meet?" Also, it was obvious that someone's dad owned this place, as the old man was dozing off on the couch. We were all gathered around a dinner table. The host served me some food along with the other guests, but I refused to eat as I was honestly starting to feel a bit queasy about the situation. After everyone except me finished eating, we all went upstairs. Ben started playing guitar and the other man joined in playing some keys on the piano. They asked me to film them using Ben's phone, so I did. When that was going on, I honestly started getting terrible vibes and felt like I needed to leave, so I put the phone down and slowly made my way through the frame of the door. One of the older guys was standing near there and asked me what's up and if I'm enjoying their company. We started talking for a minute and he claimed to be an accountant. He started leaning in and tried to slightly hover over me against the door frame. However, I stepped back into the staircase and made it to the front door, opened it, and went out to the driveway. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. Ben followed and asked me if I wanted to leave. I immediately said yeah, and this time, he didn't insist on bringing me back in. I should add that right before leaving, I had told Ben that my mom was recently calling me and was worried, to which he obliged. On our way back, he proceeded to ask me if I was generally 16 and not below that. He told me that if he were my dad, he would never let me out of his sight again because of what I just did, which was going to a party in the first place. That it was the dumbest thing he's seen any girl do, especially since I had no reason to do that, according to him. Once he accompanied me back to the subway station, I asked for his Snapchat. I was a complete moron, or any type of social media he had. He told me he doesn't use his phone like that and was fully off the grid. I went back home and never heard of him again. Although I didn't get conventionally harassed, violence, and sexual endeavors, etc., I'm honestly scared I could have been potentially raped or a human trafficking victim. The latter might be a stretch, but you never know. I want to know if there's any way I can leave an anonymous tip to the city or something. I was searching through public records but couldn't find anything. What do you guys make of this? I'm a female, 21. I was visiting my cousin in a neighboring city. She lives in the middle of nowhere, on a suburb with high crime rate. Her specific area is more secluded and safer, but you have to ride the bus through the shady part first to get there. I rode the bus to the center of the city and got onto another bus towards the suburbs. When I got on, I paid my fare and quietly asked for the ticket guy to announce my stop. He said it would be a long way. I huddled in the seat in the tail of a bus and waited for the bus to depart, keeping close watch over my possessions. As the stops came and went, the bus became packed and a lady sat next to me at some point. Sitting across from me on the front of the bus was a man that looked to be in his late 20s, chatting with a group of friends. He kept staring at me. When the lady next to me got off the bus, he rushed to get up and walking towards me, presumably to sit next to me. But thankfully another passenger was faster and took the seat, so he went back to his friends. I remained composed, but my gut was telling me something was very off. In that moment, the ticket guy, who was handing out tickets to new passengers, loudly tells me that my stop is 2 stops away. I see the creep look at the ticket guy, then at me, and exchange a look with his friends. We reached the middle of nowhere part of the suburb where the stops were literally in the middle of nowhere, with a few sparse buildings and no people on the street. It had started to get dark. At this point, I was aware I needed to think fast, and think fast I did. The bus came to a stop and the doors opened. I waited until the last moment, got up, and made my way towards the doors at the end of the bus. The guy jolted up from his seat and hurried his way to the other door, which was in the middle of the bus and closest to him. He walked out right before the doors closed, but I remained inside. When he realized I didn't get off, he started following the bus. I still wasn't safe because he knew my stop was next. I talked to the ticket guy and the driver, and God bless their hearts, they kept watch over me, let me ride the bus to the end of the line and back, and my cousin and family waited for me at the bus stop on the way back. This happened fairly recently. I was trying to get a train to the city for a night of drinking with some friends. Unfortunately, the trains weren't running in the city center that day for some reason, so they had a replacement bus service instead. So off I toddled looking for where they had hidden the replacement buses in the train station. After a while, it seemed like I was on the right track. Just as I found a very promising corridor, I heard running footsteps coming from behind me. I glanced around to find an Arabic man sprinting to stop beside me. I know he was Arabic because he tried to offer and teach me Arabic while I was trapped with him later on. He asked me if I knew where the replacement bus service was. I replied that I was probably just as lost as he was, and I was trying to find it myself. I thought that would be the end of our interaction, but he continued walking beside me. Fair enough, I thought. We were both looking for the same thing, so maybe he thinks we stand a better chance of finding it together. I wish I would have turned around and darted into the bathroom or something. It turned out that the corridor did lead to the replacement buses, and the driver was standing outside of the doors. He assured us that we had plenty of time and were the first ones here. He opened the doors to let us in, and the bus was completely empty. I decided to take a random seat in the middle and huddled up next to the window, ready to put my headphones on. And where does this guy choose to sit on a completely empty bus, right next to me, trapping me in the row of seats? I thought it was a little weird at the time, but I figured no harm would come of it. He asked me why I'm headed to the city center. I told him that I was meeting friends there for a girls' night out, then very pointedly put on my headphones and started to find a good song to listen to. He insisted that he should join us, but I told him it's girls only, and I don't really know him. He answered with, "We could get to know each other, and I'll buy you a drink." I tell him no thanks, I just want to see my friends today. The bus has gotten moving at this point, and there are a few others on board. From there, he proceeds to badger me with questions, all of which I ignore or give one-word answers to. After a bunch of them, my replies became variations of, "I just want to listen to my music now," and "I'm not interested in talking, sorry." He starts complimenting my body, telling me he thinks I'm beautiful, and repeating over and over, "I really like you." My only responses now are, "Leave me alone," which I say every so often, and I'm visibly shrinking away from him as he leans in closer. The bus driver doesn't seem to know where he's going for the next stop, and the city center is ages away. I'm trapped in the seat and starting to really panic. He starts stepping it up to, "I love you," and leans right up to me, making kissy sounds with his lips. That was the moment my hero intervened. It was a man around my age, sitting a few seats back. I'll quote what I can remember to the best of my abilities. "Excuse me, mate. She asked you multiple times to leave her alone." "Fuck off." "You need to move away from her. You're clearly bothering her." "Mind your own business. We're fine." "Ma'am, do you want him to move?" I'm practically pinned against the window, getting pretty scared, and say, "Yeah." The creep gets up and storms over to the man. "Do you want to fight? Do you want to fucking go right now?" My hero simply replied with, "Nah, I'd rather you control yourself and leave her alone." The creep was visibly ready to start throwing punches when the driver calls back to see if there's a problem and if he needs to kick anyone off the bus. The creep quietly says no and moves to a few seats behind my hero, much to my relief. I mouth several thank yous to my hero, who just smiles like it's no big deal. The creep tries to follow me off the bus when my friends meet me there, so he walks off. I'm so glad he intervened when he did. A couple years ago, my friend and I were on our way back home from a concert around 11 p.m. Because we were at a concert, we only had the necessities with us and nothing to defend ourselves with. In the train station, there were 5 total people, 3 men, and us, 2 20-year-old something women. The first of the 2 men were pretty normal, a businessman with a briefcase and a homeless man, both minding their business. The third man, however, was highly intoxicated and was already shouting out obscenities before we entered the subway station. When we came down the stairs, the man noticed us immediately, and we definitely noticed him. He was walking around in circles, muttering to himself with a huge liquor bottle that was 2/3 of the way empty. We sat down on a bench near the businessman to wait for the train. As we waited, we didn't talk much. We paid attention to what the man was saying, trying to make any sense of it, just in case something did happen. Eventually, we started to understand some of what he was saying. He was screaming about how he wanted to rip our faces off, and at this point, my friend and I were panicking because this was the only train that took us to where we needed to go, and it was almost there. The man began going on about how he was gonna rip your cheeks off and fuck them. The train came after about 3 minutes of extreme panic, and we got on. Luckily, he didn't. I've kept this one inside for nearly 15 years now, and finding the right platform to relieve the burden is nice. When I was 15, I went to a show in Liverpool, UK with a friend. My friend told me that he was staying at a friend's house, so I boarded the 25-minute train home alone. This was the last train home, around 11:30 p.m. I found a seat and stared out the window as the city lights faded into peripheral twinkles. Some 5 minutes in, my trance was broken by the soft croak of an older guy, maybe 50, with dusty blonde hair and aviator framed glasses. "Hello, young man. Are you okay? You look lonely." Shocked and confused, I nodded. "I'm okay, thanks." "The name is Dean. Do you like smoking weed or drinking beers? I've got some at my house. Are you stopping at Crew? You can pop in." "No, I'm getting off at Runcorn," I mistakenly replied, cringing internally. I excused myself to use the bathroom. As I made my way hastily across the carriage, the twinkling city lights now replaced by dank fields and suburban decay, I peeked back, noticing the man was playing with something that seemed like a needle. I sped up to the bathroom and locked the door. It was only 10 more minutes until my stop. "Next stop is Runcorn." I don't think a digitized train announcement has ever sounded so heavenly. I threw the door open and bolted to the exit. As my feet touched the station floor, I felt a firm grip on my shoulder. Looking back in fear and trying to shake off the grip, I acted fast and instinctively. I shouted, "Dad!" at a completely empty side of the gate. The now stumbling backwards Dean let out a, "Oh fuck," under his breath and ran to the other side of the train. While I ran through the gate, sprinted all the way home and told my parents, who called the police. We never heard anything. Firstly, I'm a 24-year-old guy, and I'm not great at writing things out like this, but I just wanted some advice, as I'm a socially awkward person. I decided to go into town the other day and took the train in. I arrived at the train station, got my ticket, then waited for the train. I was approached by this man, I'll say in his 60s. I must have been someone he knew or seen before because he said, "Wow, I haven't seen you in some time." I replied, "Sorry, I think you may have the wrong person." He continued to push the conversation by saying, "Oh, you must have a twin." I laughed and brushed it off. Once the train arrived, I got in and sat down. I sat down in the two-seater chair. The man sat down next to me and asked me my name. Trying to be nice, I replied with my name, and he said his name. He asked me a few questions, and I gave answers. Up to this point, it's fine. He asked me to use my phone to make a call, which I didn't see the issue with. But after this, he sent a text message, which was fine. His phone beeped. He then turned to me and said, "I have your number now. We can catch up later." He had called himself on my phone to get my number. I tried to play it off all cool, but I was pretty creeped out and couldn't leave since he blocked me in. Finally, he got off at his station, straight away texted me, and each day he has been texting me to come over to his house or go out to get coffee. I felt bad for him because he seemed lonely, but it just feels really odd and creepy. I just wanted to hear some people's thoughts, as I've never been in a situation like this before, and don't really have friends to talk to about this. So this is a situation that happened at Dubai airport, although I wasn't the main victim in the story. I was trying to get to the terminal in order to catch a flight out of Dubai when I realized the taxi driver took me over to the wrong terminal. Disappointed at the fact that I was in the wrong place, I let out a fucking hell out of frustration at myself and decided to figure out where to go next. A few minutes later, 2 police officers came and detained me and went off at me for swearing at an Arab woman, who I assume was somewhere around me, and a whole host of insults that would only be really offensive in Arab Asian culture, including threats of violence, until they saw I had a passport from a Western country and suddenly decided to become polite. I don't look like I'm from the West. However, the worst part of that hour-long ordeal was the fact that there was a Hungarian girl that came in with her dad and complained about being raped only to get yelled at by the police, and they told her to get lost. Is this a common experience in authoritarian countries? What would a woman do if she was attacked like this? Anyway, I'm glad I wasn't a girl at the time. Also, Dubai police, let's not meet.